है द लॉस कैसे हो द लॉस। प्रेडिक्शन देख रहे हो, कैरी कर रहा हूं प्रेडिक्शन को, कैरी। हाँ देख रहे हो, सेंटिनल जीतेगा लेकिन दिल जंजी के साइड पे। देख रहे हो गाइस, ये मेरा दिल लेफ्ट साइड पे रहता है, देख रहे हो ना। जीतेगा सेंटिनल्स लेकिन दिल जेंजी। हम सपोर्ट करेंगे जेंजी को, लेकिन जीतेगा कौन? सेंटिनल्स 2-0। सेंटिनल्स 2-0। भाई सिंपल बात है, वोट विनर्स को करेंगे लेकिन दिल जेंजी। ठीक है, दिल से जेंजी। ठीक है, सिंपल बात है भाई, सिंपल बात है। जेंजी जीतेगा लिख के ले लेना, नहीं छाती पे लिख रहा हूं तेरे। सेंटिनल जीता, जेंजी दिल जीतेगा, दिल। मेरा प्रेडिक्शन में कौन था? 1 पे सेन था ना? हाँ बेंच, खुद का पिकेम्स भूल गया मैं, पिकेम्स। हाँ सेन जीतेगा बात। पीछे का लाइट क्यों ऑफ है? पीछे का लाइट क्यों ऑफ है? सॉरी, गलती से तुमको राइट स्टोर दिख गया, सॉरी सॉरी गाइस, गलती से राइट स्टोर दिख गया तुम लोग को। बेंच गोडाउन बना के रखा है। How you're feeling after Korea trip? Feeling very sexy. Had a lot of fun, good experience, made a lot of friends. डिस्क्रिप्शन चेंज नहीं होगा बंक्स भाई, डिस्क्रिप्शन डालते हैं ना ड्यूड्स। ठीक है, डिस्क्रिप्शन। अरे जाना हेडफोन तेरी भेड़ की। डिस्क्रिप्शन चेंज कर दिया। भाई म्यूजिक अच्छा चाहिए, म्यूजिक अच्छा चाहिए, बस हो गया। मास्टर्स का म्यूजिक सुन के थोड़ा सा। राकेश भाई वेलकम टू द कास्ट दोस्त प्रीमियम जॉर्ड ओपी मेंबरशिप। केपी थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान। हु डिड द फर्स्ट मैप पिक? सेन 2-0 लेकिन दिल जंजी।
누군가는 시간은 반복된다고 말합니다.
चैट
우주가
चैट किसने वो देखा क्या? ईजी का रीयूनियन। मैं ऑलमोस्ट रोने वाला तेरे, ऑलमोस्ट। क्या टीम थी मैच। क्या हाल है बंक्स भाई? सब बढ़िया।
제가 기억하는 한 항상 게임을 좋아했어요. 어렸을 때는 집에 컴퓨터가 한 대밖에 없어서 형들과 번갈아 가며 게임을
भाई
했었어요.
मेरे पास भी कंप्यूटर था जब मैं यंग था।
그때는 저는 빨리 게임을 하고 싶어서 참을 수가 없었죠.
पापा ने भरोसा नहीं किया। पापा
제가
जेंजी FTW अपन ऑन टॉप। सॉरी सेन, तू किसको कर रहा? जीतेगा सेन, छाती पे लिख रहा हूँ 2-0।
저는 게임을 하고 적었습니다. 매년 질문을 받을 때마다
भाई क्या क्यूट है ये।
답은 항상 같았습니다. 저는 작은 동네에서 자랐어요. 학교가 끝나면 저는 친구들과 PC방에 가곤 했습니다. 어떤 게임이든 제가 진심으로 마음을
राइट क्लिक से
먹으면
क्यों मार रहा है वो?
내 최고 티어가 될 수 있었습니다. 형이 e스포츠에 대해 이야기해 줬었어요.
भाई हमारे कैफे में तो कोई नहीं था।
지갑을 가질 수 있는 방법이 있다고. 저는 제 길을 보았습니다.
मस्त बनाया बे। फॉल्ट इन अवर स्टार्स चैट। तुम लोग जब वैलो में रैंक पुश नहीं करते यही पूछते ना, फॉल्ट इन अवर स्टार्स।
제가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면 어떤 꿈이든 이룰 수 있다는 걸 모두에게 보여주고 싶습니다.
भाई बात चैट तुम्हारा क्या ड्रीम्स है वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दे
APAC buys the most bundles in the game.
When we get to finals,
Binks
I'm gonna
cutie
have
bolte.
Faker come out and sell the SEN bundle.
과거와 미래가 교차하는 현재. 그리고 오늘 2024년 발로란트
से
최고의
Binks लिख रहा था
팀이 이곳
Got you.
서울에 모입니다.
Binks लिख रहा था वो
These are the superstars of VALORANT, and I cannot wait to see them compete on the global stage.
भाई है बे ऐसे कंटेंट में खुद को देखा क्या देखा ना मेरे को पता है एनवेलप में क्या है बाय द वे
A few years ago, I was burnt
चैंप्स विनर का
out.
नाम
Valorant gave
ऑलरेडी
me a new hope and motivation for myself.
सेन
It's been a dream ever since I started Valorant to lift the trophy.
भाई ये लोग मूवी क्यों नहीं बनाते बे
Creo que Crew es un
Good.
equipo que da mucha sorpresa y esta no va a ser la excepción.
Last year, I wanted to make that achievement happen, go for 3 trophies. We taken our foot off the pedal on the tournament that matters the most.
पोस्टर बोलते
This year, we
एड्स बंद
started
करो
slow.
सॉरी डियर सॉरी
I think there's a certain energy that we haven't felt since
कर दिया
Lock-In or Tokyo Masters or even
कर दिया
now
एड्स
that we're
बंद कर
at
दिया
champs, it almost feels like we're hungrier than ever.
डीसी आजा क्यों भाई अरे इधर आना ये स्क्रीन पे
Legacy.
Select both teams may the worthy
People talk
team
about
win.
these greats in games. If I'm able to go back to back and achieve the same heights that I did the year
excuse me?
before,
Hey dudes,
then that just
how are you
proves
doing
the
today?
legacy I'm leaving behind as well.
It's painful.
क्या hashtag डाला?
Coming so close to getting the trophy. I remember looking at GENG's face.
मूवी देख रहे हैं?
I
इधर
felt
share
it too.
करना।
अरे रुक हैशटैग डाल रहा हूँ
They're like my family.
VCT.
I don't want this to happen again. This year, I'm gonna finish what we started.
भाई है बे ये लोग का मूवी है बे
Me and Kong already lifted the trophy one time. The other 3 guys want to do as well. So we're gonna.
भाई
give
एक
all that
सीजन
we
आना
got.
चाहिए गेम नहीं सिर्फ मूवी
Every goal is to win champion, no matter what.
इसका देखो क्यूटी बोलते हैं भाई क्या है बे क्या बना है ब्रो
위대한
फक
나라인지 전 세계에게 알려주세요.
Oh, pros.
क्या बना है
Deadly.
ब्रो भाई साहब ओ भाई दिल धक धक क्या बे बाप बना है ब्रो
Oh,
पाइक
entry.
सेंटर
Oh, what is this? New agent leaks.
कैसे
Wines पीछे का.
मेरे को पता था
Hi, thanks.
तो किसके साइड पे
It's confusing. It's confusing, to be honest.
It's a juggernaut matchup, a Madrid final rematch.
भाई कोई लिखा है क्या बिंक्स की उल्टी करके वहाँ पे?
GENG, the kickoff here at Champions 2024. Two of our most prolific teams.
Tens versus Texture, Pinky. Tens versus Texture.
This matchup is going to be awesome.
These are the only two teams this year that have lifted a global trophy. And now they're up against each other in the first round. And we have a surprise already. Abyss making it through the veto.
Yeah.
This is super shocking. Abyss has been GENG's permaban, so they're clearly a little more comfortable on this map. Sunset has been a real pain point for GENG this year. They haven't been able to find
Sunset नहीं है लेकिन Abyss क्यों है?
They've been trying to run with the Jet on point. They don't usually run the Raze, so that makes a lot of sense to go to ban that map. I felt like they were going to have to leave that open against Sentinels, but this is really interesting to me. It shows that they're working on Abyss.
Curious what we're going to get on Hayes.
अरे तो पेड़
That's a
काटो
big
ना भूख की
question
लगी.
for me because this has been a really solid map, I think, for GENG in stage 2.
Champion
They're
level
one of the
joke
few
मारा
teams that have stuck to the Viper
भाई
items.
वहाँ
Were
पे गप्पे
super
चल रही है.
prevalent last year. They're not playing the Breach. They're still playing the Sky there. And Sentinels have been playing that kind of new standard comp that we used to see a lot back in the day. The Breach, the Sova. And I actually think it's kind of tough to play that into the Viper, right? Those Breach flashes are a little tough to clear back through the wall and ideas like that.
Hey, Bunks,
so
my
wondering if they have
goatess.
something specific prepped
भाई
up
मजा आएगा
against that
यार.
comp that was very
कुछ भी
prevalent
हो
last
आज
year in
champ
America.
जीतेगा तो
Yeah, I mean, I think
fanatic
you have to
नहीं.
look to bait out a lot of that utility. That was something DRX was doing really good with
Sen
some push and
जीतेगा.
pull at A main to
Okay.
really keep it off balance. So, okay, John QT on the Cypher this time for Sentinels. But yeah, GENG sticking with their comp. They've done it all year. They haven't really changed their comps. Once they settle on something they like, they don't go away for it.
GENG
from it. Even
FTW
though
up and on
TRX
top,
did
sorry,
take them down
Sven,
on
तो
Haven
किसको कर रहा था
in the
वो पड़ा?
grand finals in the very first map. Other than that, they've looked good in the 2 other times they played it.
For GENG, I think you should be watching out for how they play their flood defenses with this Viper. Having that orb on the A side, having the wall across B, it gives you a lot of potential to have the anchors moving around on the site, finding gaps in the execute. That can be really punishing if Sentinels isn't ready for it.
Yeah, and of course, Sentinels, a lot's going to be leaning on Zekin here to try and get those early engagements going for them.
अब इससे
But
बाल
I
उठ रहे
am
हैं,
curious
बाल
to
है
see
मेरे पास.
how the utility is going to shake out here for the Breach, for the Sova, how that's going to play, as you had mentioned before, Mimi, going up against that Viper.
GENG is going to really struggle to contest Sentinels on these extremities. The Breach comp is super good for taking A lobby, early space like that. So it's probably going to rely on a lot of retakes here for GENG, but they're great at them.
Oh, doggy, it's now time to get ready
चालू
for
हो रहा
Masters Madrid. Oh, excuse
है.
me, we got a Masters Madrid rematch. I got Spain on the mind.
It's
but
Champions.
it's going to be
एक हफ्ते पहले
amazing. We're
अपन
here
कोरिया
at
में थे.
Champions, baby. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Brandon Sideshow for the call.
चलो.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to this one. GB's
My
already teed it up.
test-
Listen, it's that
oh, man,
Masters
Madrid
Madrid finals, that rematch between these two teams, where honestly, both of them peaking at sort of the right times, but drastically different trajectories in terms of
Guys,
where they
एक बार
landed over the
वॉल्यूम
course of
देख लो.
2024.
माइक और गेम
You're
साउंड
looking at
बराबर
the
है ना.
two teams that have lifted trophies, but
बराबर है.
GENG have
मेरे
gone
हिसाब से
from
बराबर.
success to success, while Sentinels had that Super Bowl hangover that we often see from very good teams.
सबसे पहला किल मारेगा मेरे हिसाब से फर्स्ट ब्लड मारेगा 10th.
That A lobby control was so
Goater
important
मारेगा
for the
अपना.
one game that GENG did end up dropping on this map. I think that's where the Breach Sovacom is significantly better.
You can see that A control given up, but nobody watching onto the high ground angle. Texture back in a way, still flashed up.
कोई नहीं, अभी मारेगा गोटर, रुके.
GENG not able to flood defense in time. Smokes up. Might be looking for a bit of a
Left right हो गया ना थोड़ा.
Call for the pause is made
Camera.
by SEN. They're just going to wait this one out for the util. Still holding it down. Go spamming away.
Oh,
Just from
saucy.
it's good. Leaves it just down to Meteor. 1v3 here for our pistol. Can he do it?
Shot.
First obstacle removed. Plenty more where that came from though. Revealed up just in the last few minutes. Reloads off.
कर सकता है, कर तो सकता है technically. दो
Catches
आदमी
one of the
होना है.
contacts, but Sentinel's not willing to give them too much of a fight here. Sassy
Oh.
so right out into the open. 14 HP.
Aye.
Tussle up. Tens us to break this
एक
one.
hit का है वो.
Shot do it. Meteor delivers it.
और turret की पेड़ की. क्या मटा? अच्छा वैसा.
What a way to start things out. I was all ready to sell how well Sentinels had played that A exec. The early control,
भाई यार.
the site. GENG rattled, unable to get that flood retake working, and what did we just witness?
मेरा गोटर
Triple clutch comes through
1v3 मारा बे.
in a spot that it should never. I think we've got to start there. This is a situation where he should get traded every single time.
पहले ही राउंड जिंक्स
मैंने जेंजी सिलेक्ट किया अपने उसमें
It's a 1v3 and Gen G to continue that kind of dominance with the pistol round, starting it up. Conversion to the bonus.
मैं नाम नहीं ले रहा, ठीक है?
Off in the green room, you know, we're talking about how good this Gen G team is when it comes to just being able to get those early advantages.
Yeah, if you want to let me nerd out for a moment there, Gen G, our third best team when it comes to pistols at Champions, but they're amazing at converting bonuses. So assuming that they win this round,
दिख रहा है भाई इसको, कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है
Meteor is under quite a bit of pressure here.
Quite a lot, actually, overwhelming.
भाई क्या execute था बे?
And should be
भाई guns रहता तो मजा आता बे?
Spikes drop down, Zeltis, not much chances for him. He might go around the world to farm up some orbs, but...
And so look, Meteor is going to have enough to buy up a rifle in the next round. They've got 2 Guardians, Bulldog rifle. They're the first... The number one team at Champions in terms of converting these bonus rounds. In round 3, round 15, where you've won the pistol and the follow-up. And I think part of that is because they take them so seriously. They have such incredible aimers. If they have a Guardian or a Sheriff in their hands, first bullet accuracy on almost all of these guys.
अबे आप trophy लेके जा, hello. Celsius.
Love seeing that flash there.
वो लोग तो लॉल डूड हो जाएगा, trophy लेके जा.
Things to come.
30 seconds left.
I think he's just
ज़्यादा सो नहीं पाया चाहे.
give away his body at the final moment.
Oxygen नहीं पहुंच रहा
He
brain
has
तक.
nothing
माफ
really
करे
to
जो
play
किसी
for.
ने.
Apart from that extra alt point that he could try to get online, and to be honest, he's not too far away from getting it early on in this map.
Yeah, spotted out and finally cleaned up here.
ला क्या बोलते? कहाँ से smell आया ला क्या पता नहीं.
To look forward to this bonus round. Gen G usually cooking with it.
They are, and I'll tell you what, I've been watching a lot of both. Well, I've been watching a lot of Gen G on Haven. I've watched all of Sentinel's Haven, but they haven't played it very much. So that's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because Sen are going to lead into what they've seen from the VODs from Gen G. And one of the interesting things is Viper Orb always going towards C long instead of A. That's an interesting quirk of how Gen G play this.
100% Sen का round है, क्योंकि मैंने वो देख लिया execute sexy था, never seen before.
Lobby, which I thought they might pull out. But here on the bonus, looking to try to punish anybody that takes a peek mid.
Bit of spam damage just laid down into the wall here. A lot of presence showcased here by Gen G. Texture's going walkabout. Let's make a go. Things,
no cam tap.
Yep, no cam, no turret to catch that contact. Now the dash is active. They missed the timing.
नहीं देखा spot हुआ रे, ping किया.
To the back.
क्या missed?
Now, potentially an opening for Sentinels. We'll attempt to slow this one down. They want to try and get rid of most of this util. There's a fault line to try and follow through Zekken. Got a lot in his face here still. Never to really shut them down. Meteor dodging the flash, up and away! And magnetic into the moment still. A TP forward. Sentinels not to be disallowed. Pushing through the long way. It is chaos incarnate. Down to that 1v2. Munchkin. Upgrade in hand.
मैं देख सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ सेन एक और क्लच नहीं देख सकता प्लीज एक और नहीं देख सकता मैं नाइस रिकॉन नाइस पोजी पता है ना गुड स्पीड
Sassy push back and away and wide. Bit of spam and straight
आराम
bullets
से
away.
से नाइस 6 बुलेट
He's got to do so much with it. Not able to, not against Sentinels there. In this instance, the discipline finally reigning supreme.
भाई मीटर ने क्या मारा बे?
Unable to convert
blind stun, bang, बुचड़ा सब
still
हुआ
off to a
उसके
decent
साथ.
start with some good damage done. That's going to knock the Sentinels' economy slightly. But I think more important than that, as we look towards the rest of this half, is how the map control game plays out. You can't really run big C execs against Gen G. That's the power of the Viper Orb at the top there that they run. But it does make their A-holds weaker, I think. And the way that DRX was able to beat them on this map, just recently in Pacific, was by taking A-long control very consistently. You've always got John there with the cam to make sure if Gen G push down mid, it's covered. I think in rounds like this, giving Gen G full A lobby control seems like a bit of a map control mistake to me from the side of Sentinels.
Camera take
but maybe they've got something very different. Looks like they're setting up for another one of these garage splits.
At least just preemptively trying to get rid of someone to kill for util. Turrets up, trying to spam one of the more common locations, but they don't actually know where it is. It's been shifted and moved along.
पिकी कैसा लग रहा है आपका मॉर्निंग गेम देखने के बाद ये देखने को मिल रहा है?
There is some presence and pressure being pushed up into it, but a lot of players just now sitting outside. Through B, wall up in their face again, creating difficulties.
Volume बढ़ा
और decide to pop B here. Munchkin's going to be there fairly early with a snake bite.
अभी बराबर है.
Trying to go back towards garage.
Texture. He's trying to play an off angle to get ahead of this util that they might use to clear this, and he is ahead.
Lag guy.
Bhai bola tare lag gaye. Just like that, pushing through to Jung QT, quick to equalize the 3v3. Into the moment still with 40 seconds left, there is room to breathe. Bit of a pause is called, cage falls. Alongside the wall, Munchkin was not ready for that. Ferrari Peak in action here.
30 seconds left.
Tap, hoping that the rest of these players are going to come swinging out of the open, and it leaves it once more down to Meteor. 1v3. A miracle round for him on the pistol round, and he did convert, but this one is a little bit more, at least tougher to chew through, isn't it? Contact scored by John, and he will deliver them the round.
2 huge kills there from Sentinels. One from John, the other from Second, both in B main. And I think those are the 2 that really turned that in favor of Sen. After Texture got a double kill, most of the time I think that should be Raps.
Yeah.
And yet, really strong, quick aim coming out from John Cutie. Second to be able to pick off players on GENG.
Bhai chun ke mara be, chun ke mara.
It just opens up the whole site for them. GENG are going to have to respect that. If Sentinels are shooting and they've got a firepower advantage early on in this game, well, a lot of things are going to change.
Actual mein GENG ka round tha,
down to that week goodbye. It's a good time to talk about, you know,
kya kare?
overall
Lurk too strong
heading into this match, because a lot of people would, I think, pen GENG as the heavy favourites. That's
look, punish bhi nahi
understandable
kar sakte
considering
na John
Sentinels
Cutie ko.
was slacking a little bit towards the end of stage 2. Ended up falling off a little bit, of course. Texture with the knives in his hands with the Blade Storm might be able to return at least some of it, but tagged up by the drone. You got to respect that. Backing away, it's a bait and switch though. Got to make the most of it. Meteor's back in there too, orb in their face. Not thinking about it, but as it's dropped, Meteor is just out in the open, and this slow, cautious tail that's really being told by Sen across the map. It's working dividends.
It is, but because they didn't take on control early on in the round, and they don't have drone, it's going to be tough for them to end A here. So their choices are between B and C, and that's mostly where the GENG defense is. There are still opportunities.
One more
for
medal
this to
for
go
India, let's go,
Sentinels.
yay!
They've got time on the clock. I'm not sure that John's going to be able to re-explore this entire area confidently. He's going to give it a go, though.
There's a stack of players at GENG at least.
I mean,
waiting for
what's the chances you run into the bucket here?
I mean, Josh should just be going down every day of the week, and so he does. An upgrade offered up, handled to them. Fault line into the corner as well, but you want to go into this one with a rolling thunder. It is committed, still as an orb and a snake bite in your face. Aftershock, narrowly avoided. Look at the wrist, dodges the flash. Still, the reinforcements are here. This is the danger zone.
Shot.
The Sentinels, you're walking straight into the morn. It's only firepower. They're going to be able to bail yourself out. Texture.
Oh,
yaar,
kitna close
in
tha.
has to be stuck down, bullet spraying and praying away, but Tens ready to lock it all down.
Kitna close tha yaar.
Recovered there towards the end for Sentinels. But I'm really not liking the way that they're setting themselves up in some of these situations. Because they're not taking A control early on, they limit themselves so drastically in the late round. Yes, they're able to barrel their way through there. And yes, it doesn't matter too much that John goes down to the bucky in short, but that got close, and it had no reason to necessarily. They just found themselves stuck.
Importance of that A lobby control, though, that you were
Bhai close जा रहा है लेकिन हाँ
here. Texture's got the
सारे rounds.
I think this is being tracked by Sentinels now. Got a sight set towards it.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Ahead of this though, he misses the flick. And there's a dash into his face. How the hell do you avoid this?
Saucy!
It's all supplemented. TP up into heaven. Tens is there for the backstab just in case, but Sassy was the one to clean it all up. And now you're just looking at a save.
Sassy nahi, Saucy bhai, Saucy.
I mean, that's a wonderful play over towards Hay there. Adding the Soverall into the back of it too. Texture had an opportunity, but it was a tough flick to be able to get onto Zek, and he does the reverse peek, crossing over the bricks early. He is often good for those. His aim's pretty spectacular with the op, but this time, Zen come out on top, and Zeken's got that killer instinct just to rush him down early.
Yeah, they are not scared, are they?
How come they have the new skin? We don't have
fully convinced yet at the way that Sentinels are approaching the attack side, despite the fact that they've been good so far with rifles in hand. But if I'm looking at just the teamwork, coordination, their rifle aim, everything's looking very clean right now for Sen. And that A-take inspired a lot of confidence in me. So far, it's GENG firmly on the back foot here.
Yeah.
Sentinel's coming out swinging as well. Don't let that four seed fool you. What a finalized finish as well for them in stage 2.
They had a 6-map win streak at the start of stage 2. Yeah, it's something that I think people have forgotten because they went out ignominiously from
Bhai,
the playoffs.
stun
And
ulti
they
ho
lost to
gaya
G2
be.
right before the playoffs as well. But they're still a competent team, and if you catch them on a good day,
Stun ulti ho gaya.
woe betide you.
Yeah.
Kya
Think
kar rahe
about
ho
the
log?
Sentinels team as well. It's all been leading up to this. The big
Bhai, wo
moment
color acha hai na?
at the end of the year. They started their year in
हाँ,
Korea,
क्या
the
like करो, क्या
tournament.
2K,
Now,
5K likes करो.
Look at potentially lift even a trophy, but maybe getting ahead of ourselves here. It's only day one and it's only the first match. Tens punishing the peak there. At least they all pick up onto Munchkin.
Aim hai bhai.
McCage up as well. covering
Kotar
back
bhai ka aim
of
hai.
Tens.
So this is that Viper wall I was talking about. It's designed for A-long control, but they couldn't control the Tens teleports. Very cool anti there, I think, based on where they saw the Viper wall.
Karan, he wants to press forwards. He spots the
Bhai,
barrel. He
big
knows that
house,
there's a
man.
kill to be found. Will claim it. Double peak is up, and the trade in sight here for Sentinels. Seekers considered by Lackey are now offloaded here just for that extra information, but Sentinels are still
ये लोग
working with
तोड़
about
के
a minute on
जाएंगे
the
सी
clock here. They
शायद.
can afford to just slow it all the way.
Meter
down.
punish कर
Here,
सकता है.
again, the risks have to be taken. He's the one pushed past and forwards. Most of his util.
Meter का sound आया left पे
Needs to
reload
find a
का.
kill from it.
Surely he has a free one on
3v3
Tens.
free kill.
Backs to it. He's watching the wrong angle, but yeah, Tens unaware. That could
Killjoy
potentially
ult
be
भी है,
crossed up
Killjoy
here.
ult भी
Sentinels
retake
going
के
for that
लिए.
quick reaction now. Full speed ahead over towards the
ये
seaside.
Genji का round है.
And without Munchkin alive, no Viper orb, C
ये
becomes
Genji का
much
round
easier
है.
to hit.
वो लोग के
But
पास
there's
garage
always
भी
gonna
है.
be that lockdown
Alarm
coming
board.
from garage.
30
How do you
seconds left.
not garage coming from?
Whoa.
What is that kind of placement? Just to make sure that it doesn't get contested.
I mean, Sentinel's going to be pushed all the way up onto
भाई
sight
कोई
here. They can't
long
actually
नहीं होना चाहिए
fall back
करके.
into the long angle flash. Just about dodge here. Second has dropped. This is disjointed here by Sentinels. The aftershock has to get used now. Meteor wrapping behind.
Shot base, shot भाई.
It works to full fruition. GENG.
भाई क्या
Beautiful
दिमाग वाला ulti था
Volley from the
bro.
lockdown as well. I
Yeah.
can't say that I've really seen too many people popping it down there
हाँ
to go for the C
बे.
retake. I was also watching Texture's POV. He had to dodge 2 breach flashes and Lakia's flash as well. He's spinning his crosshair left and right just to try to keep his vision intact so that he can help on the retake.
No
But
jinx.
that's the first one with
Champions में
rifles
jinx
in
नहीं
hand
होता.
that GENG get on the board.
भाई
And it wasn't
अच्छा
looking
लॉकडाउन
great
था
for them
बे.
until
सीलोंग
Meteor
कोई
made
नहीं
that
होना
play
चाहिए.
walking
आधा
down
साइड
mid.
खाली कर दिया वो लॉकडाउन ने.
When you're in a player disadvantaged spot, sometimes you got to take risks like that.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, he's all over the place.
So now Texture with op
Texture
in
बाप
hand,
खेल रहा है
going
ना?
taking that peek towards B as Sentinels look to take some A lobby control.
इधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है अभी.
Black here, side by side. Him and Carol not ready for that one, are they? Zekken just catches one to the temple. Forced to back away. Texture's wondering which way to look.
You see that Tens went for the same teleport again, so every time the Viper wall's been in this spot, Tens has tried to TP into this cubby.
You are 5
But this
seconds
time,
behind. कोई नहीं.
Munchkin wasn't just sat there in the open picking up an ult orb. They actually fought.
Scout destroyed.
Slow and steady. This time, GENG not
अरे यार इसकी.
needing to take too many risky
क्या है
plays.
बे?
wandering
One
forwards here. The
way
ping's gonna be
smoke
dropped at the
किसको
minute mark.
irritating
This
लगता
is
है.
lovely.
हटा
Supplement
ही
to
देना चाहिए
defense.
one way smoke.
But it also stops you getting any further info. I say that, but actually Karen, having gone on top
Look.
here, is still going to be able to get info down
क्या
short.
करेगा अभी नहीं जा सकते
So
शायद.
it keeps 2 players A on the defense side.
BTA
SEN
बे.
are going to struggle to get through that.
They really are.
What are your options now? You haven't gone garage, you haven't broken the Killjoy utility.
Well, Meteor. He's going to walkabouts here. Oh my, almost time for the peak
दो
there.
बंदे spot कर दिया
Yeah,
उसने.
almost there with a punish. Still, drone's going to be used to clear through into mid. Sentinels have only got 30 seconds to really work with into this one. Again, with that player disadvantage, Tens, TP up top and away.
क्या हो रहा है
And he spotted
उसके
these players
साथ?
completely unaware. GENG still lucky. He's got to get a handle onto most of this one.
कैसे?
Caron pressing forward, smokes. Watch for
अय्यो!
GENG have toppled.
That is
भाई,
an amazing
GENG
play from
toppled हो गई
Sentinels.
बे.
GENG
क्या
always flood defend and try to
10 seconds
pre-take
left.
over towards B. Zelsis tapped that knowing it was coming. I mean, he knew with 100% confidence that they were about to push through that smoke. Hard red. There's the advantage of having those VODs to watch from Pacific.
Yeah. Munchkin not interested in playing for this one as well. Just wants to keep the op into the next.
आपका अभी तक
Big tool he's
फायदा
gonna be
हो
using
नहीं रहा है.
For their defense rounds.
मेरे हिसाब से टेक्सचर बाय
Time as well to
सीलोंग
talk about,
जाएंगे
the
अभी.
general
सीलोंग.
feeling heading into this one. It was
2v2
already kind of
होने
mentioned on
वाला
the
है.
desk with the map pool stuff, with Haven being played. It's a map that we haven't seen
Timeout
much
भी
of
आने वाला है
Sentinels
मेरे
at
हिसाब
all.
से.
No.
And there's a reason that they picked it here today. They feel like there's weaknesses to exploit on GENG's side. I would have to agree. When I was watching, it looked like one of the weaker maps for GENG, surprisingly. It was my overall hot take coming into the event that felt like the map pool wasn't quite as
SEN को
sure
क्या हो
as
गया?
people were
SEN
making
पहले
out.
से बाप था bro.
The weird thing about that, though, is I feel like we've seen Haven so little and from so few teams at an elite level,
Oh,
that
अच्छा है
actually
ना
I
ये
still feel
color
like
लेके
Genji's Haven is
वो
up
लोग
there,
का
top 5,
stars
top 3
वाला
in the tournament.
मस्त
I
लगा
mean,
मुझे
maybe I'll change my mind after watching more of other teams play like
तगड़ा मैच है
Sentinels
भाई
here.
लग रहा है
Ascent had only
चैंपियंस
played
लेवल
it
का
once
मैच है
before this, into 100 Thieves, and they lost fairly convincingly.
So it's hard to tell, right?
It's really tough to
हो
tell.
रहा है
Size, yeah.
It's tough to tell who's good on Abyss, obviously, but also Haven at the moment.
भाई ट्रांसफर देखो बे
I think, you know, as we head deeper in this map pool, even more unknowns. The decider, if we got there, would be Abyss.
Oh, Abyss. I mean, I would love to see that map 3. Already into the round here.
please मैंने ना Abyss ने देखना
Quadruple face up in through mid. John QT stepping up late. Looking to send it straight through into the B side as well. But a spam into the smokes, aftershock as well. Nobody's going to be able to press their way forwards and past it. But Tense does get dropped. That spam, I believe, coming out through the smoke. Trailblazer spotting it. Paranoia on in front, out for the back. Nobody's watching this 1 second. He's going to be dropped here, trying to fight for the site control. It's all over the place. Sentinel caught completely unaware, and a spray down transfer just does not connect. Everybody falls once more. This time, it's Sentinels. Drifting back to that spectator seat, and GENG maybe one step closer, making it equalised at the half.
And GENG 1 step ahead there too. Notice how Sentinels were spamming into the smokes, expecting GENG to be set up for that retake, for that flood defense. And instead GENG hold a little further back, not much, but just a little, in order to not die to that early spam and get a big retake off altogether. These minute differences in timings are messing with what Sentinels were expecting. And especially if you get a freebie like that early on. But look how unexpected that timing was for them to go through the smoke.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder just to try and fight for one of the extremities there out towards B. Just the slightest of timings that are off.
And that's how fast GENG adapt from one round to the next. It doesn't take them long.
There's a reason that they've made every single final so far this year. That's an accolade that not many teams at all can even claim.
ये अंदर घुसेगा बाकी लोग ना
Munchkin trying to stop this one as well. Never be push in, spots the player, spamming away. Somebody's to cover this one down and below. Stunned up, matters not. Second, just walking straight into this one. Still Caron is out and away. Caron delivers it side by side.
Last round में समझा नहीं कि GENG का B retake strong है.
And the spike drop down into no man's land. There are no chances left for Sassy.
Another spot where you feel like a GENG player's caught dead to rights, being double swung essentially.
भाई कैरन भाई ऐसा मारता मारता ऐसा फ्लिक मारा ना माउस डायरेक्ट
pulls it
भाग वाले
out
का मुंह पे
again,
गिरा
a
रहेगा
2K.
ऐसा.
Just a slight wiggle of the movement too to
lovely,
shake
man.
off a few bullets.
Yeah.
Watching Caron is a delight.
This guy is so damn impressive, and he's even the one to finish it here.
Karan ke Karan jeet rahe.
Being that scoreline. You are right. You're talking about that Rookie of the Year candidacy. I mean, there's not
all
many
smiles हो रहे भाई. ये problem है कि GENG mood में रहता ना.
I mean, John would be probably second, maybe Woot, it depends what your argument would be. But they're both so far behind Caron, they can't even see him in the race. He's sprinted off into the distance, over the horizon. It would take one of those guys like John or Woot, winning champs, honestly, to overtake him for Rookie of the Year. Like you said, GENG have been in every final.
अभी B नहीं आएगा.
Player basically
A और C में से किधर जाएंगे?
That's insanely impressive.
Yeah, really never seen anything like it.
So 5-5, big recovery from GENG. Yes, they got the pistol, but it looked like Sentinels were in control in these rifle rounds up until recently. Sentinels for a few too many plants on B.
Towards garage. Seems like it's a pretty key part of what they're going for. Looking for a bit of spam into the corners, just in case there is that held. Up angle, Meteor's caught on the cross though. Trying to wade his way past that one. That's a leg shot. John QT barely surviving Seekers. Pushing forwards. Lakia smelling that blood in the water. He definitely wanted to hunt that one out. So it's equalized. 4 versus 4, and it causes that reaction now out of Sentinels, but they're going to be walking again. It's Paranoia, it's an Anaswarm, it's an orb up in their face. Sentinels really don't have too many options here. But
they have to go for the C exec once the orb goes down, but this just becomes so obvious.
I am stuck
their match. It's GENG happily able to just try and fight this one. Forwards, Hunter's Fury though. That was the extra element needed. Lakia right from behind. Texture follows up with a shot and still got to deal with these players. 2v2 now. 36 seconds left. Not enough with the offset of the movement. Lakia will be drop texture 3
कोई निकाल सकता है तो वो texture ही है, लेकिन Tense देख रहा है.
That way, head on a swivel, doesn't know which way to look. It's an impossibility almost at this point, but at least the spike isn't down. It's the one thing working for him, but the weaponry is not. Plant from Zelsis stuck, committed, needs to be held out here. Weak players all around. It's all about this first shot that lands. Finally, needs a second one. Dash now active. Doesn't know where he is, and it's wrapped all the way round.
Oh, tension! Tension!
Walking back into the backside, checking left and right on
fighting.
Pulls out his shorty, thinking that he killed the healthy player, realizes he's wrong, still has time, even when he guesses the angle incorrectly first, to readjust. It's just unbelievable watching these guys play sometimes.
Individual game IQ, it's off the chart.
It really is. You know,
we
can see we've got a
he's
fully in the dark in this spot, and he's got a perfect read on that timing.
भाई वो लोग का रिएक्शन देखो.
Munchkin can't even believe his eyes.
Humble God, बहुत प्यारा बंदा है वो.
What a delivery.
भाई उसका बैग देखोगे ना, उसका बैग में कम से कम 100 प्लसेस लटके. उसके बैग में कम से कम
100. On Haven.
Back का अंदर खाली है शायद.
A 4-player stack on A. This is a hard read. Right, Sentinels have only been going A when they want to finish A. I think that's another flaw a little bit with the way that they've been doing their attack side calling. They're not really taking A control and then pivoting off elsewhere. Maybe this round they will, and maybe that'll be how they convert round 12.
Trailblazer broken, doesn't get concrete information. Just being held here by Sentinels. JungQT. And Zelsist looking to try and break some of this util up through garage, maybe force and pull some of the rotations, but GENG firmly stuck in the mud. They are not drifting away from this A anchoring spot with 4 players ready to receive.
I think if they break the turret, it will have to pull people off A.
That's what they're going to be trying to go for here. JungQT with 40 seconds left.
They didn't move a muscle.
Only just now, Munchkin, a TP at least, it's faked out.
Oh shit.
The hardest of hard reads.
Oh shit.
They think these rotations have occurred, but listen, GENG.
Holy fuck.
They put up all the barricades. They are ready to
Bermuda
receive
square
every single
hai
player. Full line over and through. Lakia inside the cloudburst plays. Once inside of it, the wall up in their face. Sentinels cannot step past it. It's up to Sassy and more. With only 15 seconds to do it.
Oh shit.
Are pretty much entirely ran out. Updraft and away. Fade away with a blade storm. It's a flourish.
आराम से भैया जी.
And only a few
Time buy
seconds
कर लिया.
remain before GENG takes this lead.
Time buy कर लिया. हो गया.
Half of Haven. No time on the clock to play with. 7-5.
कसम.
We stare at.
Incredible end to the half there. The time ended up being the worst killer attempt.
Absolutely insane stuff.
Let's go, GENG!
What a way to open our first game of champs. I feel like this rematch of Masters Madrid finals is delivering. We've seen some awesome stuff.
Yeah, we certainly have. This has just been dominance, and what a return of the fire from GENG after a quite slow beginning, honestly, but unorthodox. But they are in the driving seat here for Haven. Sentinels map pick of our opening match of champs.
वहाँ पे हो रहा है क्या? वो वाली जगह पे?
Let's go GENG. सच्ची? हाँ.
वहाँ पे हो रहा है जहाँ पे तो पहले गया था.
Oh, come on.
ये Valo का है या?
In any condition, guaranteed, and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6, only on Verizon.
Red Bull.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream.
लेकिन को क्या हो गया?
When you're relentless,
okay, we got this.
You can achieve.
क्या to view the stream? To view the stream while an ad is playing, open chat. भाई मैं ad free, मेरा ad free खत्म हो गया chat. मेरा ad free खत्म हो गया. Points दो, thank you. गाइस 5000 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को. लाइक करो. 30 सेकंड है तो हमारे पास कुछ काम नहीं है 30 सेकंड में. वाइसियन यश भाई. हेलो यश भाई. सेन आपकी जो मर्जी, लेकिन सेन जीतेगा. सेन ये मैच जीतेगा वर्सेस जेंजी.
मैं जेंजी के साथ हूं.
जाओ कोरिया जाओ आप. जेंजी की साइड हो तो. जेंजी कोरिया में. पिंकी के वजह से जिंक से बच गया. बाय द वे लव यू बोथ. लव यू वेदांत भाई. जेंजी 50 सब्स दे तो फिर मैं भी जेंजी को अभी सपोर्ट करेगा तो 50 सब्स मिलेगा ही ना. मतलब बेसिकली दिस इज बिजनेस. क्या बोलते हो चैट? पलटू मैं
Haven't really been showcasing much of their maps. I mean, honestly, the case for a lot of teams is, are you okay? Am I being baited? Is that real?
I mean, it's looking real. We'll see. We'll see. Going
Then
into the next
हारेगा
half, whatever's happened down there.
मोह पे काहे flash
Going
मार
into the
रहे
next
हो?
half, though, again, my focus is going to be on pistols. I feel like Sentinels. So I talked a little bit earlier about how good GENG are on the pistol rounds and how important that is. It's one of the big reasons that Vitality have surged forwards in EMEA as well, are those pistol rounds, bonus rounds. Sentinels right now, of all the teams apart from the Chinese squads, who it's difficult to get stats for, they're 12th out of 16 in terms of their pistol round win rate for all of the teams in Pacific, EMEA, and Americas. So that's really rough. If they can't get pistol rounds on the board in this series, it actually might not matter how good their Haven is, how good their Abyss is, if they wanted to close it out maps 1 and 3. You still need those rounds to be able to get your halves off to a good start.
Yeah. Just to take away one of those win cons from this GENG squad that's, I mean, they are determined. They're on a bloody warpath, man, to try and essentially lay claim to a dynasty, I would say, heading into champs. This is a squad that, like we're
Meat trading of SEN on its top. Support करना meat trading होती है. Just sing. तेरी मम्मी तेरे को support करते हैं. Just sing.
Cementing that legacy, that dynasty.
Yeah, we heard earlier today
moment
talking
issues
about legacy
होता है,
because
last
he's going for that
enemy
champions
तब
back-to-back.
होता है.
You know, Sassy for Sentinels also looking for 2 champions trophies. One of only 4 players in this tournament who could.
Calm yourself.
But on the side of GENG, I think if they win champs, maybe if they even just make the grand finals, they have a very solid claim to being the greatest of all-time team. And that's with Fnatic still in this tournament, with a very similar roster to the squad that won back-to-back at Lock-In and Tokyo.
I mean, their consistency is just unheard of, especially with how challenging this year has been. It's a very condensed schedule.
I'm sorry, I'm missing people.
Burn out over a certain amount of time here, but GENG have been looking largely in charge here. The beginning here for our pistol round.
Yes, Admis. Yes, Kebale.
It's all slow for now. Creeping and crawling up through mid.
Chance final, chalo, let's see Fnatic winning.
He's peeking for info on Sentinel's side.
हो जाए 50,000 subs का मैं बोलूँ Fnatic नहीं जीत रहा chance आप बोल रहे हो Fnatic जीत रहा 50,000
subs was intending to updraft onto the high ground inside that smoke.
मैं एक special video dedicated
Cam sees a lot of this info but it's only Zelsis
and 1 year lifetime support.
Can't quite land the one shot that was necessary there, so Zelsis
deliverables
push back that play that's occurring. The timing
और ये दप्पा
right for the taking. John QT's dropped.
So they tap B, fake C, walk in on A.
And it's an open side.
Cypher को flank करके मारना कितनी बड़ी बात है.
Potentially.
Scam. I'm sorry.
But still, Sentinels, they do have that retake. Utility in their back pocket, just waiting for it to potentially come online. 17 seconds.
Omen blinded, ठीक है.
Not too sure for the fault line.
Long
Back
smoke. Omen blind. Bridge stun. Bridge stun किधर है?
These flanking players as well.
Recon कभी आ रहा है?
Find it difficult to get through at least with this wall. But as soon as it goes down, you might see them take that timing.
सब लग गए.
So concerned about these mid.
लग गए GENG को मैं नहीं देख सकता.
Now the time to strike.
GENG के लग गए retake.
Here, TextG is way ahead of it inside the smoke. Any sort of timings the Sentinels were looking to try and take, they've missed it. Already TextG still. Sassy. That's 2. They need more than that. And no one from GENG is willing to even give him it. Ice cold from them, a tap onto the spike. No one out into the open. He has to stick it for the only win con. GENG. Almost inevitable that they claim once more another pistol round here.
And that pistol was remarkable.
कैसे लग रहा है भाई NA? Pacific तुमको मार रही है NA कैसे लग रहा है हाँ?
पार्टी मत बदल.
कैसे लग रहा है NA? क्या तो nearest airport हाँ?
गया ये.
Sorry.
गया ये.
अंदर का Pacific fan जाग गया था. Pacific Pikachu.
A timing. And my God, what a timing Munchkin found.
He
also got in position to throw that orb deep towards CT. As soon as the orb goes down, Karen throws a smoke and Textures inside of it. Every part of that worked beautifully.
Yeah.
The small details are hammered out so well by GENG. They've had a lot of practice, a lot of matches to be played this year.
अपना team है ना bro.
Not willing to throw away that advantage they've got. Winning that pistol round.
Toxic, sorry.
Nice and slow, hoping that Sentinels will peek into them.
The cam from John QT was positioned a little further back in the previous round. it's going to be getting them good information on this side of the map.
Yeah, Trailblazer. Just a check in case there are trips there. Clears the way through
Well.
Second off into the corner. They don't like what they saw. GENG instead now moving over towards the B
Sen
side.
Reed versus GENG
Flash
Reed,
overhead,
guys.
no connection there. Karon will stick this one, and the gamble stack of Sentinels does not work out.
They got Viper Orb onto the plant. No Snake Bite to work with, but double Nano Swarms. As long as Meteor stays alive.
Man, everybody's looking all over the place here. Sassy's way ahead of the rest of his team, looking to try and trade this one. Oh, Lakia! He's right there behind him. All the avenues watched, and everybody falls once more. So GENG, it's flawless on their anti-eco. Again, looking towards that bonus round. It's going to be more than healthy. A kill leader of texture, looking just very much in control. 14-8.
Just took over from Sassy, who's having a remarkably good game out here on Haven. Not enough. GENG failed the first bonus. Even the best teams in the world, by the way, are still winning less than 60% of their bonus round. So it is a difficult round to be able to convert. But GENG with 2 bites at the apple here on this map, and a chance to run away with Haven.
Wall up. It's difficult to get the timing here. Zelsis is holding this fault line, but all the players are already way ahead of him. Sassy.
That doesn't even stop them contacting.
There's no way.
Can't believe they didn't give it away there.
There's no way. They don't even spam. They're just all the way up, and it's all for free here. Paranoia. Flash. It's all offloaded. Concatenated. Out over the top as well. It's down to 10s to hold it. Locking it down.
Akela क्यों है ये side पे?
He's magnanimous. This guy will not be stopped.
भाई
He
बेचारा
denies
मेरा
any
god.
attempt to take that A site.
GENG left scrambling. They should have had that.
A
dash into sight. An amazing flash from Zelsis to actually push them back just a moment. And TenZ recovers after immediately being blinded in the midst of that exec. It's left on the floor in a 2v4.
Love you यार.
That's what Sentinels
69
need.
बोलते.
They're holding this one steady, giving up most of the A sites. Rifles are swapped around, noise is being made. Plant not even pushed back here, so Karon will be able to get that extension into the round.
ये होता है
nicotine.
nicotine.
GENG.
Nice aim.
Sometimes dangerous. You don't want to give them those options and opportunities. Karon inside the smoke, not being cleared out, dodging, weaving, TPing away, still being watched for Meteor. 1v2. Meteor cannot land it. The transfer almost intact, but eventually Sentinels are on the way to a victory.
भाई वो तोड़ना पत्थर तोड़
all of TenZ hard work does not get
पत्थर
discarded
तोड़
at the final hour.
नहीं तोड़ रहा पत्थर तोड़
Down to 3. A little bit of damage done, not too bad for the SEN economy, but they're going to take a tactical timeout here.
It's the first one of the match.
अभी गाली देने वाला था क्या होल्ड किया ना इसने लेकिन
Really beautiful play from TenZ, must be said. Second is struggling. I didn't even realize at this point, to be honest with you, because I felt like he was getting into sights fairly well. But he's 5 and 13.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit.
And Zekon's one of those players.
Team game hai.
Yeah, from a map-to-map basis, maybe you could argue he's slightly
inconsistent.
Only slightly.
But
to be honest,
SEN
in every major tournament, he's always the highest performing player for SEN. And he's actually gone up in terms of his ACS all year. Just tournament on tournament, from kickoff to Madrid to stage 2, putting up better and better performances. So to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, it's a little concerning. But if he wakes up, it could be the difference maker. I think that's something you've got to be taking a look at here, is whether SEN want to get an op into his hands, and whether they can from an economy perspective too. He's been buying the Outlaw in the last few rounds here, but he hasn't quite been where GENG are looking.
भाई ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है कि ये पहला मैप है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि
quite tight for them in terms of them just trying to get that operator. You can see opting even for the Outlaw here, you know, getting that sniper into the hands of at least a Jet player. It's tried and true at this point on Haven. It's got to be a key part of your defensive protocols. But yeah, it's a bit of a bargain.
Night market कब आएगा?
Only the one half armor target.
दोपहर को तो नहीं आएगा.
Yeah, it's unlikely to find too much success. He's also been running at
What
C.
is this power thing that's been pinged out by GENG? It's going all the way through garage and through the back of it.
दोपहर को पूछ रहे night market कब आएगा?
See if they make a go of it. Of course, not running a Killjoy. It's going to be gaps potentially there. We'll see if Sentinels are able to cover it.
Sorry,
Just a look at the other side of the map as well. Recon Dart finally thrown
कुछ
out.
भी कर जीतेगा तो SEN ही.
Because if you throw it out early, the Viper roll is really disguising it. Zekken almost caught contact, and Munchkin's lurked his way up again. I'm not sure which one's even going to be the game changer here, A or C.
Peak as well as Barrels pointing out, trying to bait a shot out. There's no way. There's absolutely no way Munchkin can be blessed like this. Once more! He's walking matching over towards the A site. We're watching a bloody repeat. He's opened it up. Calls for the TP, immediate pivot. Caron, he's straight there with him. Turret broken down into mid here, but the A site is theirs. Now with texture removing John. The mid avenue completely opened up. Uncertainty into the back of Sentinel's minds, but they want to go this one thick and fast. Playing forwards here, at least with the dart in hand. The rifles are not doing enough. It's Sassy and Zelsis up against the world. They're not being given even an easy fight in the slightest. The movement ajar. Forced to save. Zelsis backing away.
That is a brutal decision for Sentinels. Not one that they could have won at all. But their economy's going to be in a really rough state. Zelsis has got a bit of money. So has John. The rest of the team, dirt poor. Think about the way that Munchkin is getting space down short, right? If Sassy throws a recon dart at the start over towards A lobby, Munchkin's just going to play around his wall, and he's going to dodge it, and you're not going to get any good information. In fact, you might get bad info and think it's cleared when it's not. So they need a different way of being able to get information there. You're either going to have to re-clear with the Sova drone from short, or you're going to have Zekken fight that. And Sentinels have not chosen either option. For all that they've got the rounds really close here, I think there's a ton of things that Sen could improve on this map if they ended up rematching GENG later on in the tournament here. Or if they can figure it out mid-game.
Early spam goes either way.
वो लोग को नहीं पता सेकंड के बारे में.
8 health.
वो लोग को सेकंड के बारे में नहीं पता. वो लोग को अभी भी नहीं पता. अभी तो बिल्कुल नहीं पता.
For any sort of mid presence.
One of those spots where you might want to just give the gun over to your teammate. It's rough though, because Zekken really wanted to try to get aggro, but with only 48 health, what can you do?
And already the space is taken up here by GENG. Another perfect read.
Sen को जीतने के लिए चालू करे अपना Jinx power.
It is
FTW. Excuse me.
I think people maybe didn't credit it as much at the start of the year, but defense side hard reads. Attack side, he finds the gaps.
He's incredible together. This guy is just, he's a beast right now this entire year.
He really has been.
Deep flash, fault line onto texture, but there's plenty more util where that came from. Buckets of it.
Blind
for paranoia, just pushing them back
blind
and away. Sentinels be lucky to get anything. Still, Caron drop towards the back texture.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Beast, ace stolen away. Another ace. Got a film for him, man. Got a film for him.
This has been happening in Pacific over and over again. The last ace that Texture got was in April, man. He's had 12 4Ks.
Oh my God.
He's had 12 4Ks since his last ace.
Sorry, Babu bola.
This one should have been it.
It should have been it.
The drought should have finally ended.
नहीं अपना ही टीममेट है टेक्सचर टेंशन
नहीं
अपना ही टीममेट है टेंशन नहीं अपना ही
Can Sentinels find an answer? Now that they've got rifles back in hand, the gap has opened up to 5. It's almost looking insurmountable. It has to be now.
It has to shift now, doesn't it? Updraft dash, up and over. Flash to follow it up as well. Nobody's in sight lines of texture. It's given up almost entirely and it's put the squeeze onto the Sentinels player. They heard all that util. They don't know which way to look and they can't even get the kill drips online. Full line, that's a potential team utility to just colliding and clashing into them. Hunter's Fury, it's panicked, it's offloaded. The desperation does not work out for Sentinels, not this time. They did not know how to react to that.
Very nice pathing to bring out in a crucial round. The Texture's looking to close it.
And he's just showing his face. Right click, but followed up by Lakia. That's the 12th round. GENG one step now. They have to take to lock up this map.
And I think if there was one round you could point to show that divergence of trajectories.
मतलब तुम सोचो कि गराज घुसा है, A-लिंक पे वॉल है, A-लिंक से फास्ट रीटेक नहीं करेंगे, ठीक है? वो स्मोक से जैसे उसने विंडो लिया उसको सिर्फ और सिर्फ बी देखने का है और बाद में वो स्मोक के अंदर से सिटी जा सकता है, स्मोक के अंदर से सी आ सकता है, बी वालों को मार सकता है, जो करने का कर सकता है टेक्सचर।
they've got to try to contest short to make sure Munchkin doesn't go for the lurks, but then they've also got to be able to defend the C site.
Stop shouting. अंकित भाई एक Twitch करके एक जगह है और एक YouTube करके जगह है जहाँ पे आप डायरेक्ट फीड देख सकते हो. Just saying.
Being thrown at them, they do not have the answers on this side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
RGX न्यू नाइफ लिया नहीं, मैं चैम्प बंडल के लिए पैसा सेव कर रहा हूँ.
With again,
अभी तक मैंने 120 रुपीस सेव किया.
Bulldogs, Guardians in play, but just the ideas that you were mentioning, they can't contest with Munchkin. He's been able to get free reign over the A side, these lurks and timings he's taking. And it's so hard for Sentinels to control this one. Typically, you'd want to do it with potentially like a jet op, but they haven't been able to get money together. And even if they did, there's a vibe wall in their face.
Exactly. Yeah, I must say that as well. Even if Zekken does fight short against that Viper wall, it's really tough.
Yeah.
You have to be very smart, but also very aware that you can have that Viper wall dropped on you at any moment.
Pinky gift करेगा ना वो तो हाँ बोला तो है उसने on stream.
You know, our best duelists in the world can take those fights, and Zekken is capable of doing that kind of stuff. But Sentinels have decided they need him in garage, maybe to try some kind of early peek.
A lot of players going to be watching that. GENG. That's Paranoia primed and ready in case there's that early aggression. Contact plays are called. And this is GENG looking for that closer. No signs over towards garage.
OT or
they set it over towards the B site. Celsius is watching this. Smoke up in his face. Flash up and over, Karen with a TP, and even a committal to the plan, but that's an aftershock to push him back and away. Dash still there, Zekken spots it, here's the one, but nobody's giving him an easy fight. Meteor dashing and backing away, still with his B-side control, texture, he's put straight past it, and in front of that whole line, still won't survive. That's with the trade there, flash in and through, over the back, 4v4. Plant down, Norofef gives him that information, and a site hold might be exactly what GENG are looking to cook up. Munchkin still with that orb up in their face. Dart and a Paranoia follows through, flooding back and away. Side players cleared up, rolling front. They're committed now to the front. Sentinels have got to try and strike at least one of the irons hard and try and find these kills. There's one, two left to deal with. Finding them one after another.
Around exactly when they needed it. Just as GENG had got up to map point. We saw the same level of ideas from GENG there. Going for the BXZ, okay, that gets stunted by an aftershock from Celsius. Let's try to pivot.
Why they playing on retake? Proper retake wala plans
by Celsius. Then the breach ult is online. It's just a massive round from the Vibes Merchant. Selin wins as well here, but he needs to be doing more of it. The whole team needs to be doing more of it. It's not just down to him.
No, I can't really focus on individuals, despite the fact, you know, Zekken is sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's been a while. He's even got a kill. It's more just the ideas going amiss. Offer any sort of bailout.
At the same time, you do want to be putting your duelist in a position to influence the round, right? And so the fact that we haven't really seen Zekken in those spots is a bit concerning. You know, again here, he's looking to try to find fights over towards B, and GENG are heading in a different direction.
Trailblazer is never getting broken. It's just being given free reign to clear the way. Good space for GENG.
I think you're worried in that kind of spot if you break the Trailblazer. The texture's right behind it.
And that's an interesting peek. Still Zekken makes the adjustment. Snaps it to the cranium, and there is the value. Had to come about through that sheer mechanical skill.
Here comes Munchkin. He's trying one of these classic A-lurks. Tens has been watching for it. He refuses to get duped again.
But there's a chance for the timings to be missed here. And which way is he gonna look? Adjustment again.
Good one.
Mirrored plays from Tens and Zekken.
Double lurk.
Pushes GENG back. It's just lurks on lurks. Yeah.
It's the same again. Lurk up A and lurk up C at the same time. One gets broken, the other doesn't.
Yeah. Trip broken. Meteor has got an open side for them.
3v5 technically निकाल सकते हैं position
They're not going to
है.
close out the map here, surely.
But it's GENG. You never know with this team.
है.
They really shouldn't.
Delay nades भी
utility for Celsius. Sassy's going to have recon coming back online, but you probably don't want to wait for it.
And there's the first Shocky. Preemptive, at least with the debt. So one of the Nana Swarms is off. Meteor finds it, still traded. Charon. That's a sweep from behind here now, the backstab, but maybe just pushing back and away. Lakia needs support and he needs help. This is even going to be doable. Flash in through the box. Smoke is up in his face. A tap in his way. That's a bit of spam to follow up. Charon. And now a lot more to do. Spike being diffused. Stuck fully in Tens there to defend him.
अब इसको प्रमोट कर थर्ड मैच जाएगा ये एक्चुअल में जा सकता है एक्चुअल में जा सकता है मेरे रीजन की वजह से
6 chances for GENG to close. Now down to 4.
Vishal, bye. Thank you for the membership.
Both times, happy to allow GENG to get into the site, but then making sure that they deal with any extraneous threats. I mean, in this situation, they had a big player advantage too. It was a nice shot from Zekken. He's going to now pick up the operator heading into round 21. This is, I think, the first time that we've seen him with op in hand, right?
Yeah.
He had 2 outlaws earlier.
It's definitely been rough
to
salvage that money together, but he's found many targets, still a smoke in his face.
सारे one taps में तुम लोग को slow motion
giving that early sight line. Texture's even watching just in case he is updraft up onto the box. They don't like what they see. They got to know that the money is available for that operator. It should be at the back of their minds as long as they're looking at the scoreboard.
That flash down A short, and now the Trailblazer indicating that Munchkin did not find an early tag. Sentinels were not sure, but now they should have a good idea that this is actually the pack of GENG.
How do you anchor it? Locked down, it's unconventional. Doesn't really stretch all the way out towards this A side. Sassy, drone.
Oh, do dikke.
Spots it. They're wondering if this is potentially fake. Pressure, Tens overstaying it, just about escaping. 50 HP though, and now it's being fully committed. The Molly at their feet as well. They are separating these players, picking them apart. Nobody is allowed to get his side. And Tens has got to make a play. He's already found it, whipping it around. Meteor, rifle in hand, leaving it to the 2.
GG, bro.
And only the Blade Storm.
GG.
A rifle for John QT. They're going to need to be handed a couple of easy kills, but Meteor will not give them
Pacific bolte!
To finish up the map, Haven is theirs.
Easy. Easy, easy, baby, easy.
Sentinels with a map pick that I think made some degree of sense. They had the VOD advantage, the tape advantage, and could try to anti-strap what GENG were bringing. At the end of the day, those holes though, ironed out, and Texture looking fantastic with over 300 ACS to open up champs.
Yeah, unreal performance by Texture, who's looking to really just grab not just another trophy, but also that undisputed title. We've still got plenty more of the series.
भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, पिकम्स थोड़ा सा चेंज कर सकते हैं क्या अभी ऑन स्ट्रीम?
नहीं, हो गया ना, फाइनल।
वो है क्या वो थॉर्न्स वो है क्या नया उसका एबिलिटी क्या तब तक स्ट्रीम लाइक करो मैं फट से है ना तब तक एक काम करता हूँ मैं थोड़ा सा पैसे डाल के ना एड फ्री ले लेता हूँ आई थिंक आई विल बी नीडिंग माय कार्ड कितना है $12 अ मंथ
पेपाल है ना
पेपाल में मेरा वो है कि नहीं पता नहीं कार्ड कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है ना चैट वहाँ पे और मेरा वो लेके ना कार्ड वाह टीवी के बाजू में मेरा वॉलेट है वॉलेट अरे रुकना तो इस कीबोर्ड पे क्यों डालती इतना जगह है
मैं चप्पल में गिर गया
Let me buy some. अरे ये रहा ना UPI. Continue. पेटीएम नहीं है. Verify है. भाई मेरे पास पेटीएम नहीं है मैं कर सकता हूँ क्या? I doubt.
नहीं.
User has not completed transaction. कहाँ से कंप्लीट करूँ? नहीं रे पेटीएम नहीं है मेरे को वही करना पड़ेगा. पंकी लेके आना. Let's go PayPal. PayPal. यार तुम लोग को दिख तो नहीं रहा है ना मेरी गाफ लग जाएगी. नहीं दिख रहा नहीं दिख रहा. तब तक 4K लाइक्स करो मैं फट फट एड फ्री ले लेता हूँ. कार्ड एंडिंग है ई कार्ड तो है ही नहीं. ऐड कार्ड. एक सेकंड चैट डिटेल्स डाल रहा हूँ. भाई कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है ना स्क्रीन पे. पैच कार्ड डिटेल्स में गाफ फटती है बे. 10 बार चेक कर रहा हूँ मैं, कुछ नहीं दिख रहा ना. फोर 4126 एंडिंग के कार्ड की. OTP 036. ठीक है हो रहा है. नेवर हो रहा है चैट, हो रहा है. गिव मी लाइक 10 seconds. ट्रांजैक्शन वाज डिक्लाइंड. क्यों भाई, ये क्या है? ठीक है. पांचू मेरा पेपाल. मंथ लीक. अरे मत करो ना यार, तुम लोग कुछ भी लिख रहे हो. हो गया बेबे.
Out, they managed to plug the holes and they walk away with the win.
And I think we did see those issues to start. I think Sentinels had a lot better solutions to A lobby control on their attack. They were getting a lot of early advantages because of that. But then it was these GENG retakes on their defense that I think defined their game with a lot of really fast adaptations, Clint.
No. They do a really good job of coming up with unique ideas on the fly. There's so many rounds where they're just like coming at you from angles you're not expecting.
At the same time sometimes.
Yes, exactly. Like they're really good about coordination. One of the best things that GENG has in their arsenal is that they are extremely patient and they are always trying to work together, always trying to make sure that their retakes are in unison, that the players are swinging together, all those things. That's what it's made them. One of the things that has made them so good.
One of many.
One of many.
The casters were talking about this, but I think they did a really good job of varying the pace at their retakes. We saw a lot of those fast flood defenses that they're known for, but also a lot of slower rounds where they were leaning into those set retakes on B, on C that were also really effective. Sentinels in Madrid was known as a team that was great at disrupting teams' retake attempts, and I think it was really impressive how GENG was able to shut that down and still find success on these set plays.
Yeah, I will say one thing. When we swapped sides, though, when we were seeing Munchkin with those lurks, I mean, that was devious.
हाँ चैट, इस बार नहीं है क्या विक्टोरिया टेस्ट पे? बिग्स कम टू LA साथ में. Excuse me.
This Haven, like some of the maps where he has a little bit more room and maneuver kind of thing, but it's because he does such a good job preparing. He works his absolute butt off studying these teams. Like they talked about it in Shanghai where everybody else is playing ranked and grinding, and he's out there with an iPad just watching teams 16 hours a day, just trying to get reads on them. So that's part of the reason he's able to do some of these lurks.
And I mean, some of these rounds GENG were winning were unreal. The and this texture clutch that we just watched were stolen, quite frankly. But it just shows that, well, GENG is known for the honest Valorant, the really good setups and team play. Their individuals are ridiculous to pull rounds like that off. If those two clutches didn't come through, this would have been a lot closer a game, and I think we're given a lot more opportunities for Sentinels to build some momentum into this.
Yeah, well, and that goes back to what we talked about in the pre-show, that GENG wins round, they have
Cat 4K like को सिर्फ
this happened in the pistol, it happened in that round with texture, 3 HP. He's the one peeking those angles with the ops too. They're holding in one case, Ten's just holding that angle, and texture still wins that battle. That's how fast he is. And moments like that is what make this team so difficult to go against, because you can be as prepared as you want, you can set up great crossfires, you can do a lot of good things, and GENG can still break you.
I do think it does bear mentioning, though, that this was kind of something we saw in Americas is a problem for Sentinels. These slow starts. In their 2 matches that they ended up losing, they only won 2 pistol rounds in them. And it was the same here. They're losing out on pistols. They're starting slow. They're not getting the opening picks and setting, I think, Zekken up for those big moments he's known for. And this is a really scary prospect, I think, now going into in map 2 against a team who looks like the best in the world.
Well, you know, you mentioned Zekken. I think it's you
How much
saw
for Phantom
the,
only
his
pata
stats
nahi.
at the
Kal
bottom
aayega
there.
na,
I think
malum padega.
it wasn't, you know, like bad necessarily from him, but it was what you were saying.
I think it was by his standards. He's normally lights out.
Well, I was going to say that we praised him for his consistency, but something you had noted was he never really had an opportunity to like get going, you know? And I think that, again, is just another credit to GENG for being able to identify that, shut it down, and handle business.
Yeah, I mean, there were rounds like in the final round. He had the blade storm and stuff, but the round's basically over by the time he
membership.
He's doing such a good job of picking players apart, finding those early picks. I mean, the first blood percentage for GENG has been through the roof throughout this entire unit. It's not just texture, it's everybody on that squad is really good finding those first bloods. We saw with the Munchkin Lurks, Meteor does a great job with it, anchoring sites as well. So all of those things create tremendous problems for any team they go against, whether it be Sentinels or anybody, and you're left scrambling to try to find answers.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I think it goes without saying that this GENG team is so well put together. But now, let's go ahead and see what we're going to get as we get ready for map number 2, Ascent on the horizon here. You know, with Ascent, not much changes with this, right? Because we know what that bog standard is usually going to be. But again, you look at this, you look at GENG and the way they're playing. I mean, this is dangerous territory right now for Sen.
It certainly is, but Sen is starting on the defense. I think the biggest win conditions for them to get online here is number 1, getting Zekken back into positions where he's getting opening kills, get that operator online. If he gets into the groove...
Chat. How about... देखो मेरे को 1 लाख प्राइज मनी का टूर्नामेंट तो करने का ही है, ठीक है? हाउ अबाउट आई डू अ मिनी चैम्प्स बंडल गिव अवे टूर्नामेंट, ठीक है, जिसमें सिर्फ 12 टीम्स रहेगी, ठीक है, और जो टीम जीता वो पूरे टीम को चैम्प्स बंडल, क्या बोलते हैं? लेकिन वैसा चाहिए 5 प्लेयर, तो 5 अलग अलग रैंक के लोग रहना चाहिए, 1 आयरन, 1 सिल्वर, 1 ब्रॉन्ज, 1 प्लैट, 1 गोल्ड। जो लोग गोल्ड के ऊपर है वो लोग अपने घर से पैसा मांगो और खरीदो चुपचाप, ठीक है? मतलब तुम लोग अच्छे लोग हो, वैसा। क्या बोलते हैं? It will be known as the most cutest tournament. स्मर्फ आए तो बैन सीधा पट से, मैं कौन सा उनको कुछ देने वाला हूँ? स्मर्फ तो मेरे को मालूम ही पड़ेगा भाई, मैं खेल चुका हूँ, भले मैं अभी रेडिएंट नहीं हूँ, मैं खेल चुका हूँ रेडिएंट लेवल में। मेरे स्मर्फ आएगा तो मालूम पड़ेगा, मेरे को मूवमेंट से मालूम पड़ेगा। पाकिस्तान से भी आ सकते, कहाँ से भी आ सकते?
Big opportunity for the Sentinels.
बैन क्यों दिया यार मेरे को? मैंने नहीं दिया भाई। ब्रो मैं एसेंडेंट में हूँ, मेरा क्या घर से मांगो?
We heard it from the coach. The only team who has beaten GENG at a global event. If they could get their revenge to start this champs run in Seoul, would be massive.
I don't have any team. I'm in bronze 3. Friends बनाओ भाई, friends बनाओ. L plan लग रहा है भाई, cute लग रहा है मेरे को plan. मजा आएगा.
And GENG are the heavy favorites here. I mean, this is an Ascent map that they are potentially the best in the world.
Falak आपको special entry for cute says Falak so direct वो ना.
As much as there's not been a lot of take on them with this comp, it is not a good map right now for them. They have to come out with some miracles, and it has to start here with the pistol round.
They've gone for that double sheriff approach.
Short touch. भाई जेंजी फॉर्म में भी
not work out in their favor. Play it as a
भाई जेंजी का मैप भी है ये और इसमें हम लोग ने टेक्सचर के फ्लिक्स भी देखे
how can I go for a lurk against this?
Easy Genji बोलते हैं क्या?
It's a decent counter to what Munchkin was doing on the previous
current
map.
rank
But also the fact that the wall is used so early, generally you want to be playing slow attack sides against the deadlock. And the wall struggles to get value.
Lakia might be considering a drone up close here. John, was that a grab net? Slow down the approach here. There's a flash overhead as well, but now looking to try and anchor back in a way. Sassy supplementing it. Couple of shots now fired off and Rasseled in through the smoke. No punish just yet. Still dropping down low, but it all lays down now into the lap of John QT.
Proper करेंगे camera रहना चाहिए. Camera के साथ stream वैसा.
Skipping a hot right through, and it does set up the bait and
camera POVs लेंगे
Happy to
लोगों का.
oblige straight in there. Now the plant coming online.
Zelsis coming around behind as well. Are they going to think about B main when they just exec from this?
Frostbite, it should be nice. Not quite. Munchkin was the only one to actually collect any sort of B main presence. Now walking his way through, baiting, Texture, dropping back and away, Texture and Kieron. These guys have been difference makers. And once more, they've got to stand to the test here. The dart is avoided and dodged to the back, and the shots just not connecting for Sassy. Only 4 HP and a dream it will just remain to be. It's a Vista of Genji.
What about Diamond?
For this squad.
पहला plan तो यहाँ तक
3 out of 3 in the series. I think it would be. I am out. I think it would be wrong to say that Haven came down to the pistol rounds. I think Genji were the better team there. But an entire series where you don't win pistols is almost impossible to win. SEN need to be working on these.
अभी कैम तक करके हमको पता चला ना यार एक्सिट कौन है.
Genji managed to close it out there towards the end as well, just hitting good shots, double body shots all over the place with those sheriffs.
कभी-कभी लगता है मैं toxic. कभी-कभी.
Gamble here by Sentinels. Knife not dodged just by Zelsis, I believe. He's the only one who
looks like he's suppressed right now. करो. गेम के बीच में फुफू कर रहा है.
Hoping that Genji might just walk into it, but
yeah,
listen, they weren't born yesterday, but this team are too diligent.
It's quite a nice trap play though, because if the cam is found over towards B, you're expecting trap plays to be run off the Cypher cam usually, and this one's off deadlock contact, so I think there's a chance that it gets value, especially considering Munchkin and Karen's positioning.
यहाँ पे SEN हारी ना deadlock की वजह से.
They're not taking an inch.
SEN ने कभी मेरा बात
no steps forwards.
सुना ही नहीं यार.
Waiting it out. Making high
basic rule of VALORANT.
A series of unknowns
basic
going
rule.
their heads.
Fuck deadlock.
Tens takes contact. This whole trap is going to fall to pieces.
Paranoia in his hands. He's just jiggling out with the util. Does get a good connection. 3 players going to be pushed back and away, and a TP as well for himself. Just to disengage. Grab net. Calling. The play is made. Kieron! You're going to be choking. That's what that sheriff in hand. Goodness me, even when the ideas are good, even when they try and go for the preemptive strike, it's still not good enough. I gotta see that again. Show it from his POV or something, man. I mean,
the amount of 4Ks that we're seeing coming out from GENG as well, where one player just steps up and takes over the round. Karen's got 8 kills already. What on earth are we watching? And that means they've got 3 rifles for the bonus too. I mean, take a look at these shots. Gravnet comes out.
Dude, I mean, come on. I know it's against an eco, but still, as a Gravnet, he's locked down in place.
Yeah.
He's ice cold.
Sentinels, Odin comes online for Sassy. He can try to reinforce the B site. It's super difficult to get through right now. A nice shock dart from Lakia as well. Getting rid of that sonic sensor. I don't think John pulled it back in time.
Deadlock is
B looks devastatingly difficult to hit though, especially if Sassy was Odin wallbanging this, but he is rotating off.
Timing potentially missed there for Sentinels up through mid. GENG
जाएंगे fast में
the makings of a B split. A lot of pressure and asks onto Zelsis.
So the cam covers this. Off cam contact, Sassy can spam. But it's not a great spam angle. It's good for damage, not good for kills usually.
Tags on the setup is going to be dropped down and away here, walking through.
I say that.
Just through the choke point. GENG's still going to get easy access though to that B site. So will be online and inside for them. Second, biding his time, hoping that somebody will just open themselves up. But as the doors drop down, Texture, you got to be joking.
You're not allowed to do that.
There's no way. Running and gunning inside the cloudburst, taking names. 4v4. Too much to clear, surely. Meteor crouched up. This is unorthodox in terms of the angle, and of course it is. Rips them all away.
Bye.
Dismantling all of the trap setups here.
2-0,
taking out the cam early, making sure that Sassy doesn't have that wallbang spot. He goes over, gets a kill in the other side, and then GENG pulling kills out of really unexpected spots. The one from Texture, I'm sorry, that one's illegal. That one is illegal. But Meteor's play as well, it's so nice. They've got Karen ready to back him up if indeed he needed it. Texture is also there playing aggro. It's not just a solo play, that. And yet, even if it was a solo play, he still would have won the round for them. That's the power of this GENG team.
Right here.
Each of their players has got such a nice read on the game.
We don't remember enough
what player development they've done too. Meteor was a bit of an all-aim, no-brain duelist player before he joined this team.
Certainly was.
Now, all of the aim and a brain to match.
Yeah, and a team as well that's just right there beside him. All on the same page. Cooking up plays together. They're aware of just any obstacles that might face them as well. You can see it just the way that they even approach rounds like this. Against an eco round, a lot of teams will sometimes just run it straight into a site, full disrespect. But GENG, they slow it down. They make sure that they can methodically try and pick apart what these Sentinels are doing. If there were any concerns, I think, about GENG potentially being shaky and home soil and a home crowd. Listen, that was kind of pushed back at Shanghai when they were literally the villains. All the way through, it's an open side again over towards A.
Close.
Yeah, what incredible range of emotions that they will have experienced in their last two international events.
Bhai, GENG 2-0
Madrid, a crowd
karne
that was
wala
neutral
Sentinels
towards
ko.
them. Shanghai, a crowd that disdained them, I think. And then here, where they're the hometown heroes.
The idols, man, on the big stage.
I was walking in today,
and
as they rolled up, some fans, it's
चैंपियंस हो रहा है भाई. मेरे को एक बात बताओ, मेरे को एक बात बताओ. नॉर्मल कॉमन सेंस, सबसे बड़ा वैलोरेंट स्पोर्ट्स का टूर्नामेंट, सबसे बड़ा जो साल में एक ही बार होता है, जहाँ पे लोग फ्लाइंग करके आते हैं और सारी प्रो टीम्स मिलके साथ में खेलते हैं, वहां पे नॉकआउट राउंड क्यों रहेगा? मतलब एक गेम खेल के रिटर्न जाओ पांच और दूसरा साल आओ, नशा कर रहे हो क्या?
The dream
common
of the
sense,
trophy.
Common sense.
They've already done it once. First time it's been done for Pacific. That was GENG who did it. Despite the expectations, I think most of us were probably looking towards a team like FPX, maybe even DRX at points to be that team. But they've had a crazy story from the beginning of this year where the expectations were honestly at their lowest tier, and a lot's going to be asked for. Again of 10 to smoke down. What is that? Adjustment and expectation, but Texture is already in through the site. And the main players happy to fire through and follow up on all of it. So despite the heroics, it might not even be enough here for Sentinels. No command. Supers its way, but finally fading. And
guess
very
karo
deep
ki
lockdown
wo
is going
log
to be used by Meteor.
itna fast kaise ghuse? Guess karo.
Drone broken, slide tag, double faced up and out, but just missing a shot.
Are they even going to get out?
I don't know. Detainment on the three. Yeah, or three.
All three
time to hunt.
detained.
It's time to chase. They know it. They can feel it. Texture. Time waits out. Oh my! Barely skirting away. It's going to be a comedic finish at around here, potentially. A punishment in sight. There's still time here for Sentinels to make a play towards this one, but Zekken retaken, but the operator again adds another level of difficulty.
Zekken बोल रहा मैं short वाला देख रहा हूँ.
That late backstab that might be occurring from Meteor. Is it going to be caught? Celsius sticking out onto the fuse half already. He's brought that win con, covering for it over the shoulder. Celsius dropping him.
There is no way
That's ridiculous.
the Sentinels have just won a round where all three of the retakers got detained. There is no way that I just watched that.
Deadlock, that is the right answer.
There's no chance. I must have got something wrong. Surely that was John Cutie's ultimate. What?
The
brain is baffled and befuddled.
Starting with 10s, this guy here. I said he's going to have to do a lot there in that spot, and he did. He delivered. He got the two that was needed. As soon as the detainment wasn't followed up on, Offered up an easy kill onto Texture.
I mean, it's not like Texture really could have followed up on it, I don't think.
It's so far away.
All right, so that's a bizarre round for Sentinels to get on the board. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that one again. Certainly not replicable, if you want to talk about that. But they keep the Odin, it's magnificent for their economy, which could have been shattered.
Always a way, start gassing up a team in terms of the storylines about them lifting trophies, and then watch the fumble in place. Operator held, but not the back. Still a few shots fired off as well. That drone has to be broken. Celsius locks it down, holds the line, and now evacuates back and away. An adjustment but bullet straight through the wall, and spam from the Odin will supplement all. That is it. Sentinels complete control of this B site. Spike dropped down, and with the trip alerting them exactly to where Munchkin's presence is. It's another round that's inevitable here for Sentinels, and at least that second one, Justin Flip missed.
जो 5-0 होने के बाद 6-0 होने वाला था, वो 4-2 हो रहा है.
It is inevitable.
It should be, unless you give him the ones. We're blinded up. Ten's happy to just jump on the chance and pounce straight into mid. So maybe this is what we were looking for from Sentinels.
That was a better defensive setup. When you're running a Cypher deadlock composition, I think most of the time you're going to be wanting to try to hit them as they come through choke points or as they hit your utility. You're looking to follow up on trips, on stuns, to op them or own them before they even exit and get into the site. That's one of the rounds where we actually see Sentinels comp functioning. And because Celsius was able to win a really crucial against Meteor too. So what have GENG got?
No comments.
It's going to be Zekken looking towards top mid, hoping they can get a cheeky one at the beginning against somebody like Meteor.
Drone up though. This will push him back. It needs to be broken by the rifle fire, but it's not done in time. And almost a punishment there. It was an over the top with the knife, almost getting that suppression off. He wouldn't have been able to escape.
Look at this deep trip though. The trip is not where that shock dart just went for it. It's all the way close towards mid. Almost right where Meteor's back was.
Yeah, so Luckiest shock darts that he's fired off, offloaded into mid. Not going to be getting too much value. Tens has to use the TPs, barely out of dodge. Annihilation, there's a connection. Molly down and
that's
through.
the spike.
Texture has to drop them. He's through and out. They're going to try and flood themselves in. GENG happy to fight them straight back at you. Second, Bladestorm now increasing that tempo and even offered up a rifle. Charon now with the plant. 2v3.
मेरा face देखो guys, ये deadlock का face है.
Inside, but jumps round and through and away with a right click. Zekken, he's on his way to an ace.
Deadlock जैसे pick होता है मेरा face ऐसा होता है.
He's got that backup plan and policy. Charon still going to be nested up, holding deep tucked onto the A side. It's a difficult player to try and clear. And Sentinels now making a call to double up. They don't have to die. It's 20 seconds until that arrives, and it's going to be too late if they try and wait this one out and through. Time already ticking. Smoke is just mind games from Charon, making them spam away, and they got to stick this one here, and they still haven't found it. Wincons are just dashed away to the win. Time, and there is no time. Ticking at this point. Sassy knows it. GENG with their 5th.
We are seeing some
भाई
ridiculous situations watching Lakia be taking out Karen with the Hunter's Fury towards the end, but just making sure that Silver Up was in play. Just in case his Smokes player fell in hell. GENG take another one. And this is a round where it looked like Sentinels, again, their system was working. They got the annihilation off. It grabbed a player with the spike. But I don't think they were anticipating as heavily that it was an A split and someone could retrieve that player.
आज heavy teammating है लाकिया के साथ.
Pulled out of Shelop's grasp at the final moment.
आज लाकिया के साथ heavy teammating है chat.
When Munchkin, I think, is the player to watch here. That null command is spectacularly powerful against Sentinel's composition. And you see here that John has put his stuns on the exact opposite side of the map.
Hoping if the ult does get ripped off out towards the A site, they'll be able to at least play around, like you said, the sensors, the stuns.
In some sense, Celsius is the bait here. He kind of wants to be seen, be shown, and then you run into A and forget about the deadlock util.
Right here.
Knife over the top. That's a tag out through main. Darts. Meteor barely alive. Dyson with death there, buddy. Drop down to 8 health. Will be able to survive though, and now regroup with the rest of his team.
भाई मैथ्स वाले को कोई बुलाओ.
Watch out for these sensors.
Exact 8 HP पे कैसे
The pressure's
बचा?
going to be on immediately.
कितनी टांग मारी, कितनी बॉडी
What have they
मारी.
got to even answer this? Flash clear. Cam over the top here, no command as well as the dart. Does reveal all. Both players, in fact. Tens and Zeltis, the position is noted, recognized, stunned up, but there's no follow-up. Tens, he can't take these easy fights. He's worried about it. He swung from main as well, picked it apart. I mean, methodical is what you call that. GENG, there was no easy access, no fair fight to be taken for the anchoring players. Dodging and weaving the entire way through.
The GENG protocols on the attack, when they hit the A site, they're magnificent. They're always guns out, not scaling too deep into the site, holding, waiting for that peek from the defender, holding heaven, waiting for the backup to arrive. You know, making sure that they're not caught in transition, running forward, trying to rush things.
It's the little jiggles of movement, just trying to bait them out, and it just makes the anchoring players feel so alone.
Yeah. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from left side, from right side Jenny. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from Dice. And the whole time, GENG are actually just making you afraid, making you swim, and then ready to punish you. It's really excellent stuff. All the best teams in the world are going to have some level of that approach to the A site, but GENG looking perfect with it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things anyway that makes them best in the world on this map. I think they're demonstrating it here.
Attack में शायद से काम आ जाए with the.
You're noticing as well that the deadlock, I gotta say, it's finding very little value.
Yeah.
The walls, it's difficult to find a good timing to use that mesh barrier, or barrier mesh, sorry.
+1.
Because Munchkin's happy to call a slow round, where it just expires. So if you use it in the mid round, okay, that's fine, but GENG are probably going to pivot in another direction.
Yeah.
And the stuns, I mean, in that round, null command comes through. There's double stuns on site.
But it doesn't matter.
No possibility of a follow-up.
It just doesn't matter.
At that point, they're cosmetic.
Yeah.
Plus omen blind.
Tens when that hit was coming through. Not sure what ended up happening. Even if he had smokes available, I think null command would have stretched past him, would have prevented him from being able to anchoring main side. But you can feel it when he doesn't have the util available, when they're all cut off and away and suppressed. They couldn't take the fight by swinging out from Gen to try and play off the stuns in the first place. GENG looking unstoppable on Ascent, as we were all kind of expecting.
I think there are things that Sentinels can adjust here, though. First of all, they could try doing some reclays over towards A main with Gravnet and a Paranoia, something like that. Alternatively, if they wanted to fight over tree control, that would be another good adaptation, I think, because GENG have been doing a lot of A splitting.
Yeah.
And the other thing they could try to do is tuck Zekken in the box at back heaven with his operator.
Well, you say that.
When the hit comes through, he's there ready to collect.
They are pinging that spot already, GENG, heading into this round.
I think that's because Karen is about to ult over there, though.
Okay, all right. Show me something, GENG. Show me what you've been cooking. Oh, might be that potential for
Send comeback Israel, just wait and watch.
Early Paranoia. Lets him take that control out towards A. Tens in for wide. He's in danger though. Has to dodge and around way. Can't survive it. Karen out the back. John QT. That's a bullet to the brain. Him dropped off now. There's possibilities and options are now opening themselves here for Sentinels. The barrier mesh not to be broken. Doesn't even stop the bullets as well. Still with our sight lines just being set by these Sentinels players.
Reposition भी नहीं कर सकता हूँ. खुद अटक गया है chat.
Great adaptation from Sen.
Chat,
surely GENG can't recover it.
There's no way.
I mean, John is stuck here.
They know where he is. There's a now swarm to try and clear him out of that corner.
If it hadn't missed, John would be a dead man.
And he has called for the reinforcements. Two players ready to at least swing off his contact. Dart is broken here and through John. Finally delivering the reset from Meteor. Not enough to see. He can at least find a way to pave his way to that victory in the round. So Sentinel are still alive. Every single round is just on the precipice. It's almost incredibly labored, but they are managing to string them together.
Yeah, and I think you got to credit the tactical timeout there. They get Tens into Wine. Could he have been cleared? Absolutely. Should Texture have maybe waited a second for the fragment grenade to come through? Yeah, also. Yeah. But Tens does get the value from his positioning there. And on top of that, there are multiple layers of backup. John is fighting it. Zekken's got the op there too. And now Zekken makes his way over with the operator to Cat. Like I said, this is a spot that GENG have been walking down. If they feel bold enough to go for something where, you know, they can smoke off tiles and have him peek towards top mid, Zekken could try to get more bold than he is. Problem is, normally you need teammates to help you, and this is quite a passive comp.
Yeah.
You don't have
क्या लगता है
a KO
5 राउंड
player
जीतेगा
or a
क्या
Killjoy
क्योंकि
player
मेरे
that
हिसाब
really
से
wants
5
to
राउंड
be
जीतेगा तो
holding
फिर
angles for your op.
निकाल तो सकते हैं गेम अटैक में.
GENG just trying to sow a bit of confusion into this round. They've already inserted Karen
This
right at the
SEN
beginning. He
attack
has
भी strong
A
है.
main control. Now looking to see if they can break some of this util towards B, farm up the orbs.
And if he does farm the orb, he'll have the null command.
Are you going to try and fake this one or what? No, Texture's back up towards
because
mid.
Because Munchkin didn't have ult to start the round, Xelsis is not in an anti-KO ult spot. You know, both Sentinels are playing next to their utility, which means null command is used and all of it goes offline.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to worry about that
क्या
one.
मेरे को एक चीज देखने का था पता है क्या?
That A side as well, again being called, but it's 30 seconds now into the round.
एक चीज देखने का था कि दो सेंटिनल ना दोनों का एक यूटिल एक साइड पे होता कि सप्रेस होएगा ना तो भी एटलीस्ट दूसरे का सामान आएगा.
Slacker players are Sentinels.
First time the wall's in the right spot.
Yeah, and there it is, dropping them off here with an ult command. It's going to be sweeping through now, darting around to the side. Texture is not watched for. This guy was already just fast up onto the line, and with all the util down, again, you might as well roll out the red carpet. Plant down now. GENG are ready. They've got the protocols in place just in case there are signs of that util. Meteor holding it tucked up close as well. There's no follow-up. Again, still up and over. Able to trade it. The door into their face and a full sight defense occurring here by GENG. Nobody looking to try and repurpose.
Deadlock का अभी भी वहाँ पे ही
locked onto the sides here, but the one way they choose to fight this one, they want to hold it down, and again this retake is getting more and more difficult. Immediately dealt with, time is ticking away. Sentinels running out of those options, double up, high-low, gonna try and push them back and away. Lakia, last one left, and he will fall in the end. So, just in time here for Sentinels.
वो trip कुछ value का ही नहीं है.
Yeah, only about a second on the clock though.
Oh!
Look at that.
Yeah, right on the money.
हाँ भाई कौन बोल रहा था हार गए ये round?
A good round from Sen there in terms of how they squeezed GENG. That pressure coming through, double swing over towards heaven, making sure that they dominate that angle. The GENG players in the post couldn't hold it, ended up giving that up and tucking into positions like Dice and Hell. At that point, Sen have found their opportunity. Crucial kill. And GENG gonna take their first tactical timeout of the match. Wow. Their first tac timeout of champs.
Deadlock suppress हुआ इसलिए दोनों का एक वो डालना चाहिए बे.
Even if they
भाई उसका केज वैसे भी स्लो करता है डेडलॉक का या फिर इन्फो देता है. साइफर का भी सेम केजे जो केज है वो बीटी देता है. ठीक है तो एक ट्रैप एक केज इधर और डेडलॉक का एक यूटिलिटी इधर और उधर एक ट्रैप एक केज और डेडलॉक का दूसरा यूटिलिटी उधर और जिधर वो यूटिलिटी उधर डेडलॉक अपना वो केज पे जिधर ऐसा ताकि सप्रेस होने से ज्यादा बीटी ना हो. क्या बोलते बट ये सब चीज का मेन प्रॉब्लम क्या है मालूम है? टाइम. मेरे को लगता नहीं कि 25 सेकंड में लोग सब कर सकते.
Doing his homework, at least with the annihilations and whatnot, grab net reclears.
Yeah, and I just want to say for a moment that Zekken has rebounded from bottom.
लेकिन इधर आता है ट्विस्ट. टाइम बैक करने के लिए वन वे ओमेन स्मोक.
Even though they didn't make Shanghai,
आईडी पास तू खेलेगा चाहिए मेरे को आईडी पास दिला अभी. मेरे को उनका आईडी पास दिला. मैं भी एक रैंक गेम खेल के ऑल चैट पे लॉल ड्यूड लिखूंगा.
Where they lifted that trophy. I'm paying attention to John and how he gets his rifle impact in a lot of these rounds here at Champs.
Zekken not caught in the transition there, just trying to exit out of wine, and there's plenty more players that came from GENG. We're going to try and go into this one. Fast tempo, increased tense, taken out, Zekken followed up. Traded sight. He gets the one down, which was Texture. Dart revealing quite a few of them. Locked down by Meteor. This is unconventional.
I like it though. You know, we saw Sentinels before get 3 detained and still win the round. They're in a 3v4 situation here though, and this should allow a great plan. I mean, this one also planted for short. If they wanted to send somebody on a wraparound,
very heads up.
Perhaps Lakia is going to take that option.
Right here.
यूटिल यूसेज एक बार स्लो मोशन में देखना चाहिए. मजा आएगा अगर तुम लोग ऐसा खेलोगे ना रैंक गेम में. एक्चुअल में मजा आएगा.
Stalwart defense that they've really cooked up here now that they've at least taken control of the site. Look at that. soon as they hear the footsteps in the util, it's a dart and spam out from below, and already the players have repositioned. Spike is ticking away, and Sentinels realize it. Has to be that save, have to back away.
How many rounds do Sentinels need, even if they were able to get pistol, their first of the match, and be able to carry some momentum forwards on their attack half? Anybody that wants to see Sen recover on Ascent here, got to be hoping that they get this round 12.
Yeah.
It's looking dire without it. An 8-4 half, not unusual on Ascent, but it's usually the other way around, where you get your defenders in the lead.
With how dominant GENG have been on the pistol rounds, you know.
तुम लोगों को बेसिकली बताता हूँ क्या करते हैं. सबसे पहले सप्रेस एम इन क्लोज और वाइन किया, वाइन से हटाया. ए शॉट में ब्लाइंड किया, ए शॉट से बंदे को हटाया. ए शॉट में ओमेन गया, ए शॉट पूरा ब्लाइंड किया, टीपी मारा, क्लोज रिकॉन किया, क्लोज कोई नहीं है, टेक्सचर सीधा घुस गया. सिंपल एज
Hasn't been able to really walk
प्लस किलजॉय का ए शॉट नेट ताकि दरवाजे के यहाँ पे कोई ना हो.
Getting the kills. Take flight.
Love the util to clear our mid here. Sassy with the drone. Good timing on it. But the question is, do they hear that most of GENG are already in through Cat? Straight through the smoke. Disrespect is being shown by them. Sentinels do have stay main control. Shot missing. John now with the barrier mesh. Looking to lock them out of this spot here, but it will be spammed down. There's a nade in sight, but no smoke for the cross. Only popped down a little bit too late. There's a second. Happy. Pick them apart.
अरे मैप देख रहा था क्या?
Can't quite manage it. I mean, it's Caron.
And the stun does nothing in A-main.
Push them back and away. GENG slowing it down, getting quirky with these timings. There's a stun. They can hear the sensors, texture. Lose one of them.
अब क्या?
So much uncertainty. Rapid into their heads. They spot the player. Texture shoulder just peeking out, and yet still squares up to it. The challenge is met. And now drop down onto the site. Options thoroughly opened. GENG having to take their timing with it. Look at the peak timing, but still missing with the shot as well. He can't quite do it. Has to pull out a shorty. Second on a chance. Doesn't stand it. And leaves it to just two. Munchkin is low. Could be an opening. Lakia will fall.
This is movement in play. So doable for Sentinels. The health advantage is massive.
Now picking up the upgrade too with a rifle. Cam should be clearing at least a portion of it, but you don't know there's blind spots. Munchkin peeks. They know where he is. 4 seconds until the dart. Spamming away into hell. Just in case that reposition is there. Dart round towards the back. They spot the main player out. They're all falling low. And again, it has to be Munchkin as that playmaker finds the one. Peak in timing off of it. Only 5 bullets left, but a tap from Sassy as well. It's all so unlikely for him, and he needs to hit the second. Time ticking. Forced to stick it, and time not enough on Sen's side.
It's an 8-4 half where GENG on the attack side look absolutely dominant. Trying to stand their mark early on Ascent here at Champions. Home territory of Seoul, home territory of Ascent. I think showcasing that they really are the best in the world on this map.
Yeah.
There wasn't so much an exec in that final round as they just walked up with an operator.
Still found the openings though. I mean, listen, this team is so good at picking apart all sorts of it. And for the pistol round, that's what we're looking towards. GENG is dominable so
under
far.
one clear करना पड़ेगा ना. Recon पूरा under one clear नहीं करता वो. कोई under one से peak ले रहे तो clear करता है. उन्हें कब तुम्हें better है कि extreme left right वो clear नहीं करते. इसलिए वो लोग वो clear कर रहे थे पहले. ओ भाई ऊपर वो भी आता है सॉन्ग नेम और आर्टिस्ट पहले भी आता था. Got up at 3 AM to watch Sen in VALORANT. Excuse me? बेचारा गलत टाइम जोन में, उसको पूरा चैंप्स रात भर देखना पड़ेगा. By GENG on top. हाँ? ऋषभ भाई आइडिया तो अच्छा है. डबल ब्लाउंड हो जाता तो जाता ना अंदर, तो बाहर वाले रिकॉर्ड नहीं होते जो अंडर वन बैठे, जो जेन के पास बैठा. वेयर इज योर फोन? हाँ.
One condition.
What?
एक reel आ चुका है.
No time only.
Doesn't have a stand for.
We'll think about it.
If there's any chances for Sentinels, of course it has to stand on the pistol. I feel like I say that
You
often
can,
with
yeah.
a lot of different teams, but when you're up against GENG, who are not only trying to, you know, make a name for themselves in their home country this time, it's home soil, but also looking like potentially one of the favorites to win the whole thing, it's another question entirely of whether they can even stand up to it.
Sentinels, they're our only team to have beaten GENG internationally. And while that might feel like it's a positive on the side of SEN, it also speaks to the fact that GENG got cleanly out of Swiss and stomped through Shanghai. That's a scary, scary team on the other side of the stage. And they're 8-4 up, 5 rounds away from being able to move on in their group.
Yeah. Let's take a look then. Sentinels. They're the ones that have to be the playmakers. GENG also going for a bit of a proactive play. Zatar's crunch on the pistol.
They love running set plays on the defense side, GENG. They will constantly try to push the tempo up. Happy to play retake.
Yeah.
Against this comp, though, I don't think they should be too happy to play retake. You're going to be running into, you know, gravnet, trips, stuns.
Fernando, the util is going to be lacking ever so slightly onto the pistol. Zelsis forced to lock down, watch this flank angle. Just gets barely the 2 shots off, not enough to drop care on. So the trade is there, but Zekken taking a cheeky peek. Up through heaven, clears that one out, and now has to be aware that there is that flank occurring.
W Gaming?
Watchful eyes perched
मैं
up.
बोला SEN का
High
attack
low
अच्छा
as
तो
well,
रहेगा.
and the smoke make it nice and easy. Karon trying to at least split up the site. Create that timing and opening for Meteor, potentially there. He's already out though, and the players are straight through and out. The whiff might cost them still. Dart forwards, forces the issue out of texture, and they do clean it up. So Sentinels, a pistol round under their belt, maybe something to work with.
Retake तो ना
First
हो
of the
पाएगा
series could not have come at a better time, a more
Retake
needed
तो
time.
impossible है.
It probably would have been game over had they lost that one.
Yeah.
बहुत trips है भाई.
Beautiful dart as well from
Retake तो
Sassy.
NHK.
They immediately dominated those smokes that Karon threw out there, which I think is the correct play. The dart forced somebody in. Sassy deals with them. He's having a good game today, Sassy.
कैसा ना deadlock attack के सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है.
They're going to need more than this, though. We've seen teams utilizing this Cypher deadlock composition. You kind of piece by piece take the map. You know, take a main, throw down a sonic sensor, take a little bit of extra space, put your trip into position.
Oi! मारना दो उसको.
That's a fight to be taken here. Native defeat though. Has to push them back in a way, at least with the rifle spam. Able to take down another of these GENG players, but he might have just done enough damage. Still, weapons are going to be exchanged, making sure that there's no waste.
कोई बताओ SEN हार गए तो out नहीं lower bracket.
And any GENG pushes on other parts of the map should be able to be identified.
Oh, hot.
You're always going to be running into a trip or a cam or somebody watching the flank.
Okay,
what is that timing?
Pure instinct from Karon, and he's TP'd in a way. There's a slight gap.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, he's caught.
You're stuck.
It's still Sentinels choose not to commit. I think they've seen enough bodies there, signs of life from GENG, that they call this pause. They do have 45 seconds.
ये लोग check ही नहीं करने वाले ये.
You can't let anything else slip though if you are Sentinels. It's a 3v3
Check
in a
नहीं करने
crossfire
वाले.
setup. Baiting the shots. Karon's there. Meteor alongside it. Do not lose this one, Sentinels. Your best chance in a bloody long time, and you got to clean it up. Lakia left alone.
भाई जिगल क्या
20
करते हैं ना
seconds still. They don't know where this guy is, but the door's going to be closing. Nobody stepping past it. Just spots the.
ये होता है. डोर जब भी बंद होएगा ऐसे चल के नहीं जाने का बंद हो रहा है करके.
Trying to take the fight. It's a little bit uncertain.
रुकने का.
I mean, okay, they do get the anti-eco, but at the cost of losing 3 of their players, 3 of their guns is not going to be a healthy bonus.
I mean, you saw it on the faces there of Zelsis and Sassy. They're both wiping their brow, literally. I know it's hot in here. Golden Boy talked about it before. It is warm in Korea right now. But that one's more of a sign of relief than a sign of the heat.
तो लोग क्लोज कर लेते हैं ना. स्मोक करने के टाइमिंग में घुस जाते तो कांटेक्ट.
They only kept the Phantom, Guardian. They got a Stinger to work with here. It's not much. A bit of damage, maybe even just building up to one of these ults like the Annihilation for John so that he could maybe work a pick in round 16. These are the kind of things that would be a success in the round, I think.
Deadlock attack अच्छा है.
Flash peek. Small dough from Pushed up in front of Karen's face. Not able to get value.
उल्टा है पे उसको सेंटिनल नहीं बुलाना चाहिए, इनिशिएटर बुलाना चाहिए.
Spread out default, but they do have somebody utility cam and a trip to hold.
Yeah, we're seeing Sentinels take A main, but they're not actually leaving utility there. Normally with this composition, I would expect to see Sonic Sensor be put down there, or some kind of, you know, trip, or leave a player, deposit somebody into A main. Yeah. Now they're going back in though. Sassy looking to try to drone and disguise the fact.
Yeah, Sentinels trying to make this one feel like it could potentially be that B split.
Yeah, that's a weird one because they faked the B split as they were droning A.
Right, so GENG are kind of aware of this one. Munchkin, it's an off angle and he's got to deliver. Will do with the first. Occasion his face. Preemptive spam will lay claim to a multitude of kills. And it leaves it just down to 10s, up and over, not enough.
बाप शॉट्स था. फिर से shout out by मेरे लिए हो रही है champs. Love you.
Champions Trophy.
Dono games,
into and
69.
out of existence, floating, tinting, taunting the players. Rifles back online though for SEN.
Zil by language.
An opportunity for them to showcase what they've been working on. We haven't seen them play too much of this map.
No.
But we've seen the Cypher Deadlock. We know that it's got at least some good fundamentals to work on. Gonna need to see Zelsis trading out stuff like this though.
Yeah, there's gonna be an early fight occurring into this next round. Tiles beat out by Texture.
The Cypher should be able to take a little more aggro B main control as well.
Cage triggered.
Trip broken, Zelsis not ready for that one. Not looking to use his cam to take super aggro B main either. It is a bit more of a passive approach to SEN than we've seen from other teams running this comp. Tentative.
Yeah, ज़्यादातर mid smoke करके cage डाल देगा deep.
Give them too much though. Just enough range, I think, to do damage enough to break the alarm bot.
That's a very weak alarm bot.
Yeah. Can't see the health bar, but I'm sure it'll be minuscule.
Be crazy if the alarm bot clutched now. 1 HP.
A bit of spam though. It's going to be exchanged now here. Turret at least broken. Meteor, he is not shy, is he? This guy is happy.
Bolo. Jack,
Make it really difficult to take any B main control. Already breaking that cam, backing away.
38
seconds.
They got that deep wall down mid, but they didn't break the alarm bot.
What
so
is the call?
Got to go into a B split.
There's plenty of players ready to meet them. GENG tucked up to crossfire setup. Logs to the corner. Lakia has to do a lot here. It's running and gunning to trade it up, but they weren't expecting, and again Meteor delivers to death blow. And it might just be a round-winning moment. Indeed it is. A 3-piece to finish it.
मेरा call नहीं सुना था.
10-6 GENG. Looking on pace now to just take this map away.
Yeah, that's going to knock the economy for Sentinels. Could be the death blow. I love that smoke. Everybody's throwing that same smoke now. Learn it for your ranked games as well. The one-way cross
market
helps out your players to defend against the B split.
ये वाला है.
Karen, and it sets up this crossfire so beautifully. And Lucky is tucked into a corner.
ये वाला है,
as they come out, they're checking stairs, wondering if someone's peeking from there. Because Meteor, he loves to play that spot. Yeah. Then they check switch, because you never know, Texture could be playing in that kind of position. There's just so many ways that GENG could be threatening you on defense. It's difficult to account for them all. And even if you did know that crossfire setup was there, good luck dealing with it. Like I said, that could have been the death blow, and Sentinels are going to take a tactical timeout to try to figure out where they can go from here.
That's a real difficult ask, I think. With how active GENG are on their defense, it's either, you know, a bit of a trap play setup or maybe just a set play at the beginning of rounds that they will throw out. But even when they're just making sure that they can play it slow, you know, you saw in that last round, turret gets broken, Meteor immediately vacuums up the space.
Yeah.
Disrespects B main, makes sure that Sentinels can't take it with a cam, can't hold it easily.
And not only does that slow Sentinels down, but it also allows GENG much
better ये सब म्यूजिक डिस्को में चाहिए मेरे को.
about Munchkin making these amazing
वो बात अलग है. Last time मैं डिस्को जाके 1972 गया था मैं.
And if you peek back into B main and you see 5
players on the other side, and
Meteor bounces, well, now that's really good info. But if Meteor's able to re-clear B main, he knows that a hit is not
last
coming
game
straight
10
back
super
through.
था second नीचे इस बार.
It just helps every aspect of their game. That constant war of attrition.
Balancing game चल रही है.
To fight.
I think only PRX can defeat GENG. Stop thinking, brother. I think.
Be rare to see a return on those investments. Caron still locks it up here. That spam Being offloaded, Texture does manage to at least get 2, but it's even out and it has handed guns over.
Yeah, that's a major win for Sentinels.
Munchkin, there's a drone in his face. It's not being watched for into the smoke. The awareness is off the charts. He doesn't go for the easy kill, but now he knows that TenZ is lurking. Not long for the world. But again, another high game IQ moment from Munchkin there. He hears the drone. He knows that Sassy is going to be occupied in that moment. Instead, takes the peek to the player with the gun.
Yeah, that's so good. And also getting the read that that player is going to be on the left.
Yeah.
He knows that there's a rifle down in that kind of situation. Predicts the timing. I mean, timing's the drone as well, beautifully. And a situation that was looking like a potential win condition for Sentinels, ripped out of their hands so quickly. They're now going to have to find a different avenue of success. Sassy with the Ocean ready to counter spam. But Texture, he hasn't been walking up B main with the op yet. This has been Meteor's domain.
Disco
Excuse me. Him to be here.
Deep shot darts, not enough to clear this trip here. Sassy. It's a drone for a drone.
Abhinav bhai, तुमको पता है मैं तुम्हारे फाफा की उम्र का क्यों?
He's hiding from it. Again, sowing misinformation. Shot missed though, Hunter's Fury. This feels like it's quite a committed push. And damage done, even a kill for Sassy, maybe enough to
Sassy का ulti UC मैंने देखा नहीं है कभी.
Karen instantly TPs.
Very good ult from Sassy. Very good read to now go for an A split.
They've pulled these players apart, but Munchkin again could be that thorn in their side. Once more, weapon glowing. This guy is on fire. Grab net, gets that confirmation potentially there. Flood defending in, right through the back. Annihilation and clearing in and through. Sentinels do have the necessary plays. Be handing care on too many more though.
उसका सिर्फ नेट ही काम का है.
Doubled up holding this one, side by side. Bit of spam hailing down the lead, so still in it, at least for now, Sentinels.
Great call from John. As soon as you hear that ult being used, I think it's very likely they're sticking the teleport into back B. He decides to send things on an A split, anticipating that A is weaker. And Munchkin's already realized what's happening and sent a couple players over there, but SEN grouped up, decisive, love to see it. And Sassy continues to have one of the best games that I've seen from him in a long time.
Last one.
He was top of the scoreboard for a hot minute there on Haven.
When is Tariq playing?
And now he's back up, at least on the Sentinel side, with 13 kills. Having a great
day. मेरे जैसे toxic fans है.
Doesn't get much easier though. This time Texture going walkabout up through mid. Angle's being held for him. He's hoping that somebody will just wade right into it. Dash is fading. This is hyper committed.
This is the kind of thing that Zekken just couldn't do.
Zekken's holding. It's a pixel angle. Oh, but no!
कहाँ पे आके मार के गए
बे?
कहाँ पे?
Takes it away.
कैसे?
Caron heavy committed now into bottom mid. He needs to be defended. Needs some help to get out of here. That's what the drone is for. Up and over.
Right here.
Clears the path.
When Lakia and Karen are willing to be that aggressive, it allows Texture to do this.
This is not potentially getting cleared off. Angle traded. But again, reinforcements are there. Out through the back of the side. That's TenZ committing. Caron! He dominates the smoke. He will not be stopped. And a paranoia puts TenZ in his place.
हर एक बंदा कैसे मार रहा है?
The recon in that position is supposed to stop Karen from doing that. Your recon, he's caught out in the open, has to break it.
We had a sleepover while my parents were out.
Into the smoke. He's checkmated. He's swinging into a smoke. The two of the people are already in. He can't get away with it.
एक second. We had a sleepover while my parents were out. Excuse me. Naughty peach.
Away on
After having a blast all night, my mother called me and asked
Karen up to 20
how
kills.
the dishes were.
The cams are broken.
आराम ज़्यादा अभी पढ़ा मैंने टीवी
तेरी match of champs.
साला वॉश बोल रहा है आराम ज़्यादा.
Up and over, Blazestorm in the hands. Texture is releasing just absolutely unbelievable form.
हाँ पूरा बोलो.
Can't use that.
Sentinels left to stew and simmer.
Knives back out though for Zekken.
Munchkin will fade away. Now Sauber back to the wall. Texture reveals his position. 3 left available to work with. Blinded up Meteor.
GG bro. 2-0. Holy fuck.
A 2-0 finish.
Holy
GENG
flying
looking large and in charge, not slowing down from prior performances. They are aiming and gunning for that trophy.
Revenge for the grand finals of
मैंने
Masters
prediction
Madrid.
दिया था कि नहीं?
Both of these teams were tied at 4 maps apiece heading into the match today. And now GENG have taken the
चलो
lead.
जीजी
both in
बंक्स
terms
भाई
of
मैं जा रहा हूँ
head-to-head
लव यू वैसे
series
सेन
all year
पे
and in
कोई
the maps.
चांस नहीं है ना भाई हेलो
They
लोअर
outclassed
ब्रैकेट
Sentinels today. They showcased that divergence of the trajectories for both of these teams. There's a reason that Sentinels came
भाई
in
खोलने
here
का बहुत
based on
मन
their
करता है लेकिन
championship
डब्बा प्यारा
points,
है
and GENG are coming in looking like favourites to lift the trophy.
प्लस सबसे बेस्ट क्या मालूम है डब्बे में
The tail end here for the series, of course, Sentinels, you know, they are fan favourites even here in Korea, but
First edition.
right in front of them here, GENG, that 2-0 win.
So this is not the second edition, this is the first
I am
edition.
disappointed that we didn't get to see Abyss from either of these two teams. First time GENG have ever floated our brand new map. They've been permabanning it all the other times. Felt like a trap. Sentinels were happy to opt into it. We were denied it today because
Saksham bhai, thank you for the $1,000 मेरी जान के तो
we'll have to wait until later on in the tournament for that kind of delight.
It's an out नहीं lower bracket.
Squads like, I'm expecting GENG and Fnatic to both be fantastic on those new maps, but who knows?
Yeah,
it's a complete unknown.
A lot of unknowns when you're heading into these international tournaments about how teams are prepared and ready, but it was a hell of a task ahead of Sentinels to try and take this one. They might be the only team that's been...
भाई GENG मास्टर्स भी जीती हाँ अभी चैंपियंस भी जीतेगा क्या सीन चैट हेवी ट्रॉफीज हो रही है भाई ये क्यों हो रहा है पता ना तुम लोग ने देखा है ना बूट कैंप और एकेडमी देखा है कि नहीं देखा है चैट देखा तुम लोग ने वो व्लॉग जहाँ पे पढ़ाई करते खेलने के बारे में पढ़ाई पैच कौन पढ़ाई करता है भाई खेलने के बारे में बताओ पढ़ाई होती है भाई उधर है बे है
They've been wanting to really put up a stellar performance, I think, on a big stage for quite some time. Showcase that Korean dominance in esports for quite some time.
Here comes Texture.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just waiting for the interview to get set up now. But yeah.
I love any time we get to hear from Texture.
Admission ले लो आप
It's
भी.
so good. You saw his reaction earlier when he failed the ace.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to the floor for the interview.
कोच ने क्या टीचर नॉटी बिग्स
Welcome
टीचर
down to the stage. Jen Lee here alongside Texture of
जैन बोलते मेरा फ्रेंड
to oh now massive congrats Texture. I feel like you guys had some unfinished business facing Sentinels today. They were the only team that beat you at a global event and you beat them today, you know, right off the bat. So a great start to Champions, right? Texture 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 오면서 유일하게 젠지에게 패배를 선물한 팀이 센티널스였는데 개막전부터 그냥 빠르게 끝이었습니다. 뭐 시작이 좋은 것 같아요. 오늘 경기 어떻게 느끼고 있나요?
좀 재밌게 그냥 저희 하던 느낌대로 그냥 잘 한 것 같아요.
We tried to have fun and play our own game, so yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how it went down. Now, you guys are on a different trajectory, you and Sentinels, post-Madrid. Of course, Sentinels in particular, they had their struggles, but you guys went on and won every trophy there ever was. So how does Sentinels today compare to the Sentinels that you faced in the grand finals in Masters Madrid? 근데 이제 젠지와 센티널스가 그 마드리드 이후에 좀 다른 흐름을 보여주고 있잖아요. 젠지는 뭐 있는 트로피들 다 쓸어 담았고 센티널스는 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 그 결승전 때 만났던 센티널스에 비해서 오늘의 센티널스는 좀 어떻게 느껴졌을까요?
사실 뭐 센티넬은 아직도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 한데요. 근데 솔직히 저희가 마드리드 때보다 훨씬 더 성장을 많이 했고 더 강해졌다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭔가 저희가 더 성장을 많이 했다고 생각해요. 그래가지고 오늘 그냥 승리 따는 것 같습니다.
मेरे को सब समझा क्या बोली?
Sentinels are a really strong team, but you know, for GENG specifically, we grew a lot as a team post Madrid. So I think today's win just goes off to prove how much growth we had as a team ever since then. And I think it's our own growth and us becoming a strong team that led us to today's win. Now, lastly, Texture, you've had 13 or 12, I was told, 4Ks since your last ace. You missed one today as well. So how are you feeling about that ace that you missed today? You know, are you gonna get it
रहे हो
next
उसमें?
match 텍처 선수 에이스 하고
नजर हटा ले, excuse
나서
me.
마지막으로 에이스 한 거에 비해서 이제 4킬을 13번, 12번 에이스를
Host
비슷하게
name
그만큼
Jen, मेरी
많다는
दोस्त है
뜻이잖아요.
बे.
그래서 오늘 좀 그
Hashtag
놓친
오비.
에이스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 리액션은 봤지만 그리고 뭐 다음 매치에 에이스 하면 되겠죠?
क्लीनिंग हो रही है भयंकर पीछे.
에이스 하고 싶고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 에이스를 언제 마지막으로
एस
했는지
क्या होता है करके
기억도
बोला
안
हूँ.
나요, 저는.
4월이었대요, 4월.
진짜요? 뭐 하여튼 4월 오래 됐네요. 뭐 하여튼 언젠간 하겠죠. 뭐
कॉमेडी कर रहा है कुछ
이기는 게
तो.
최우선이니까. 근데 누가 먹었더라? 마지막에 종민이가 먹었었나?
마피아.
아 근데 좀 진짜 서운하네요.
हेलो.
Honestly, I really want another ace, but I don't even remember the last time I had an ace, and I told him it was April, and he said, you know, it's been such a long time, and you know, whatever it takes for my team to win, I will do. But I would like another ace. Maybe I'll get it the next match or in the upcoming matches. But he said, you know, Lakia should apologize to him for stealing his opportunity to get that ace. It's been a while, but thank you, Texture, and congratulations once again. Best of luck. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, everybody give it up for Texture once more. 박수 부탁드립니다.
क्या लगता है जेनजी डाउन टाइम आएगा या चैंपियंस जीत जाएगी? डाउन टाइम तो नहीं आएगा इतना। क्या बोला? मैं सुना नहीं था। लाका को लेके रोएगा टेक्सचर। सेन आउट क्या नहीं, लोअर ब्रैकेट्स। बिग्स भाई आपका पिकेम्स तो पहला मैच में गया। पहली बात, मेरा पिकेम्स गया नहीं है। वो ग्रुप ए में फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ कौन आएगा वो है। अभी भले सेंटिनल्स नीचे गया है, लेकिन वो फिर भी फर्स्ट आ सकता है लोअर ब्रैकेट से जाके। बराबर है। तो आई स्टिल हैव होप्स। सेंटिनल्स लोअर ब्रैकेट से जाके फर्स्ट, फिर जेनजी सेकंड, ऐसा। तो मेरा पिकेम्स अभी तक टेक्निकली गलत नहीं हुआ है। टेक्निकली नहीं आ सकते फर्स्ट, कैसे नहीं आ सकते? ओ नहीं आ सकते ना। ओ हाँ, नहीं आ सकते। ओ एक्चुअल में नहीं आ सकते। व्हाट द फक। अरे यार मैं भूल गया यार। शिट, मेरा पिकेम्स पहले में ही गलत हो गया। बहिन का 100% का टाइटल पहले गेम में गया। मेरा गया पिकेम, मेरा टाइटल कैसे? भाई पूरे इतना बड़ा ट्वीट किया था भेंच पहले इसमें ही भाई। बात 12 सही होना चाहिए, 2 तो इधर ही गलत है। एक और गलत और 80% वाला भी जाएगा। रुक जा मैं आया। Let me hot the teas, get some water.
This bitch talks about
Welcome back to day one of Champions Seoul and our second match in the group of death. It's China's FPX versus EMEA's Team Heretics. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, currently yelling at you right now on the desk with Mimi and Paperthin. As always, we're going to break everything down and talk about what we saw, but boy, oh boy.
That
Gen G.
stream on the screen.
Huh?
The stream
Didn't
that
you
was
go
on
there?
the screen. I
Oh,
went there.
it's
It's
so
really
sick.
nice. It used to be a highway until 2003.
Yep.
And now it's a stream again. It's awesome.
We got to do some book reading on,
Yeah,
on
it's
the
a great
stream.
park. I read a book for an hour there.
Yeah.
A very popular
Highly
date
recommend.
spot. Very popular date
Oh,
spot.
really?
Yep.
Oh,
That makes
that's
sense.
cool.
It's lovely for a stroll.
Oh, yeah.
But we have more important things to
That's
talk
true.
about.
But that being said, though, I want to be very clear here. This city is freaking awesome, okay? And Seoul is genuinely one of the greatest cities in the world. Unbelievable place. But let's go ahead, though, and talk about another city that we were in this year, Madrid, because we're about to see another rematch, except this time it's going to be a Shanghai rematch.
Third
and I
city
totally
there.
messed that one up. So we got 3 cities on this one. Homies all over the place.
Shanghai,
Chat.
another great city. And this match was... It was great to watch, but this was a heartbreaker for FPX because this was the event where FPX was the best we've ever seen them. People had high expectations for this team after watching their first game where they beat Foot, and then they have 2 super close losses. And in this one, it was 17-15. So many overtimes on that last one for them to be eliminated by this Team Heretics squad who went on to the finals.
Yeah, and they do really interesting stuff. They use a lot of controllers compared to a lot of other teams. Like, it's not just 2 controllers on some maps. Sometimes it's up to 3, like on Lotus, which we might see here today, who knows, but they're really creative with how they play around it in terms of wanting to kind of control the map in terms of information. They want to obscure what they're doing. They want to try to bait some util out of you. They want to see if they can get some extra advantages in those regards, but they do struggle against really patient teams. Teams that don't kind of expend their utility unnecessarily, don't give them any information unnecessarily, so that does kind of bite them in the butt in the long run.
If your structure can hold up to the insane individuals and the unique ideas, then you can beat this team. But for me, they are the litmus test of how good your structure actually is. Because they're so insanely disruptive. But what's crazy is that after that kind of, I want to say run, but it wasn't really a run in actuality, they went back to Shanghai for VCT CN instead of Masters, and it was a huge dip. They went 2 for 6 in the group stage, and it looked rough. They were losing to teams you would never expect them to lose to. The team honestly looked kind of boomed. They looked so different than the confident, creative team we saw in Shanghai, but they did recover at the right time.
Yeah, they got to the finals, right? They played EDG in a best of 5. They lost it in 5 maps. They really started to kind of find their groove again, find their form. Abyss, like we just saw on the screen there, was a really good map for them. Life on that Yoru is really challenging to deal with because he's really creative with where he puts those TPs. Like sometimes, they'll go deep and he'll try to come behind you, things like that, but he'll also put them short just to like cross a 50-50 on you when he's in a post plan or something like that. So he's really difficult to keep track of.
Yeah, a lot of really unique ideas that we continuously see from FPX, but to go back to something that Mimi was talking about real fast and how this team really just struggled going into stage 2.
Yeah.
Very shocking considering how they started this season.
Yeah, look at the contrast to stage 1. They
Dollars?
were
Dollars?
undefeated. The only series they lost in stage 1 of VCT CN was the finals to EDG. Which is so different from what we saw now. But I think the biggest question is, in this group,
गाइस मेरे को एक बात बोलो, मेरे पिकिंग्स एक्चुअल में गलत हो गए क्या? क्योंकि मैंने जेंजी को पहला नाम लिखा था ट्वीट पे. हाँ, फातिमा जी को बोल के राइट वालों को बोल के डेडलॉक निकाल दो गेम से जल्दी, वरना क्यूटी बाय डुबा देंगे. एक्सक्यूज मी.
Pit again, and then you potentially go into it again. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't seem to get any better than what you can expect there for FPX. But there are some things that they can lean on here, right? I mean, I think, it goes without saying, FPX still a great team, as we talked about, great aimers, right? But they can also catch your opponent off guard with some uniqueness, on Abyss especially, right? New map coming into the pool, big opportunity here for the Chinese team to really catch their opponents in an uncomfortable position and maybe profit off of it.
Yeah, it has not been a ban that the Heretics have prioritized since Abyss came into the map pool. They've been going for like Ascent or Lotus kind of as those main bans that they want to go for. So I expect this map to be open, and I expect FPX to pick it. This is a great example right here of some of these moments where life is just an absolute nightmare. Either on the retake or on the post plan, he's so good in so many different situations. And they're the way that they set up, and then they TP across, right? Like they use a smoke to obscure these these extra angles. They're so creative in like heat of the moment situations. We saw this in Shanghai too.
Hey, and this is something that we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Who has that good read on Abyss?
Binks
And
भाई
don't
गेम
get
में
me
एक
wrong, these
prediction
aren't
तो गया
necessarily
आपका.
reads. These are like just really smart and intelligent plays. But that's
मेरा
something you can
Abyss
build
तो
upon,
क्या हो
right?
गया?
Absolutely, and I do really like
Hello.
their comp on Abyss. I think that the ideas they have around the Yoru are really creative. A lot of teams will pick into the Yoru
अब champ
as
जा
kind
रहे
of
हो नहीं
a
रे watch
solo
party miss हो
duelist
गया.
nowadays because he fills the dive slot and also the flash slot, so it gives you a lot of flexibility. But I think what really shines for them isn't necessarily like the attack side dive plays. It's how they play the defense, how they're using the Yoru TPs
Abyss
to have
means
fast
streaming app.
rotates and reinforce
That's
these
a stream
anchors,
कर रहा है.
and how good their fast retakes are with the combination of the Yoru
Vote
flashes.
या
fade
Benji,
utility.
Benji
It's
बे,
honestly really well put
Benji.
together, and that's the definition of FPX. Creative comps executed really well.
Yeah, I really hope we
Bhai,
get to see
execute
this
to tha.
today. It will be super exciting to say the least. But for now,
Execute
we'll send it
to
back
tha.
over to Mika Fabs, who caught up with Life for a quick word.
Hey Live! Oh, you look so cool today. So FPX is in what many consider the group of death. So I'm wondering, do you think FPX are underdogs, and how does FPX compare to the rest?
Mika fans बोलते हैं एक और friend मेरा एक और friend.
那很多人都会觉得你们现在所在的小组是一个死亡之组，那你觉得你们是一匹黑马吗？你相比于其他的队伍会怎么样来评价和描述你们自己呢？
其实我希望其他战队也这样看我们，这样会对我们掉以轻心，我们会
भाई वो लोग में FPX का लॉकेट भी है बे.
迎接这一次比赛，所以说 TH 你们要小心了。
Maybe if other teams like consider us as the underdogs, maybe we can do something
Chat
unpredictable.
third match still होएगा 2-0 हारने के बाद third match कौन
watch
खेलता है?
out.
Oh, I like that. Good luck to you guys.
All right, strong
ये
words
गया.
there from Life, but let's highlight what this
ये
guy is
खेलता है ना,
capable
बाप
of,
खेलता है ना ये?
because, I mean, when he gets those moments to pop off, it is very fun to watch, Paper Thin.
No, he's mechanically gifted. He can really take over rounds, win rounds that he has no business winning. He's such a talented player. Now, he does get a little bit off kilter at times. When I go through and watch the FPX squads, like as good as he can be, he can also kind of leave you scratching your head.
Highs, low lows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this team style takes a lot of risks. I think that even compared to some of the other CN teams, they're very willing to overpeak, to go for individual fights. And I think one of the biggest reasons for their stage 2 slump regional.
भाई 9,300 वोट्स और सिर्फ 5,500 लाइक्स. बेशरम लोग हिटर्स. हाँ? Excuse me?
Confidence with the risk taking and find that success. That's, I think, the kind of condition for FPX to show the form that they had at Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, you always like to see a team to try to carve out their own identity in their own unique way rather than just conform, right? And that is
they're not like the other girls.
God dang it, Mimi.
They aren't.
You're true. You know what?
Yeah.
Base. Of course, Team Heretics on the other side.
Bro, not gonna lie, if
squad
Lotus
that going
and
to Shanghai,
Sunset, any
we were a
of
little worried
the
about.
map would
They had
selected by
lost one of
Sven,
their
they
big,
could have won.
big key
It's
players
only
here.
could have, would
in
have,
Mini
should
Boo,
have.
Patatech was coming back in, obviously the most versatile.
भाई
six
नया
man in the
जर्सी है क्या
world.
लोग का?
But this time around in Shanghai, the success was flowing. I mean, they were doing everything that they possibly could. They finished third in EMEA. They had such an amazing run in Shanghai. This team is dynamic, and now they have their whole roster here, Paper Thin. Could it be the difference?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not super convinced. It felt like...
छाती लाओ, ऐसा करो, छाती लाओ. TH जीता 2-0. लिख दिया छाती.
Just got stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the tournament. They started streaking
like
these...
the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, like literally, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they just kept streaking
Is
these
it
crazy
his
rounds
best
together.
player
Will was
like
dominating on the
Benji
duelist.
Vijay?
All these things were looking amazing, and I'm like, this team is like maybe going
नहीं
to win
लाऊंगा
EMEA. We're going to be coming into, potentially champion, thinking about, is it going to be another rematch in the finals of Heretics versus GENG? But they haven't
पर मैं तो लड़की
quite
हूँ,
looked
माफ
the same.
करें.
It just like they haven't found that same form. Mini Boo coming
यार,
back
कितने
on the
हरामी लोग
neon
हैं.
hasn't seemingly had the same amount of impact.
Guys, vote for Ascent. Yes. यस एसएल को वोट करना और मॉर्टल भाई को भी भूलना नहीं, हर दिन करना.
To some extent we saw from FPX, where you're coming back after showing so much and having to reintegrate a player into your roster without a lot of prep time and opportunity. I think that they lost a lot of games to some of the other squads in EMEA, even ending up losing twice to Vitality to go out. But I don't know how much that actually makes me think they're going to do poorly at this event. I think that with Miniboo back, the ceiling is higher. The way they build around this Neon is excellent, and I think we did see a lot of good, especially in the game planning and like the micro plays they're known for. The question is, have they reset from that burnout, and are they ready to show their best form here in Seoul?
Well, there was something, it was an interview I believe I saw with Benji where he was talking about, like, in Shanghai when they showed up, they were like, look, we don't know what's going to happen, so let's just go out there and have fun. And that's what they did. They had fun. I mean, was having a whale of a time. But, you know, I think it gets now to this point where you're here with your full roster, right? Like, those events are fine, right? Because, hey, you didn't have your full roster. You got something to lean back on. But now this is where I'm like, all right, if Heretics doesn't come out the gate swinging, right, you got to wonder, can they hang at the upper echelons in this tournament? I know they can, but it's a question of whether or not that slump has followed them all the way here to Seoul, you know, which could be devastating.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You have this success in Shanghai, and all of a sudden, all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
You're like maybe going to be...
You're like the face of the region.
Exactly. With Fnatic, you could be the banner carriers of EMA. You could be this resurgence of this region to come back even stronger, potentially. So the problem became, right, that you had Woot performing out of his mind on the duelist role. You want to keep that guy in somewhere, put him on the initiator. He's still doing very, very well for the most part. Other than like one bad game he had against somebody, I can't remember who, he had like minus 17. But other than that, he's been fine. And so, like, the pressure can get to you, and when you're playing loose, when you're playing fun, this is something that a lot of teams have been talking to me behind the scenes for this tournament, is they're coming in with the let's have fun, let's be loose, let's play with, you know, a little bit of swagger on there, but no pressure is what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, ideally that's what you'd want in this situation. It's high pressured, but of course, you know, it's a matter of whether or not you're going to be able to put up in those moments where it counts.
The best teams right now are the ones who have managed to beat the burnout and stay successful, and I think GENG is the only team who has had that consistency. We saw it just then with the Sentinels who struggled after the Madrid win. The question is, will Shanghai be the high for Team Heretics, or can they have a resurgence and show that form again here in Seoul?
Yeah, and of course, you know, for the Heretics, this is going to be a test for them as they take the stage against an FPX team that can very well throw anything against the wall, and it could very well work. And of course, the vibes have not really been the same over on the Heretics cap. Let's actually go ahead and check out this post-match interview that we did with Miniboo earlier.
Now, before we came to this interview, you said you were a little disappointed.
What's going on?
Like in my mind, it's like my typical usual stream game on Ranked. I was fucking tilted. I don't know, I couldn't kill anyone. My decisions were worst in my life. I was cold, I was hot, I was not enough. Okay, I'm chill. Okay.
Of course, you know, Miniboo wasn't able to make it to Shanghai, but he is back on this roster, you know, with an opportunity here to hoist a trophy over his head. Talented player through and through, but of course, you know, this is a big opportunity for him, and it's the first time we've been able to really get to see him take the stage like this.
Team Heretics with and without Miniboo, I think, are very distinctly different teams. When they're playing with him, I think he is definitely the player that defines this roster. They play more Neon comps than any other team, and it's not even close. And that's because of this guy. And when you watch them play, we've always known them. For the set plays, the little ideas in the mid round for re-clearing space, those little coordinated pieces. That is kind of the identity of that is around Miniboo. When you watch him play on this Neon, defensive side, they're going to have re-clears set up all over the map with his utility. They're going to have him being super mobile to always be in the right place to set him up for that success. I think he gets more value out of his stun than any other Neon player I have ever watched, and that is so hard now that there is only one of those relay bolts.
And I mean, two things strike me with Miniboo. One, I agree with you fully.
He's the best Neon
right now. I don't think there's much question about that. It's that one of the things that can give Neon some trouble is you get too far ahead of your squad, right? Like your you're so fast, you're just miles ahead.
Just sliding in the gunfire.
Yeah, and then the other team just throws a smoke or a molly right behind you, and all of a sudden you're cut off from the rest of your team, right? But he's good enough in those moments that he can take over. We're just seeing it in some of these highlights where he's getting these double kills, these triple kills on his own when he's just ahead of the rest of his squad. However, Heretics does such a good job being right there with him, right behind him. Like, I think back to like when they played Haven with the ISO, like they worked so well in tandem together with that. They're able to come together at the right times, at the right angles. So that's what's so impressive about it, because a lot of teams that try Neon can't keep up with their Neon, and it just makes the pick somewhat it has way less value.
They're playing Neon, the agent.
वो टेडी वाला वो
खोले
वो हवा भरने वाला
to the rest of the field.
Well, we literally didn't see Neon the first game of the day.
टेडी वाला हवा भरने वाला खोले.
People thought Neon was going to define the meta, and she's viable on most of the maps in the pool, but most teams haven't decided to go for it, and Team Heretics is really committed into this read.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's safe to say though that we are going to get a ton of Neon today from Mini Boo and from these compositions that are going to be supporting it, correct?
I think the interesting contrast here is that Mini Boo, when you watch him play, he is a star. He has those crazy moments, he has the pop-off, but I think what defines him is how he plays in the system, how he's using his utility, how on their attacking side they're using him to scale and take different space in the map. Compared to Life, who is a guy who is given so much agency to go off on his own and take risks and make his own plays. You're not going to see Mini Boo doing that in the same way. The question is, though, for a bit of a wounded Heretics, can their structure hold up to an FPX
eliminated from
that is
VCT?
so disruptive?
It Champions Day 1
you if things start going wrong.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm wondering is, like, you know, the pitfalls on each side, right? You had a great pickup there when, you know, talking about how FPX likes to play very unorthodox manner. But how does Heretics try and, well, take advantage of the fact that FPX likes to be a little bit too unorthodox and make too many risky plays?
No, I mean, I think you have to stick to what's worked. You have to stick to these fundamentals where you're working with the Neon, where you're playing off of that, you're able to combo the utility well.
The gold rank
That's
push
going to
कैसे
give
चल रहा
FPX
है?
problems with their more individualistic playstyle.
All right, folks. Well, our teams are ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring them down to the stage and get the show on the road.
Let's go, baby!
FPX.
अरे धक्का काहे दे रहे हो?
Team Heretics.
पहला चैंप्स ना दोनों का. भाई उधर डांस चल रही है.
It's a Shanghai rematch. It's rematch day at Champions, and you love to see it. Heretics versus FPX, and FPX an opportunity here to right a wrong that
Sen is
happened
out. Sen is
for
not
them
out.
in Shanghai. But for Heretics, they have their full lineup. They're at full power, and it's time to see what they can bring to the table. And oh boy, Abyss is our first map to kick things off. FPX coming in hot.
We already talked about it. They're really good on this map. They've been playing it a lot at home in the SEN region. I think their Yoru jet comp is pretty creative, but they play it quite well. Their defensive side especially has always looked really good. But this is a map that we have seen from Heretics. They're playing a Gecko Breach comp that I actually thought looked pretty good, but we have only seen it once from now.
Yeah, whether or not they bust
Sen
that out
out ही है.
will be the question. Curious to see what Mini Boo could do on Abyss as well here.
यूरो देखने मिलेगा एबिस में.
I'm really excited about this matchup.
यूरो को बात नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से रेना देखने मिलेगा. रेना.
The Astra is one of the things I really look at with Heretics that a lot of teams aren't really leaning into on this map. The ability to control some of those tight angles and the post plants and things like that.
पुराना वाला अच्छा था जर्सी ये लोग का.
You know, from the angles that they need to hold. Stuff like that is really important on this map because there's a lot of cubbies that you can hide in.
ये वाला भी
And there's a
अच्छा
lot
है
of smokes
वैसे.
that you can utilize with the Astra
पुराना
as
वाला
well.
अच्छा था.
Really, really cool stuff. But on the other side, I mean, I think my eyes are going to be on Life's
Then lower bracket गया.
really impactful, really devastating to the opponents that they faced.
भाई कोई एबिस में गिरेगा क्या चैट?
They beat Tracy,
Yes
of course,
or
they beat
no?
EDG on it. This is definitely also kind of a must-win for FPX. It feels like this has been their map.
मेरे हिसाब से yes. क्योंकि और मेरे जैसा top player गिर
So we're
सकता
seeing
है.
a change up here from Team Heretics. Before they were playing the Breach
It's
Gecko,
a yes.
now they're switching over to a Jet Sova composition. We don't see a lot of Jet from Mini Boo, but in both of these first two maps, he's probably not going to be playing that Neon whatsoever. So it's a different role for him to bust out. Some of the strengths of this Sova obviously the cross-map information, how you can set up on the darts, and as we've seen from teams like 100 Thieves and even from Team Heretics when they play their bind with the Fade Gecko, how powerful that double initiator kind of information comp can be when you're combining those tools together.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they work around this here, right? But of course, you know, I fully expect Rians and Wu to really synergize quite beautifully to be able to maximize on the utility and just the composition as a whole. And it's time to see really what FPX are going to bring to the table here on Abyss. It's going to be awesome. Everyone is locked in, so let's go ahead and send it down to your casters. Professional yappers, two of my favorite people, Mitch and Tom, baby.
Why no vote on Jet?
Thank you so much.
मैं TH का owner हूँ.
Wonderful analyst.
मैंने बोला मत लो पर. मेरी मर्जी.
I saw that the other day. Yeah, you're back where you went to uni. It's good to see. Tom, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. We've heard it from the desk. FPX, they play an interesting style. You've been talking my ear off about them for the last couple weeks. And Heretics, listen, we know these guys. One of the main criticisms.
Who is dad of me? नहीं रे बड़ा भाई है रे.
They were burnt out. Now they've had their rest. Their time to reset and big challenge for FPX.
Abis bolte.
Switch things up a little bit in terms of their composition. Miniboo going to be over to the Jet and bringing in the Sova. I'm interested to see because they were setting up around the breach quite a bit, but now that's gone. It's definitely going to be a different look. The look that's there for the side of FPX is one I'm always excited for. I think Berlin has to be a highlight. He is a nutcase. He's going to try weird stuff that you haven't seen before, unless you've been watching the Chinese region, in which case maybe you have. For now, though, a very aggressive defensive push all the way through A, looking to try and catch them on the flank, but I believe Life has spotted it.
He did. He was ready for that. No, only peeked up the top, gave the info to Lysaurus. Good for one. The Sheriff, though, running low on ammo. Flash comes through. He won't dodge it. Now they're right on top of him. Easy trade for Heretics, but the site is claimed. FPX knew the ground they'd given up. Life up top looks to take it all the way onto Boo. And now they've got a foothold, an aggressive one that Heretics will have to fight for.
Nice.
Good
trade.
They're still up there, though. They might not expect the second, but they're playing the unit, moving as a pack. Leaving Berlin, who hasn't actually been spotted in the corner, but Wu lands the shot anyway. Leaving Autumn to try and hold on. Utility expended, needs to land the shots first, doesn't go his way, and well, he's not going to get a second chance. Pistol goes away.
Yeah, you really see them sticking as a blob, whether it's the A main push to start this off on the defensive side, they get up, they get the information, and then there's no splitting, there's no sending a player out to die by themselves. Instead, just using the numbers to their advantage in the pistol, it works out. And the few little extra plays that FPX tried, they don't manage anything. So 1-0 we start, rifles coming through, and I'm excited by what I'm seeing. There's still 15 seconds left. They could easily decide to sell some of these weapons.
You're going to talk about
what am I going to say? Goddamn right. It's an outlaw on Miniboo.
Imagine if TH first aaya
no shields on the other side, so this could be a big farming round for him, bring him closer to that ultimate, but he's only got one orb on the board, so it'll be a while before
that's one of the most fun things about this map is what you can do with the Blade Storm. Like, you can literally jump off the map and go for kills. Yeah. That's some of the crazy stuff we've seen. I think Smoggy was doing that over on EDG. Whoa. For now, though, Miniboo's just looking for those early fights. It seems more spread from the attack side. Maybe an attempt to just collect some orbs, potentially look for a plant. You can't really have too many expectations from around like this. And they're playing it very safe. But I do think that dimensional drift is a huge part of what they're going to be going for. Site control, a big part of their game plan, but also it just allows Life to go crazy, and that's something that genuinely he's one of the most terrifying duelists in the whole tournament because he is, as said, just a little bit insane.
I wonder if we'll see this continue. Much more passive hold over B. It was the same in the pistol for Boo, but his teammates were pushing A that time. Now, well, he has actually shifted into a slightly more aggressive position. He could be in trouble. Smoke used, though, to back out.
I am dedicated. I am addicted to lots of plans. It's about the love you, Shanbai.
Tracks, it's to wait and retake it as a unit. Miniboo bolte, check the players on backside. Might have a chance with the catching them off guard. Decent damage to Benji.
How much they can get in terms of the kills, though. Not really playing alongside each other.
I can
smell 13-0 for Autumn, and it makes this training quite a bit easier. One kill at least. make things that a little bit more costly, but you can see Rian's only having a pistol that is not really going to force any rebuys for the next round, other than the player who was already going to purchase anyway.
I mean, there was a decent amount of damage done, but yeah, just two spread across the players. So no kills converted, bar that one. No weapons dropped and left for the Ether. FPX will be facing off against a decent buy coming into the next. One investment from Team Heretics gets them a Vandal. Everything else is definitely in fighting form. The Bulldogs sort of backed up by the fact that you've got an Outlaw. You could be facing 10 HP or just tag him once and let Miniboo do the cleanup. For FPX, Rifles come out and Dimensional Drift for life.
That's the big one.
That's going to get them into a site.
Yeah, and you can already see, not messing about. All of the players are up over on the left side of the map, getting ready, pinging over onto the B site. It does seem, though, that Heretics have a decent idea. A very passive hold. Benji sitting back. He should be able to clear at least some of the trips. Make sure that they're not going to be able to hold on to that ground. Although saying that, it seems like they're both still standing.
Yeah, there was a clear idea from Heretics to change their setup. Boo goes to the A site this round. Traps are here to try to catch these players as they make their way in or out of the site. But now the traps are down. Benji has been blitzed on, and with this FPX, able to fall back. Playing a lot of players in main. They've lost their mid control, but that's not that big of a stress this late round. Main thing is keeping life on the site and having the support to cover him as they cross. Even the TP used to get out of there, and now standard post plants on a long range angle down an alleyway. Already finding Miniboo, and even if they smoke this one off, it's going to be hard to get this stuck all the way with a big swing. Gravwell keeps them back a moment, buys them time, but not quite enough.
Higher tagged life as well, so there was potential for them to try and bring that back, but the Gravwell couldn't quite hold them long enough, unfortunately. Definitely not a bad idea. And you can see that, again, I think this is a map that FPX are using against a lot of teams because they're not going to be massively well prepped. But it seems like for Heretics, they have a decent idea of what they're going to be doing. They're playing this map because they're comfortable enough on it, at least, even if they haven't had a massive break. I know a lot of the players said that they sort of went home, had some time, maybe with family or friends, just to try and counter the bigger problem, which was the burnout. For now, though, it seems like FPX are going to go straight for that middle control. Now, we've seen teams using, well, even them, using the FPX Berlin for the same purpose.
Agar FPX Seoul hota tha na to marta tha, Seoul mein chala match
early in the round just to try and take this space.
Oh, Life is really committing to this. Decoy sent through a flash to start, and they're trying to catch a fight. Unfortunately, they have. It was Benji Fishy to take down Life and slow this push completely. The squad now trapped in, but coming in from Wu. Big play from Boo. He's caught Autumn off guard. Barely any ground to hold on to for FPX, and now down to nothing. Berlin, he's made it to the site. His sneak up through B main is successful. Unfortunately, he's got 4 opponents to take down and a reveal that's going to make him give it away. The steps definitely shown Heretics where he is, and well, I don't think he's getting away with this one. The crash finally gets
it. Boo is nice. Boo is a nice person.
Good guys.
He gets the paint. He decides, you know what? I'm actually
just going to finish him off before anything else can happen.
And even get himself the extra ultimate orb, which gets him that little bit closer. Now, the problem for FPX is financially a bit of a weird one. You've got yourself Aya with a bit of extra cash. The same can be said for Life, which, hey, again, you put him in the right position and things can definitely go their way. I feel like the problem with this round, though, was they wanted to try and go for mid-control, but it was a very talent round. Like, you're using both smokes, and unless you're going for some crazy fake play, I don't think it's going to fool anyone, and the main person that could have been caught was Benji.
Yeah, and he hit his shot. Simple as that. Miniboo, free kill, and he's dashed right out.
That dart caught everyone. It caught everyone.
That dart caught Life as well. A shock dart sent through. Picking off one, damage done. Berlin down to 62. FPX don't have a lot to work with here. Obviously, still the rifle on Aya, but the rest of the squad just with pistols. And well, they are going to need a big performance to make this one. It's not about winning it. It's about keeping that economy managed on the Team Heretics side. They can't have all 5 players carrying rifles through to the next round, and at least there's the first to fall. Miniboo with Wood and Rian super low. This could still be an okay round in terms of economy damage for the attackers.
एक और मारा तो लेकिन.
It does revolve.
It's very crucial कि एक और मारे.
Play from Autumn. He's making his way down mid. The problem is if his teammate falls, it would mean that they eventually start looking back in the other direction, while the Cam's going to do that anyway. Even still, the aggressive position of Boo means that a plant is going to be tough. And even still, they're going to walk back into a trip. So there really is just going to be so much information. Boo is just waiting for a mistake to be made, utility trying to be cleared from Aya, but he is dead. Like, unless Boo makes a massive mistake, I don't think there's any way that Aya's going to survive.
No, of course not. It's not an angle you will usually clear, and not one that you can from the position he was in. Free for Boo. Even at the information with the trap being broken earlier, and obviously the steps were loud as can be. Autumn with a chance. There's one, and low HP on Rienz if he can isolate the fight, but he wants the rifle, and Benji's guarding it. 4-1, a solid start to this defensive side. Heretics lose their third round, one they're kind of expected to, where they had the weaker weapons, but since rifles come out, doesn't look like they're breaking much of a sweat. That last round wasn't a big one from FPX, though. This is where the investment comes through for the attacking side.
The scary prospect, though, is just bear in mind the binders up.
There
was a 6-win streak for the side of Heretics until that was ended in OT by Vitality. That was the way that they managed to actually qualify for Champions in the first place. So I wouldn't say that Bind is going to be a weak map, and it's one that I don't think is the best for FPX. So maybe they've changed things, maybe they got something new to throw in, but I think their sort of like hidden gem was this map. Not many teams are, I would say, at the top level. Like at
that 6K likes karo jaldi chat 120 log bacha
has necessarily been set. And if they're going to get, well,
FPS locket acha na.
I wouldn't say they are yet, but no, they need to slow it down. I like the fact that they've called a pause already. It's not really been like a catastrophic destruction of what they've been attempting, but I feel like so far everything they've tried, considering they've got this like Eurocomp, which is meant to be a bit off kilter and catch people, it hasn't. It's been quite obvious what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Heretics have seemed ready for it every step of the way, and I think even the mid push you talked about, as you said, telegraphed with smokes, then the decoy goes through, they let it pass, take the fight immediately. It was Benji dropping life after the flash, after the decoy had gone through. Just avoiding the utility and dealing with the man himself. And I think that's a problem that FPX are going to look to solve by, as you said, slowing down this round, looking for a bit more global control instead of isolating just one angle and pushing down there and then sending late lurks out that Heretics are ready for because they've often got the advantages. Like you said, they're not getting boomed just yet. 4-1, it's an acceptable early scoreline, but we need to see this attacking side find the solutions pretty soon. And now, this is the best time for it. A bunch of ultimates online, albeit Lysor and Berlin's not high impact, but the rifles coming out.
They've tried to do the same again, like throw a couple of early smokes, but this is just a ruse. It's trying to sell the idea that they're going for the same play. The problem is there's been a change up from Heretics as well. They've now got the operator roaming in mid, so nobody else has moved. The orb being taken is definitely going to be heard as well. So again, like the idea was to try and sell some sort of fake, sell some sort of lurk. But thus far, that hasn't happened.
No success in that front whatsoever. Team Heretics with, you know, we mentioned the change-up in setup that we saw a few rounds ago where Benji came in to prevent this B-site push. You've not just got Benji, but Boo here as well. Both of these players, we've seen anchoring sites now committed to holding the angles. Decoy is the one that's sent through. It's not even going to be touched. They allow it to fade into insignificance. Trap, luckily, not going to catch anyone. Aya's able to destroy it in time, and they've claimed the space. Now the rotations come in from Heretics. Now they look to defend that B site or even to retake it, but little do they know the spike is going elsewhere. All they have to do on this site is buy time, and Aya's done a good job of that. Autumn might not be able to get out of here, but look at Lysor's position, sneaking up through mid, cutting this defense apart, and Autumn's even picked another.
It's a double dip, almost a triple dip. They sell an initial fake, throw it into it, what seems like a take of the B site, and then throw it back over to A again. That was really nice. Incredibly complicated. It's something that you do feel like at any stage, if Heretics managed to catch on, it could have gone completely wrong, but I like it. Like, you're throwing in the double smokes early again. You're then going to be using an ultimate, and then even sending a couple of players into that site, and then going back in the other direction with, what, 20 seconds left on the clock? I think the main point of that round, though, was Lysor. Just having him still in middle, leaving Autumn as the secondary lurk, it makes it so difficult for anybody to actually move on Heretics without being caught or being put in a 1v1.
Well, early on, there's a big fight for A main, just like the pistol. Heretics want a triple push up. They've spotted the operator already, and the dash actually caught on the wall. That's going to cost Mini Boo his life. The flash stopped him from being able to see exactly where he was dashing to. Well, a terrific start for FPX, and I think this was a response from Heretics to the last round. They played it blind, tried to rotate, assuming FPX were going to be as one-dimensional as they were a few rounds ago, and instead, they now go for the push to get the early info, walk straight into the op. Pick is found, and FPX can now go back to that 2D play, because well, they've got the advantage. You're not going to have as many players rotating in.
They're pushing into
गलत साइड पे जा रहे हो गलत साइड पे जा रहे हो FPX मेरा आवाज आ रहा है
It's a bit of a gamble keeping both players here.
FPX गलत साइड पे जा रहे हो
out from the side of Wu as
गलत
well.
साइड पे जा रहे हो
Hitting a shot so far. Wu even going to just
FPX
be waiting behind, but it's almost just a peek out straight behind the utility. Wu goes down. Benji is still here, looking to try and fight on top of it. He almost gets two. The second player so desperately low, even knows that he's still on this corner. Just waiting for someone to try and swing around that corner. I think he's got him dead to rights. A second to his name. But that wraparound, they're waiting for it. They're trying to watch for it. And almost getting that information might just give the game away. Berlin still managing to fight back with another. Putting thing into a 2 versus 2, but that time has been ticking all the way along. Benji looking to try and get things to half. He's succeeded. But with his teammate going down, it's now left all onto him, surrounded in the end. And FPX, well, it got a little bit dicey, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, well, listen, you told me that life does some crazy stuff, and yeah,
I'm
waiting for the TPs and so on. Very fake TPs pushes through a smoke with an op. Hey, that's not a conventional play. It's not one I'd recommend you try at home, but my goodness, it most certainly has worked. And again, that early aggression towards A, the fact that Heretics try to take the space to find a solution to the problems they had last time, well, it hasn't worked out. And now from the Heretics side, you know that if you play it slow and rotate in off what is clearly an execute, FPX might fake it. If you go for the early aggression to grab control so that you know where the hit's coming through, FPX might be waiting. This is a very good resurgence. The team that was 4-1 down with no answers, they've certainly started to fill in that worksheet.
And the bigger problem now is the economy. I will say there's a lot of ults that are either online or very close. Miniboo one away.
FPX हारेगी क्योंकि ये autumn का month ये गया.
Round on paper seems easy, but if I've learned anything from Heretics is that Benji plays better with the Sheriff. Who's to doubt the other players on this squad? Again, I feel like the dance from Rian's pinged up the entire team multiple times. I feel like FPX might have to go to the workshop and try and shoot those before they go off. Again though, FPX just taking things slow. They know that a round like this is likely to have weaknesses, likely to have pieces missing, so they don't really need to overface.
All they have to do is get towards this side as well. They have the pit if things
Euro alt commit कर लेना चाहिए क्या बोलते हो?
Unlikely to be used in a round.
भले इको है लेकिन
weaker weapons.
Good.
Instead, this ultimate, the dimensional drift is used. Get into the site, root out all these players, grab the info, go for a very aggressive peek. The flash even thrown through by Woot gets nothing, and the control swinging clearly in favor of FPX. A 5 versus 2. There'll be no pit used this round, I'll guarantee you that. With a plant on the bridge, this round has become very difficult for Heretics to even find anything in. You're talking about economy damage at this point, and it's one man. Make that no man. Aya's had a round.
Yeah, no, he just goes running in, takes the battles. Obviously, the space was taken initially by Life. Just, I don't mind committing an ult like that in a round where ultimately you're in a position to spare a few here and there and just make sure that you're not going to lose to pistols. As said, the opponents can be incredibly dangerous on the side of Heretics with those pistols in hand, and he was able to make sure there at least wasn't a direct stack on the side. Although there was 3 players around, and Aya kind of dealt with those very easily indeed.
Kind of Team Heretics pause. And now tied up neck and neck with FPX seemingly having an answer for every problem they're presented with. And this is a big round for Heretics. Last time, they had the pistols, like we said. Now, they've got rifles and an operator. Ultimates times 4. FPX still have that Viper's pit to fall back on. Aya's picked up the Nightfall as well.
I think the things that worry me again is Miniboo. He's getting off to a bit of a quiet start, and we know that he is someone that very self-critical, very hard on himself.
अगला round एक करवाता हूँ.
The highs are very high and the lows are very low.
Time out के बाद मैं बोलता हूँ क्या करना चाहिए as a ex-coach. Benji Fishy, you just solo your side, bro. You're good. Play 3A and 1 mid. Benji, you just solo B. Benji के लिए stars दो. चलो.
GENG. So,
right, I heard.
And they took a map off both. So this is a team that I think, again, maybe if you're a Sentinels fan, you're thinking, it's fine, we'll have FPX in the lower bracket. I would not breathe easy just yet.
Well, they took a map off GENG, Sentinels didn't. It's earlier on.
Coach का call नहीं सुना chat.
Sure. But I think this group truly is terrifying from top to bottom, and I'm sure most people would put FPX at the bottom, but I'm not sure I do. Berlin already directly into the site. Loves his TPs, but it's a lot of damage done off the rip.
Big balls.
Yes, well, I is extremely low, but so too is Woot. Oh, hello. Crash still there to be used. Big backside push. Berlin holds the line for a moment, but then Woot on his low HP, the one to trade out, pick up the double. Leaves FPX scrambling.
Mid just to clear out that lurk. I think Rian just had enough. He's like, he's going to be here. I'm going to check. But again, it's an opening left on that A side, which is going to be a plant. Viper's pit available, and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop this, other than maybe Blind Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant. That might slow them down a bit, that is what he's going to go for. It's not hit.
It was close, but unfortunately it comes at the cost of his life, with Life himself being the one that grabbed that kill.
सुनो Astra ult ऐसा और Astra ult के उधर Gecko
Going through that Viper's pit with a Blade Storm might be an advantage. Find him, drop the right click and get it done. Flash out a little early. Life's going to get ahead of the Thrash, but not destroy it. Luckily, it's gone too deep. It's inside the ultimate itself. You're not going to be able to recover that, certainly not with any form of ease. Mini Boo, I almost expect him to go up top. Instead, he's just running it through, finding one, but it's not the Viper. Now you're down to the Operator. That's not the right weapon for the job. The spray's good to drop the diffuser, and although Autumn falls, the time already too far gone, and they can't deal with Life. FPX, this started out abysmal for him, but they've taken the lead.
Yeah, I've heard the phrase "life comes at you fast," but I've never heard "life clutches it out," because he seems to be everywhere, and that's the thing. Like, Aya's been having a great game, but Life is up there as well. Normally as the tip of the spear, and somehow even surviving to the late game as well. And this round again was just the mid-round calling has been exceptional. Like we have seen different moments where they start one side of the map, they go for these opening picks, and by the time you even notice it, they're back on the other side. They've cleared everything out, and even losing the lurk, like that was a moment you think, okay, the round's done.
FPS lead पे कैसे है? कैसे?
Life again was the guy who got the kill on Rian's.
Oh no!
Oh no! No, look away. Look away.
When you talk about Mini Boo being self-critical, I
मरने का साउंड आया तो बताना. मैं नहीं देख रहा.
That's a rough
one. I hope other people can let that one go as well. I think that's going to be a montage or two.
They only have pistols. At least they only have pistols this round. Right. It's not as bad as it could have been. That's rough, man. That is very rough. Yeah. FPX.
GB loves the phrase "from the top rope." I don't think that's what he meant.
From the mid rope, right down to the bottom. Well, 5-4, and it's a 5v4. With FPX having the lead without drawing blood themselves. They've got to be happy about that.
Berlin did get the kill.
Technically, it was given, but he wasn't too involved. It was by proxy.
No, it was just fear. He saw into Berlin's eyes. Maybe Mini Boo has nightmares of Berlin in more ways than one.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. 4 players to try and find anything again. I feel like we've been saying this a lot, just an attempt to do damage, and wow, Woot's gonna get one for free. That's not too bad. Trade eventually there from Aya. Keeping them honest. No ultimates if they needed them, but I don't think they will. This is now perfectly into place for the side of FPX. 6-4 from what was,
Hi sir, how are you? I am Gucci.
They have now managed to streak themselves 5 rounds in a row. There you go. Well, you can see it on your screen. Don't need my help.
It's been a very impressive resurgence.
It just, that's the...
Oh, you can see it in the player cam.
Oh. The thing is, it's the worst player for it to happen to as well, because I feel like if Benji has like, he's going to be giggling, he's having a laugh,
laughing away.
I think Woot as well.
A silly little goose.
But Mini Boo after having a rough start, I feel like that might get to him. And he's going to go aggro. I think wanted to try and rectify things, but hey, FPX are meeting him.
They absolutely are. Look, with a guy like Life, we've seen this a couple of times. He's willing to play a little bit loose, a little bit crazy. Setting out the late lurk for Berlin. He's going to be covering the back lines where the traps from Cypher don't. And for Team Heretics, same old thing. Group up, play this as a blob, move together. Smoke's online for Boo fairly soon. He's popping down his stars as we speak. But the time here is a big problem.
They've had it for a while. They could section things off. There you go. Space taken, but they have to deal with life.
They also have to be quick because Berlin's on the way up behind. And if he finds that space before they've claimed the site, this could be an absolute disaster. Problem is, denying this defuse is very difficult. Oh, the run through is good! Gorgeous play from Autumn. I thought that was going to be a close round, if anything, a guaranteed for Heretics back on the board. But, well, FPX just doing FPX things.
The funny thing is, if Benji stood a little bit further forward, he does the full damage.
He pushes it off.
He literally would have fallen off, but I guess it's a risk. It would be a big risk just to play that far forward, but yeah, the fact he jumps in, sprays ones down, and then gets the second with the shorty, like, and the Cosmic Divide was great, but again, when you're up against a team like this who have no fear, they don't mind playing through your utility, you have to basically body check them into not playing confidently, and I don't think anybody's managed to do that ever. And well, speaking of confidence, Autumn's coming into this round with the Viper attack side op. Actually, in fact, so is Aya.
Yeah, I mean, they've got extra credits. I have to assume there's a weapon on the floor. In case things start to spiral out. This is the last round of the half, remember, and well, Berlin's got enough credits to buy them a few spare rifles, so does Lysor. For FPX, well, 6 rounds in a row. No surprise to see them playing confident, and even in the last round, I feel like they had that hero play, but they also had Berlin coming up behind. If the play was slightly slower from Heretics,
तेरे में और FPX में एक चीज जो common है क्या है?
Opportunities for themselves in the late round. Now it's
read my mind.
Lysor mid lurk, play to B site, but again, Heretics, all the utils here, and they've got Rians this time.
Guess what?
That's it.
तेरे में और FPX में एक चीज जो common है.
Now, trying to get that information, and it is eventually going to be denied. In fact, not catching anybody this time. The one time it would have been almost instant death. For the side of this attack, they're taking the space, jumping up. Benji's found the first, holding that line, but it's not clean. It's not pretty. Oh, Aya's managed to take him down. Timer ticking, and the spike still in an awkward spot. But again, he's always there, always behind. The timing's going to be everything, though. As Rians drops another. He's heard the steps of Minibu behind him. Switch back. That plant is just about going to be coming in time. And they've still got to worry about that flank.
Yeah, it's made its way up top now, and well, it doesn't look like the flank's the main problem. Berlin's holding strong. Autumn's here to support. Although he's lost his head. Now the flank going to be dealt with, but ammo is the main concern. 8-4 as we close out this half, and FPX, they were 4-1 down. This was looking bad. They needed an answer, and by golly, they found it.
Yeah, no, this was just an impressive dismantling. I've really enjoyed the way that we've seen mid-round switch-ups, more direct takes. As I said, I think the calling, honestly, from the side of FPX has been utterly sublime. And then just those individual plays, like Lysor, bottom of the board, has been an irritant for them the entirety of this half.
Well, nothing but problems for the side of Team Heretics after round 5. There's been no success. They'll get a moment to recoup ahead of the next half. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Oh, come on.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये मैंने टर्बो क्यों लिया हुआ है? ओ ये नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम वाला ऐड पॉइंट्स दो 50. ए मैं यहाँ पे वो कर सकता हूँ ना? Hey guys. भाई लोग ये लड़की का इमोजी देख के मेरे को छेड़ेंगे तो नहीं? क्या ये चैट सेटिंग, चैट अपीयरेंस, सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ, ये होता है मॉड. ये वो वाला है, पता है, जो मॉ पे आता रहता है ऐसा डायनासोर, ये वो बैलेंस स्पॉन्सर है. वही मैसेज.
My heart got bruised up, so I put it on ice. Been told that I wouldn't make it in this life, but now all of you see there's so much room for me.
You see?
And I know you think I still can take advantage, and you always took my humbleness for granted.
Bye भैया. भाई ये वाइब सॉन्ग में हेलो
after a big streak.
Nah, ये song पूरा चाहिए. Time out, take time out, please.
Half, they had full control, hands on the
भाई
reins.
गाना अच्छा था.
They've been left out in the cold for FPX. Everything's going right. Every call they make is coming to fruition. And
Let's sing Autumn
for
Cyber के अंडर
Heretics,
के लिए
this
थे.
pistol will be essential. We've got Mini Boo 3 and 10. He fell off the map as well.
Basically,
I mean,
ये
as far
बोलना
as
चाहता है
confidence
कि
builders
Cyber
go,
फिर भी
this has
नीचे
been a
ही थे.
disaster of a start.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it doesn't get much worse. And just look at already what's being attempted. You got the Viper screen down in case they needed to cover mid, but instead they just TP'd right into it. Benji though has managed to catch the first player. I want to point out there was more than one. Berlin is still going, but it seems like Boo is very aware of the potential of further aggression. They are holding for this FPX squad.
Yep.
Come back लग रहा है
some
Jet.
pressure on A, but I'm not even sure if they're looking
Jet,
to
come back लग
commit.
रहा है.
For FPX, though, it seems quite clear that there's about to be a hit on that side of the map. The steps, the noise, the utility is now over there. 3 players now stacked up, with Berlin left with the responsibility of hearing the steps if the rotations come through. And considering they killed Ayung on mid, they might start to go quite quickly around. There's a lot of pings here, though. Pings that certainly indicate they're suspicious of a player being around here, and they've caught Berlin. Okay, the snake in the grass dealt with, and Heretics, I think, are going to move into the B side. Yes, they are, and it's wide open.
Yeah, they've been methodical this round. I think they were very ready for that mid push, something that is attempted by FPX and a fair few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Watching it from multiple angles, and while now for the defense, they are going to need themselves a bit of a hero play. Wingman will be sent through. A little obstacle course for him to make it onto the site, but defense already here.
भाई गलती से ग्लिच के वजह से विंगमैन और स्पाइक दोनों नीचे गिरे. क्या मजा आएगा ना यार.
Well, perhaps Rian's has. He faced into Lysor, who seems to be hungry for some kills. Already picking up 2. And damage done to Benji. This is workable. With Lysor down, the pressure falls on Autumn. He's had some big plays, big rounds, but it's a little tough to put the pistol surrounded on all sides. And Heretics, everybody put the work in this time. A team ace to put a round on the board after quite a while. They finally get to taste victory.
Yeah, it's an important one for them. And now that's both pistols in this map. One currently still going to be at a deficit unless they manage to win the bonus or something of that sort. It's definitely not an ideal scenario. But I will say, from what we've seen, at least in the pistol, they're aware of what's going to be attempted by FPX. The thing is, they've cooked up a lot of stuff. I'm still waiting for the round where Berlin gets his ultimate online to see if he's going to try some of the stuff that he was attempting in previous matches versus EDG, trying to jump off the map, use his ultimate to teleport across, cancel it, and then try to step back onto the map. And then he got shot in the face. But the idea is there. It's just, if he can make that work, he's going to look like the greatest player ever. But this round,
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, 4-0 के बाद 8-4 हुआ ना शायद.
And any damage they can do. On the other side of things, as always, Heretics have got a couple of pistols that they can use as, well, in this case, lurkers, or to take more of a risk.
Much more controlled early rounds for Heretics than what we saw from FPX in those first couple. Spread out, just looking to push and pull the map and get a sense of what they're up against on this defensive side. For FPX, the gamble on B, I'm not sure that it'll find value. That aggression you're seeing out of Heretics is only to find the orb, and then they're on the rotation back towards this site that's much more open. Just one man defending it, and Life is about to go through the smoke, and that will be the end of him. A site now open for the taking. A little bit of Cypher utility awaiting them, but no one to execute on the back of it.
No one there.
Look at Reed's
one of those trips, unless it catches him and pulls him off the map. I don't think that's going to be working. I was about to say, surely at this point, if he hasn't realized it by now, we have a problem. For the rest of the players, it may genuinely just be a, well, I was going to say die to the spike, or, you know, there's other ways. Oh no, I tripped.
I have tripped and fallen.
I
think the spike is the likely play. And look to just punish anybody that gets aggressive.
They catch someone, get an orb. The thing is, none of their ultimates are even remotely close. Lysor is the closest, and I don't think it's worth risking giving stuff over to the other side. So Boo is going to gamble. He wants to try and get himself a little closer. Only has a pistol to play with, so it's an orb for an orb. not going to be the worst scenario, not going to be the best. Well, Heretics have closed the distance a little bit more. The problem being, though, is in the buy rounds is where FPX were, well, as you can see by the timeline, by far the better side.
Yes, absolutely. Those rifles come out when old cycles are through, and honestly, a lot of the time it's been nothing to do with ultimates. It is just how they're playing the map. But on the attack side, it's a different game. I don't expect them to slow down too much, though. The results here, this is, well, it's their pick for a reason. They're on this defense, B-side, Viper, Autumn's been having a good game so far, and his challenge is a little bit more aggressive than what we saw from Heretics. Boo was constantly playing far back in Heaven or Benji, playing towards the spawn with his utility. Instead, Autumn is out looking for a fight.
Because they've got Thrash online. If he's not put into a better position, or if he's caught out, he is the only defender of this side, so that definitely could be an issue. I think also just playing on this side when there's a Gecko, because that is the normal route to send through Wingman to get you into the after plant. It's the common post plant that we see from a lot of teams. And I guess with Berlin now alongside him, it isn't so much of a risk. I think we've also seen a bit of utility on the other side of the map, so I think FPX at this point have a pretty decent idea. That doesn't necessarily mean that Heretics are going to stick to this. In fact, no, they're doubling back.
Some of these rounds are going to hinge on that mid lurk, and we've seen Benji sitting around this position, but only holding for the aggression.
By camera, pura sound
up in their faces, opening the door at least to cause some paranoia, but, well, FPX know there's nothing going on. Life has committed himself to holding down middle.
दो ही बंदे पे भाई वो लोग का रोटेशन कुछ नहीं है भाई कभी रोटेशन नहीं हुई वो लोग की.
The traps were there awaiting them. Although we'll have Thrash going through first, you've still got to avoid those traps. That's exactly what Miniboo does. Updraft dash takes Heaven control, but no punish just yet there. Lysor eventually falls in the jump up. Miniboo looks to be a thorn in their side. Up in Heaven, not just by himself, but with two players, make that nobody. Woo dies, and the fallback from Boo now leaves Miniboo alone.
They've seen him. It seems like it. Lots of utility being expended, and he's isolated. And the aggression elsewhere hasn't succeeded either. Boo falls, puts the advantage with the defense. Rians and Benji. A little bit of an angle over the top, which might just give the game away. A nice shot from Rians, puts things back into a 2 versus 2. And for a moment, it looked like Ayung was going to try and jump around, but he's thought better of it. That time continuing to tick, Rians continuing to land every shot. 4 kills for him in this round. That Sova switch seems to just work for him. An agent he thrives under, but well, maybe the Guardian's working just a little bit better.
Well, everything else went wrong for them there, but Rian's went right. Unbelievable. The fact that Miniboo's isolated, either expected or spotted up in Heaven, dealt with the utility thrown down and him forced out of position. And that Woot got caught going up. You know, the idea was to have 3 players there to take a fight, to maybe even flash through the smoke and get super aggressive. But swept up.
It's the Turkish Olympian. He doesn't need any of that high-tech mumbo-jumbo.
No.
Put a gun in his hand. And wow, they'll be hoping this time it's not the silver medal. Either way, that is wrecked the economy of FPX. Ayung is going to be in the same position, trying to make that Guardian work. And to be fair, when he's had a hero rifle, there has been extra damage caused. There's no doubt about it. The rest left just onto pistols. I guess in that case, I'd probably be watching Lysor, because his shower is fairly nasty. The other side, though, you got Hunter's Fury, 1 away as well from a Cosmic Divide, which for the most part, it's not normally the most impactful. But when you're up against pistols, being able to section off an angle, if there's a stack, could be high priority. Instead, though, Heretics, again, they fall into this passive default. They are expecting aggression. They're expecting pushes. And to be fair, other than the mid-push, no one's really moving.
Yeah, it's a slow play. And with 40 seconds left, that's when Heretics start to look somewhere else, start to move, and abandon those lurk catches. Well, if Berlin hadn't walked in with his back turned, I think that could have been a different fight. Instead, Miniboo grabs the opening. It does spur them onto the B side where everyone's waiting. And it's Ayung taking 2 headshots at that with the Guardian. And they're in a bit of trouble jumping across that bridge.
Oh my God!
Locked in already. And Benji Fishy left in an impossible situation. 3 players and Ayung looking for the ace. Another round for FPX, and what a way to do it. 2 rounds,
9 Guardian kills. I don't think you're going to find that too often in the history of Valorant. 2 players that could both hit the headshots, but Ayong just doing it a little bit better. The first 2 was so disgustingly clean, but let's be real. I think there was about 1, maybe 2 missed bullets in the entirety of this round for him. FPX showing the depth of skill. He is 19-10 right now on the scoreboard. Nobody even close.
Yeah, and again, I hate to harp on it, but we opened this up by talking about it, and even we finished the EMEA stage 2 by talking about Mini Boost State. This is a guy that relies on confidence and hasn't had it recently. Bottom of the board, 5 and 12.
They got to kill that round.
He did, great, fantastic. But I mean, the problem is, when you look at FPX now, they have the exact opposite problem. Confidence has got to be sky high. They had a streak of rounds in the last half. Now they've put one on the board here in the defense in that kind of fashion. The only thing is, Heretics are still in an okay position to buy up. But if they lose this round, that's the first domino knocked over. For FPX, they're getting into the home stretch.
I think that the thing for them in this series is, again, it's what I said when they were 4-1 up, I'll say it now that they're down. This is the map. If FPX are going to compete, they have to win. Like, I think going into Bind, Heretics are going to feel more comfortable. Yeah. It's a map they've got a lot more reps on. In officials, at Masters, you name it, they've played it. So I don't think they're going to be too worried.
You are under Buddha
language. Of course, coming into this tournament, you want to start clean. You want to start as clean as possible, because you know if you win this one, you've got your grand final again. Yeah. We've already seen 1 grand final rematch. I think most people were expecting a second. This group truly is terrifying. Life though, well, that's just absurd. He just tried something so risky, and he has walked into. Yep, that's the whole Heretics team.
That is everybody. Young might be in position to get under that. I think it's just about going to catch
it. Thank you for the 5 gifted, मेरी जान के टोटे.
Had to break it as he makes his way through.
Ishan bhai, love you yaar.
Would have made it if he was bold. That's all I'm saying. Another win for the bold gang.
Another win. The first win.
ये टीम जीत चुका है. 1 second. I would like my chat to nazar on the chat. Ishan was gifted a membership by Ishan. First time ever in the history of YouTube of membership gifting. Self gift. First time ever. 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं. ऑफ स्ट्रीम लोगों को भी मिलता है. मतलब इतने सारे लोगों में से खुद को गिफ्ट दिया है. तौबा तौबा तौबा. Ishan bhai, खुद को thanks बोल दो.
Team is waiting on the other side. You get wrecked. It's going to happen. It's how this competition almost works for them. Like, you have yourself
खुद को tag करके thanks बोल दो. यही बचा है.
That solo initiator, and because of it, and they do this a lot. They play the double controller or even triple controller on a lot of maps. So you're very reliant on the solo initiator, or, and in most cases it's the Life to be an initiator with his face. So he's going to go running into angles.
What are the chances, guys?
You'll see it, no matter the agent if he plays Jet, if he plays Raze, he's going to be taking space that you wouldn't even expect the craziest of duelists to take, because of the comps that they're running, because they're more reliant on him to do stuff like that. And unfortunately, well, you lose 2 opening picks immediately off the rip. The round's going to go wrong. Luckily, with that extra stage, with the extra gun, they're still going to come in with the purchase. And ultimates, honestly, at this stage, fairly even.
Love you, Bangda. Love you, Ishan bhai.
You can understand that last round, the early aggression. Sometimes you got to just throw in a little extra flair to your round. And if there's a lurker there, he's dead, most likely. But, well, there were 5 people ready to take the fight. For FPX, rotation comes through. Life now in position, ready to take this B fight. In fact, a decoy is sent straight through, and Life is awaited. They let the decoy run past, took the main man down, and now the advantage, well, actually quickly flips hands on. They get in a fight for it. Vu, though, answers back up alongside a 2 versus 3. A retake needed for FPX. The spike planted relatively open. The thrash online just in case. And there's not a lot to say for FPX in terms of their chances. They need picks, they need to get aggressive. At least they'll have the information to work with, but I don't know what that is going to get them. Maybe point the guns in the right direction. Little lurk around from Young. He's going to go for it, yeah. But find absolutely nothing. A firing squad waiting for him.
Yeah, Scoreline equalized. Another round on the board for Heretics, and again, I think some more just solid utility. We saw the initial flashes that I think the Gecko flash caught like everybody who was on that site. Like every POV we switched to, I'm sure of the observers, like, get one that isn't blind. Just try and find them as they go. But it was rough on the way in. And I also think the dart, you could just see the combination of utility. You had the dart, the immediate Hunter's Fury, and then the Dizzy that just left everybody within that site without being able to see and being revealed. And I think there was even a counter ultimate of a Nightfall that was thrown in by the defense, but it didn't matter. Well, you might not be able to hear anything, but you can see exactly where they are because of Rien's.
Well, that one round from his 4 kills on the Guardian, that might have spurred them on, put them into the home stretch with just one more round and put Heretics' economy in a pretty tough spot. But now they've bounced back neck and neck with the attack side certainly getting the grips with their bank accounts, their credits rolling high. Even after buying, they could buy for the next round already. And if they receive nothing. And for FPX, definitely not in the same boat. They're left down to pistols. Although at least they're not at that 9-7 gap or 10-7 gap facing an eco. But taking it here means Heretics likely push up to double digits. And if damage isn't done in this round, they'll have a lot of safety net to fall back on.
That's similar to the last half, but this stage looking a little bit worse for wear. I think the problem right now seems to be that any of the aggression they're attempting is just met with full force of their opponents. I think Heretics are doing well, and at least when it's versus the buy rounds, they're basically just grouping up. They're knowing that, okay, either we go for a direct take together, we have our trips to still give away the game, but also they're probably going to push. And as long as someone's playing anti-flash or looking the other way, a lot of what Life is going to be attempting isn't going to work. This setup is dirty. They've got a Paranoia setup, a Cam looking forward. They could also send a Prowler through from the corner. This is an almost perfect trap if somebody walks into it, which they didn't. So now the rest of them are going to go hunting this guy with a Guardian. Iung is gross.
He needs to stop buying the Vandal.
Yeah, waste.
There's no reason. It's 20 and 11. So many of those are Guardian kills. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike's already made it to the B site. Planted as we speak. Woot. Well, his Dizzy's gone. He's going to play aggressive. He's not going to recover that Dizzy up top instead to try to disorientate the team. The defensive side with a flare of aggression. Banshee's caught one on the flank, but there's a lot more coming. 20 HP left on Iung. His impact. Autumn, I thought he had something special up his sleeve, but just the one to be found. Still, though, at 2 versus 2. If Iung had full HP, I might even favor them in this position. I might favor them still. A chance with both solo. 10 HP in the difference. Shot. Rien's finding it. And double digits is locked in. This, considering limited investment from FPX, came very close.
Honestly, Rien's having a game. Whether it's reveals, whether it's just the headshots he's hitting, he's playing a wonderful match. And right now for them, it has been a difference maker. They haven't been able to really do too much to deal with him. Again, though, it's a long buy round that just gets so dangerous. Iung with that Guardian, another couple of kills. In fact, I think the last kills he got before that were also with the Guardian when he got that 4. That was when we last saw something from him. Viper's Pit immediately put into play, trip alongside it, and it means that they're going to try and gamble elsewhere. Have 3 players towards the B site. Middle control will be held by Lysor, but once again, and no surprise, Heretics are taking that time.
Lysor is going to be pretty passive. Extremely passive, in fact, because you've got the trap sitting inside that Viper's Pit on A. You have 3 kill if they decide to push up. And even if they break it, you're going to have Autumn probably swinging on you right away, spraying a Phantom, no tracers, and you're already decayed massively. It's a huge bit of control to play with for this defensive side, allowing them to stack that B site. The only real concern is if pressure gets applied there, TP from Life, he's there to fight alongside Lysor. They can take their duels. Heretics will find it hard to find a response, especially as they've pumped the brakes so heavily in this round. With 40 seconds left, still yet to really make any ground. Rien's considering the drone through A, making it look like this is where the play is coming in, and the hope being that the rotations do come through. Life is TP'd off B at least, so they found it an easier job on that side of the map. Oh, and the push through into heaven.
Leaving one player there. Berlin He's going to be actually pinged immediately by the Dizzy, but it allows him to go back into position. Woot, though, defending his little bro. That means they're going to get into that afterpart. Utility retrieved. The rest so far away. Ion, though, has pushed in on his own, and well, he's going to get double swinged for it. A little bit over-aggressive, a little bit individualistic, and because of that, the rest of his team are now still man down, and they've got to be worried. There is the latest lurk on planet Earth from Benji. He's only just made the drop. I think it actually got heard by Autumn, so he's now waiting. That's another kill to their name, putting things back, but again, Rian's so clean, so confident in these late round scenarios. Autumn's just going to try and get in and defuse this, but actually, I was going to say maybe he wouldn't be pulled off, but I think he has been. The angle not being able to be kept, and eventually it's going to fall flat on its face. Another round where Rian's the last one alive and taking down that final kill.
You know, this round, it makes sense why Benji took so long to get back out, because they made this the most telegraphed A push, A split of all time. The drone goes through the Viper's pit, it catches the tag, immediately on middle, Benji's breaking open the vents, running through to the A site, and letting them know, hey, we tagged you, we're coming to kill you, we're going to drop that pit, take the site. And the response is what it should be from FPX. They immediately rotate in. Your Viper can't just hold a 360-degree angle, but because of that, these sites much more open. Isolated fight onto Berlin. Site secured. Land in. Time on their side, and Benji plays it super, super late, but that was what needed to happen. Otherwise, he just runs back out on mid. They obviously know he's there. They kill him. One less guy to deal with.
The danger now, 4 ultimates online for Heretics in a round that if they win, wow, it will put the economy of FPX in an awkward position. Their ultimates, some close, 1 or 2 online, but this is looking like a spot where Heretics might be able to just run away with it. And as said, this is a map that is pretty important for FPX. Heading into bind up next. Miniboo, space taken. He's got the Thrash actually going in behind him. That will clear the back of the site and give them all the space they need.
Should he be able to get back over to recover that? But Woot, picking up the kill onto Young. I don't think he's going to be going for Thrash. Instead, holding onto that control. Up close is Miniboo. Ready to take the fight. No one there to support him anymore, though Heretics fall back into much more passive positions. Miniboo's on his own to slow them down, to make it costly for FPX. Now there could be some trouble. He forces him out of position. He knows he was about to be revealed, but Lysor gets the kill. Now the aggression from Life. Flash. Should have another. There it is. Popped and ult completed. Not able to find anything. Sending the decoy through. Just buying the space. Keeping them back in the choke point as the defuse starts. Now he'll body block. Look to absorb those bullets for his teammate. They've killed Life. And now they need the diffuser. Looks like they'll get him just in time. With it ticking away, all they have to do is deny that defuse with the manage to their back. And the classic kills to close it out. That's 12-9 FPX left in a really difficult spot now. Economy down low, and 3 in a row needed to stay alive.
That's the thing. If you're in a late round and you see Rienz is alive, just run.
Just run.
The smoke fading just revealed Berlin to everybody at the end. The body block from Life was a nice idea, but that smoke just, it wasn't quite there, just not long enough. And while the final push from Rienz, him and Woot, the Turkish duo, up there at the top of the board.
And I think the smoke faded because when they put it up, I could be wrong, but I think they took a second to get towards it because they were cautious of any traps being there. With such a passive hold as well, like I saw them crouch walking into the smoke. The 12-9 on the board. Heretics on the cusp of victory. In a map they were 4-1 up in and then lost a streak of rounds, but Rienz is pulling them, kicking and screaming back into this series.
Yeah, it's going to sound harsh, but when you have initiators putting up this many numbers, sometimes your duelists can have a bad game. It really does. It's so ridiculous how talented these 2 Turkish players can be.
Get out of my way.
And let's say it's been needed. FPX have at no point looked out of this map. In fact, it looks like it was going to go dominantly in their favor at a stage, but the second they got onto this defense, it's been a round one by Ayung. And other than that, not a lot to write home about. Blade Storm in. Ayung also has the ult available, and Berlin's gone pushing. So is Autumn.
Yeah, they got all the control. They know it's an A hit that's coming through. The thing is, Benji, he doesn't react in time. The player on the side of his screen Autumn's picked him up, and now the flank comes underway, or the quicker rotation through the vents. Young able to grab one, and it's Lysor's double. At least giving them a chance in this with low HP, the decay fading, but Boo still on 54. They'll have a tough time in closing this one out. Still stars to play with. Has his grab well, and that is going to be the port of call to start this one off, buying him a little bit more time. A lucky spam could even the odds. And indeed, they baited out immediately, aware that he's going to be trying something nasty like that. He needs to start spraying. He knows this could be being diffused, and they're waiting for just that. He's seen both. Now he knows it's not even half just yet. He's got a bit more time to play with 4 bullets, and not enough to take them down. The defuse will go across the line for FPX. They'll reach double digits, but they still need 2 more.
Yeah, I think he was incredibly wary of the flank initially, just because those were the players that pushed mid to kill off Benji. So he was so worried about it, but just getting that little bit of information gave Boo a chance to fight. But with the low HP already on the board, wasn't to be. And again, a lot of this comes down to just the initiative. This was something that in a lot of the games we saw from FPX where they were successful on the defense, they had a lot of cool ideas, a lot of aggressive pushes, but I think with how Heretics have been playing around mid, they've been deterred. They haven't been able to get away with a lot on this portion of the map, and had to go for something quite a bit later. 2 rounds the difference.
लेकिन आज रात को मैं आऊंगा कि नहीं
पता नहीं आऊँ क्या they've had.
You want to see my sexy gameplay? Yo?
But as we've seen, they're very good at streaking rounds together.
With these weaker weapons, I'm not expecting much. Woot, though, has the rifle and is able to grab himself at least the trade to start this one off. Moving towards the site, we'll see the plant come in. Already most improved. The spray's not quite landing, so they're able to fall back now. 2 rifles, 3. Well, make that 2 again. It's Boo and Benji Fishy holding the chances of this squad in their hands. They only have 2 chances to close this out, and this one, well, it's not quite their best opportunity. Boo tagged up, well, decayed down, but the defuse already underway. Here comes the shock dart lineup, though. Grabwell already used to start this one off. Flank spotted as well. Lysor won't get a free kill, but with Boo falling, the numbers thin out. They dealt with flank, but they haven't dealt with the defuse, and the Hunter's Fury way too late. They'll get a tag, but that's all, and an ult expended for little to no impact.
Yeah, they might be able to hold on to their weapons and again make things a little bit more costly, but FPX are not going to mind. They managed to drag this back at the depths to look to try and take this to OT. And again, like, for what was invested, not a bad round from Heretics, but just throwing in that ult at the end, thinking that, okay, maybe they've got it half, maybe they've got it close, but a lot further along than I think anybody over on the Heretics side. Yeah, but it was basically done. It was only if he was incredibly low HP that would have made a difference. 12 to 11, still having a Thrash available. It's going to be something to play with, and definitely still wary of these aggressive pushes. Now though, again, looking a lot more direct from the side of Heretics.
Well, it absolutely is. We saw Thrash put into the hand of Woot, and now sent out to find a victim. Drop. That was an interesting dash up top. Young in the perfect position to punish it. And now Benji, well, he's not going to get away with absolutely anything. They really want to fight for heaven for Vents, but they will get nothing. Heretics left down in the dirt. 12 to 12. We're going to overtime on map number 1. This was looking like Heretics had it in the bag, but a last-second resurgence from FPX keeps them in it.
Actually win this game.
It's been both teams now that I've expected it to go dominantly to FPX after an incredible first half. Then I was like, okay, well, this is done. And now it's gone to OT, but probably in one of the weirdest fashions I've ever seen. And the thing is, I don't think Ayung had been playing that position much. Like, we'd seen Miniboo multiple times dash up there and have no contention whatsoever. This time, Ayung is waiting. 27 and 16, by the way. It is him and Riens who are really running the show. The question is, who's going to be able to take it over the line? FPX, like,
यस प्रिंस भाई आपको तो मैं यहाँ का VCS में भी नहीं देखा हूँ मैं. Any comments on this?
All the players, all 5 in fact.
गुस्सा ना दिलाओ.
Well, Heretics going for the same push-up on A, but seeing absolutely nothing this time. Going to be much quicker rotations going around, plugging the gap that's on middle, and mainly trying to support this B site. Unfortunately, they won't be there in time. Look who snuck into position, though. Boo It's not a normal spot to be playing from, and they're not even going to clear it. They're not even looking this way. That's the spike right in front of him. He's letting it get half planted just in case he can find another kill, and not quite, but he does the damage. Lysor on 8 HP, but the advantage sits with FPX, and it's Lysor that's going to go forward to plant this spike, I believe uncontested, unless there's a crazy shock dart. There actually was! Rienz fires it in and takes it down! And Autumn and Berlin, now another man sent in to plant this spike, and sentence most of the time. I believe another, it's a reveal, in fact, not a shot this time. It was sent through, and it's caught the information. They know where FPX are holding this from. Autumn needs a big play, and only the one to be found. Berlin, 1 versus 2. And they're all going to be defusing in that narrow little alleyway. But there is a chance the spray might just work out, but they're trying to bait him into a fight. He sees they're not defusing. He'll buy this time just a little bit further. In fact, the clock here could prove to be the biggest enemy for the side of Heretics as they start this defuse yet again. The swing is in, but the shots don't land. FPX punish this time, and it's Heretics to push to 13. Rienz with a phenomenal round. That shock dart was perfect.
They're going to be calling for agent bans. That's what they're going to be looking at. It's like, all right, guys, I've had enough of map vetoes. I want agent vetoes just so I can get this man off a damn Sova. Bear in mind, last time they played this map, he wasn't playing Sova. He was playing Breach. So that's something they've brought in for the game today, and it has been disgustingly good. Whether it's reveals, as said, or shock darts. Okay, maybe a hit or miss with the Hunter's Fury, but I don't think they're going to mind too much. Well, you could understand the elation from Benji. They've got another opportunity. They've already had 3 of them to close out this map, and FPX, well, they got an extra pause. They're using it.
Now's not the time to let this one slip. With that a little bit of extra brain juice expanded for Team Heretics, they've got to be feeling fantastic. I will just quickly note that Boo currently has an Odin. I don't think he's going to commit to that, but attack side, they might have setups with Rienz's reveals and Benji's traps on B side. It could be nasty.
So there is a, I think I showed you this when it came down to their B side hole.
Dad, we are close to 7K likes. Tala for a reason.
So
this is the like ne kya hai, but se like kar do, but
they're not going B, because he has an exact post plant for this.
You know, you showed me that, and I used it in my next
same
rank
body
game.
but
the things that were written in chat, I'm pretty sure some people got banned, but it's good fun, and I think pulling it out at a time like this will be unexpected for FPX as well. Like,
they haven't used it at all.
The only thing I'll say is that FPX have been tremendously cautious about trap wires. I saw it on the A site retake. I've seen it a couple of times where they're going into a site and they're looking everywhere to find those traps. If they make the mistake of not clearing them this time, they will be punished quite heavily.
But also, he just knows his line up for the post plant. So if the traps might not even be an issue, really. It's just going to be if they can get into a post plant, which
Saksham bhai tu to diamond bhi nahi hoga. Gaurav bhai free mein bhej sakte hain, 40 rupees do. Chalo.
And they have been able to do that. Autumn already spotted. Boo already in position, ready with his lineups, just to try and be an absolute rat at the back of the site. And while this is maybe the scariest post plant FPX are going to ever have to face into.
They might not even know what they're facing just yet.
By Benji ka posi OP.
You see the stars down on the spot.
Benji ka posi hai OP.
Well to deny. Benji's been in this position
quite
a few times, more than a handful of times. But this time they're not checking it in time. Luckily, Lysor reacts, finds the kill. The defuse started, at least that's as far as Heretics know. Some kills come through though. They reclaim the space. The Odin takes Lysor. The drop from Berlin is good. Able to at least find the one, and Rienz is incredibly low. Boo's caught up top. That's a big mistake. All he has to do now is root out Rienz and deal with Wu, but that's a big task halfway when Rienz swings in to close it out. 14-12. They push them to the limit, but Team Heretics take it across the line.
No, incredible performance from them in the end. It was a back and forth all the way through a map that favored.
टेक्निकली FPX ने बहुत बाप खेला ब्रो. हाँ तुला 40 रुपए लव यू. हाँ टेक्निकली FPX ने बाप खेला. हाँ चैट आज रात को स्ट्रीम होगी क्या? अगर 7.5K लाइक्स हो गए स्ट्रीम पे तो स्ट्रीम करेंगे 100%. और 7K लाइक्स हो गए तो 50%, और 7 के नीचे तो 0%. रुक जा चैट एक कॉल कर गया I need to talk to Fatima ji. Be right back. Be right back.
How many times can I say no games? Your favorite artist telling me Jay's cold, but still I won't say no names. So far ahead, left them in stone age. I am the king, this is my domain. Spit so much things like I breathe propane. I take that and serve up like a hostess. Everything that we do is real, no hocus pocus. We're not the same, but you already know this. Been around for a while, but I still bring heat like a solstice. I'm about, so they better take notice. Blur out the faces, I've got to stay focused. They want me to fall off, that's why I keep it loaded. Loud and real, I come like a solstice. I'm about, so they better take notice. Blur out the faces, I've got to stay focused. They want me to fall off, that's why I keep it loaded. Loud and real, I come like a solstice.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Champions Seoul, as we just saw Heretics take Abyss from FPX, which was FPX's pick in a map that we have praised FPX for playing in a very fun and unique way. But today, in OT, it belonged to Heretics. And Paperton, I know that there is a lot of conversation about what are the win conditions here for FPX. This Abyss map was one of those for the series. If they wanted to have give themselves a bit of a leg up in this one, Abyss was something they needed to pull through.
Yeah, I totally agree. It really does feel like this was a must-win map for them, and it looked pretty good coming into half. 8-4, you're like, okay, yeah, they've got this. They started to really roll some rounds together there. They got a good read on Heretics' defender side and how they want to play it, but then Heretics come into their attacker side and they look like fire. They have great ideas with this Sova, some great timings with the recon, some great shock darts. Rian's just some phenomenal shooting as well.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, they were able to flip the script, and with a different comp that kind of caught a lot of us off guard for Team Heretics, it ended up getting them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Woot in particular was absolutely excellent in this first map of the series. He had a couple moments where I think he wasn't quite the superstar he was at Shanghai playing in EMEA, but he's immediately back in global event form here, showing up and winning some crucial rounds, because quite honestly, I thought that was going to slip away for Team Heretics. They had a big advantage that they started to build in that second half. I think in particular brought on by some great mid-rounding from Boo. They were always getting themselves into these post-plant positions, and the post-plant protocols were really, really excellent there.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can see there as well, you'd mentioned briefly Paper Thin Rians, and I mean, guy popped off that game as well. So when you have that supporting cast, you know, stepping up in such a capacity like that, it's going to make it very difficult for FPX to be able to walk away with a dub out of this one. But another kind of talking point here was Mini Boo on the Jet. Not something you see him do all that often, which is odd to say considering, you know, he's a duelist. But he's been playing so much Neon lately. But you definitely saw him kind of just get neutralized a few of those rounds. Didn't really feel like he had much of the impact, which goes to show why this Heretics team is such a, you know, dynamic roster, because anyone can step up and pop off for this team.
For sure. I was a little bit surprised by the roster change that the comp change we saw coming out from this team. I thought that the Raze especially was really strong. I kind of got bringing in the Sova.
Guys, finally मेरा pickums right हो रहा है. Any comments? How much time does I have to gamble नहीं हो रहा है यहाँ पे. ठीक है. It's just giveaway of Mal. That's it.
8 rounds to keep them in these games, and they don't just have to rely on one guy to be that superstar.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more with that one.
100 lakhs बढ़ाओ 100 crore giveaway. Mods कब से करने लगे?
We're gonna show you a little ace. You know which one? Round 16 from Ian. It's gonna be, of course. I mean, just that first pop there, and the wall goes down, and it's like just an aim lab routine.
And it's all Guardian too.
Yeah, it really is.
Unreal.
Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff there. Unfortunately, FPX weren't able to pull through. But it took, you know, Heretics squad climbing their way back and then pulling it out in OT. Tough one for sure for FPX to lose.
They really had to claw back for sure to Heretics. I mean, it felt like to me all of a sudden I was like, okay.
आपके giveaway में all silver gold 5 man चलेगा नहीं.
Are going to occur, what the Jet's trying to do,
ranks.
you know, where the lurks are going to be coming from Benji Fishy. Those were actually really well accounted for by FPX. However, when it came to some of their like decision making and retakes and things like that, they just weren't quite up to snuff. They weren't quite at the same level.
मैं एक draft करके कर दूंगा.
Post plant, the Astra is really annoying as well. We saw that come into play a couple times. So all those things
मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा कि कब तक वो skins है. ये champs के बाद करना.
Away with some wins on their defender side.
गौरव अभी D3 हूँ. थोड़े दिन में Binks के rank.
Anchors were dying way too early into things, and then when FPX was trying to play the flood retakes, it ended up being more of kind of like a stumble, one player at a time.
गौरव भाई आपको permission दिया. Free में तोड़ो. नहीं चाहिए मुझे पैसा.
The post plants were just too strong. I mean, this is the new Pearl, the new cringe post plant map. We saw it in that second half, and quite frankly, your defensive side cannot be letting that spike come down every single time and play into the set retakes, especially when you're playing up against a team like Team Heretics. And now, I think this kind of booms the chances for FPX in this series. They looked great on Abyss in China. I think it was their best map regionally, and now they're going into a strength for Team Heretics, and this series gets really scary if you're rooting for an FPX upset.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, Bind's been great for Heretics, and we knew that this FPX needed this Abyss. It would put them in such a better position. So now they're gonna have to do what Heretics did to them on map 1 and try and claw their way back into this series overall. But let's go ahead and hear from the coach of FPX, see what he has to say going into map 2.
And Silver want to make team.
FPX, and we have Luna to help out with some translation. That was a very exciting map on Abyss. We're just curious, you know, you guys were able to bring it to an overtime, but why weren't you able to close it out? Can you enlighten us as to what struggles the players were going through?
其实刚刚是非常激烈的图一的比赛嘛，你们能够成功的拖入到加时，但是并没有成功能够拿下，能不能告诉我们是什么阻碍了你们的脚步呢
？Plus one。
我们下半场的
आंसर देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, मैं समझ गया. लेकिन फिर भी दे सकते.
补枪没有做好，加上我们的防 rush 的一些细节没有做好，
就
导致了我们下半场根本守不住他们。
कोई सीन
नहीं, कोई सीन. Second half we are on defense. We did terribly on trade and we didn't like to defend it well, so that might be happened. Explained what happened on the second half.
Well, there's still one map left, so let's see if FPX can manage to make a comeback.
क्या लगता है जट comeback नहीं?
And it seems like FPX identifying those issues. I mean, of course, you know, a tough one for sure, but now they got to reset themselves, get ready for this bind. It's going to be a tall task without a doubt, considering how good Heretics are on this. And, I mean, quite frankly, Paper Thin, if you're FPX in this situation, do you go for a bit more of this wackiness? Do you try and be a bit more off the cuff, if you will? Or, well, I mean, what do you do in this case, right? How do you catch this Heretics team off guard? How do you make them uncomfortable going into map 2?
For me, I think I'd like to see a different comp than what FPX normally runs on Bind. They normally run the Jet Sova, almost exactly the same comp that we just saw from Heretics, actually, except they use a Brim as their smoke. So I'd like to see something different. Raze, yes, I think is
gonna lose to either of the team in the lower brackets.
So I know, and that's what's weird to me. His life is really good at Raze. He's actually got better stats in stage 2 on Raze than he does on Jet, but they've been leaning into Jet.
Whoa!
That is very new.
Oh my God! What?
What the hell? I mean, there's a reason people left the Jet in 2021. I don't know where this comp has come from, though. There are some interesting ideas to look out for. First thing I'm seeing, watch how Life and Ion are going to combo their utility. The audio denial from that fade and the haunts combined with the flashes from
Euro combo
can give a lot of different ideas to set Life up for success. But that chamber, I think, is the big question mark. Also, we're not playing a Brim, we're playing Omen. This is weird. The one-ways, though, are cool with the Omen. We've seen teams like EG experiment with ideas like that.
Yeah.
There's so much to
But I think, also, too, like, you know, I think about their attack. They have barely any post-plant stall or nothing.
Yeah.
You know,
like no Sentinel.
The Viper. And
one Viper molly.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
They're going to have to fight. They're just going to have to scrap. That's all this is.
But
this
that's
is
what
a
they
scrap.
want to do.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what? That is a good call. It seems like
FPX no chamber. एक और initiator बस लड़ो. क्या बोलते हो?
Let's go ahead and send it over
Sky.
Here's Mitch.
बस लड़ो.
Go ahead, tell everyone how you like the mud.
Only with you, GB. Only with you. But yeah, I think this is one of those things. A wise man once said that this is an FPS game and you just need to shoot people in the face. So who cares about post-plant utility? You don't need any of that. They've got a little bit, but ultimately they're going for the shoot them in the face. And I like it because do I think they would win with their previous composition? No, I think this would be a map that would go the way of Heretics. So pull something out of the bag, go for an aggressive composition, try and use that individual skill. Autumn is someone who, hey, he can pull out a clove, drop 25 kills, so let's give him a chance over with the chamber, and there you go.
A nice start to that defensive side. A little bit of aggression going down on A as well. I'll try to get some control, push up behind them early on. They could be funneled into just one angle, but there's always the potential to take that teleporter and bring them in the direction.
Noob जैसा react नहीं करते रहने का.
It's Boo creeping his way back. He's turned at just the wrong moment, but corrects in time. Life down, and now Woot's clearing out that angle. They found the second and sent him straight into Boo and straight to the Shadow Realm. 4 versus 3 with FPX now looking to pick up the pieces, but the position from Berlin could be everything. He's got 2, and it's the spike with him.
This is such an absurd round. You'd think the defense are on the attack the way that they're pushing. Why are you going to expect the third player to be pushed up? The thing is, he's alone, hiding in his own smoke, and while he gives a little angle over to Woot, Woot's going to land the shot. And look where the remaining defenders now are. They're kind of ready for this.
I have the spike.
Yeah, they've rotated in just in time.
30 seconds left.
Lysor stuck in the corner. Off bat.
एक मारेगा ये. Raid होएगा क्या?
Rounding to take the fight, but the shot is delivered straight to the cranium. Only Autumn. 1 shot left in the golden gun. It's his ghost that's creeping up close and finding him on the spams. The silencer lending a hand, and round the goes.
इसलिए chamber लेते हैं baby.
Red Bull clutch to kick off bind.
I'd love to see an analytical breakdown of this round, because I think someone out there, maybe Steel, would have an aneurysm. It's one of the most aggressive pistols I've ever seen. You had 2 players making a push directly into mid. You had another that took complete Shower's control, which ended up winning them the round. And then you have this to start it off, where just the patience from Autumn, and he's the one that clutches out as well. If he goes down there, this round is lost. But that's what FPX need to do. They need to be disruptive, they need to be crazy, and they need to almost push Heretics off their game, because Heretics are very happy to sit back and be passive.
इसलिए लेते हैं,
Of course, it's the Outlaw that picks up that opening. a strong weapon. Yeah, by all accounts. And Young,
he couldn't have done that with a Marshall against unarmored players.
Nope, not possible, Tom.
No.
You know, he wouldn't have had the confidence, and that's what it's all about. Just in case they bought shields.
In the last round.
Yeah, you know, very shy player. I think it's fair to say. But no, for FPX,
yeah, Australians are known for being very shy.
Yeah, right. Reserved, quiet. Yeah, that's
just like Mac, mate. He's incredibly shy.
Quiet bloke. Yeah, you'd miss him in a room, a quiet room. They found themselves a strong advantage to play with. Heretics have next to nothing to work with, and even the Ghost is doing work.
This is just a chance for, well, I was gonna say, Young to farm, but actually Life stole that last kill away. A great start for FPX. Bear in mind,
भाई लग रहा है मैं आज स्ट्रीम के बाद सिर्फ FPX के मैचेस देखने वाला हूँ। ये लोग ऐसे कैसे आ रहे थे तो फिर EDG से 13-2 or 13-5?
A judge for Berlin as well. But this is where the rifles come up.
Heretics तो सोलर तो स्कोर कर रहा था यार.
Always win their attack. Even in matches they lose. When they lost to Vitality, they won their attack. 7-5, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 10-2. Like, they are very good at this.
क्या ये लैंड में
so
सिर्फ ऐसे चिपकता है?
Disrupt them enough. Well, I'll be interested to see this comp on the attack, but even still, I think they're planning to try and disrupt this attack side. Wow.
ये थोड़ा बालजी प्ले था. दो जगह देखने था.
That's for sure. And Young not going to last much longer either. They've avoided going into Berlin's awaiting arms, and now they've spotted him too.
He's going to let it hit him. He doesn't want to shoot the judge.
No, and actually it might just work. Now they think there could be a rifle in there. Let's see what we've got. What's behind door number 1? It's a judge, and now it's time to leave that guy alone. You can have all the space you want in lamps, but you got to get to the site to defuse, and that's where the difficulty spawns. Paranoia used to try to keep them back. Again, Rians can see clear as day. The orb going to block him out. Flash goes up top. Benji's around the back, inside the smoke, waiting for them to emerge, and he's got himself a double, almost a third.
Heavy, Benji, heavy.
From those two, that is 2-1 with Heretics on the board, but that's the one we expect FPX to lose as well.
I also don't think you could expect Benji to be there because of the fact that they are actually throwing util into the smoke. So you're sat there going, okay, well, if they're going to put Molotovs on this, why would there be a dude just sat in there? And there was. But just clean openers. And again, we're going to highlight Miniboo because he had a rough first map, but if this guy comes online, I do think it's over. Because everybody else, we've seen them thriving. I think Rians especially, Woot was great in the first map. This is where things get maybe even more exciting, as he's upgraded and now has an operator.
Yes, no shields, you'll notice. This is a glass cannon. Attempt to get aggressive early on, has the TP to fall back on. Getting a little greedy, going around the corners, and there's Boo waiting for him with the iPad out. Wasn't quite expecting that aggressive of a peek, and now the punish has been delivered.
Sorry guys, I didn't expect him to swing all the way down mid without checking one side. Sorry, I wasn't aware of it. They're going to try and immediately pivot to the other side of the map, but look who's there again. Autumn playing this rotational operator, and he's got Life alongside him. A lot of support. And now 2 men down.
Map 3 जा रहा है.
The dominoes have started to topple at this point for FPX. Everything is working out. Another pick as Rians comes out of the smoke.
FPX
the rest
of
the squad still set up in hookah. Now they fall back, looking to take it the other direction, and perhaps they'll have a 2v2 on offer. You have some aggression.
Yeah, it's just where it is, though. This is a filthy crossfire. I think they're just going to save, though. This is just holding on to guns. Yeah, I was about to say, if they go all the way around, they're geniuses. But at this stage, the economy will be good enough if they hold on to these guns, make sure Boo gets another one in the next round.
If Bangba wasn't FPX, they could have won easily.
Response from FPX. And as said, like, what they're currently doing, so ridiculously disruptive. Like, again, you have to be wary wherever you go. The Autumn could have peeked mid, TP back, immediately rotated to the other side of the map, and could be facing you there as well. And that's exactly what happened in this round. He becomes even just a distraction in the late game because you're focusing on that operator. And then, do you think Life's going to hide? No, Life's going to swing. And well, Berlin is looking to even remove the guns, but eventually they will be allowed to save, and for Heretics, pretty important.
Yeah, based on what I've seen just in this series, Tom, I don't think Life's going to hide. This guy is he's unhinged, to say the least, and I think you can say the same for Autumn at mid-push. You know, the idea makes sense. If there's a player on the left, they'll have to swing out wide. So it's a timing, it's a risk you're taking. But the fact that you have that TP, if things go wrong, they miss a shot, you're already out of there.
That's what this comp is. It's a risk. It is
Risk-taking
a
comp.
bunch of risks. But that's the thing. As I said, I think if you try and play regular, to the book, standard Valorant, beating them on this map is incredibly difficult. Already, Thrash going to be utilized and straight through the TP, but then met with Benji. 3 disrupted. And wow. Swings the roundabout. Sometimes the aggression works, sometimes you get triple sprayed down.
The fact that these players turn so quickly, the doors open, and, well, they seem to close on the round, at least, with FPX having an operator, Lysor. I'm not sure that they're going to want to commit these weapons to it. You look at FPX, post-plant utility doesn't really exist, barring the snakebite, but for Team Heretics, that's not quite the case. They've got their snakebite, they've got their molly, they've got Rien's, and I think they know the mosh pit was already used, but even the flash to re-execute out for a fight. The C's as well from Woot. It's not one that I'd expect a big commitment from. Especially with now they've cleared the site. They've seen that it's most likely post-plant setups. These weapons may just be more valuable carried through for future rounds. Although, I mean, Lysor is very aggressive. He wants to make it costly for Heretics and at least drop a few bodies. As he fails, Autumn's out.
Yeah, I think Autumn always had the
Boo
plan,
is close to ult, so is Benji.
Fade away. Everything else they can repurchase. So it's not the end of the world. Heretics do well to weather the storm this time. Again, it's another round where contact is made towards Hookah. The response from FPX is to 3-man TP, which is a bit mental. And I saw all the assists come through, and I was like, how has Boo got 3 assists? That is a Stimby control assist. It's not something you're going to see every single day. And while Benji does incredibly well in that scenario. Again, though, the only thing that would worry me for FPX, honestly, is if they start shying away. Because this comp, if you play passive, sucks.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is not a passive comp. And that's the problem. If things don't work out, that's often going to be what you do, is switch it up, change your pace. We saw that in the last round. Now Autumn being dropped is traded out for life. Got an aggressive out on B long, at least keeping a foothold for this site that isn't just deep. Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to fall back at this point, at least maintain the control. But this guy, I should have learned my lesson. I thought I did earlier. He always keeps going. He's going back out. No, he's not.
He's thinking about it. He's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's back.
He has his ult as well, though. So there's always a chance to double dip, especially with space being taken now. You know, yeah, every angle's being checked before they attempt anything. Aggressive control into the showers means that they don't really have to worry too much about the TP. It's a position that they've already been caught once with Berlin, but Ayung's now on spot. Lysor trying to just see if he can get any information, because at least then he'd be able to slow them down.
30 seconds left.
20 seconds.
Well, C's hasn't quite caught in the flash on left.
Heavy
They even caught life, I think. They want to try to back out, but Mollies are covering them. Strike comes in, sectioned off by Team Heretics. Put in a box. Life at least able to find a blind. How is that correction landed? At least Benji falls. Life's work is not for nothing. In fact, it seems like the advantage will be converted into a round win for FPX. 4-2. And honestly, watching Life play this game is just perplexing. I don't know how he's getting away with so much in these aggressive positions.
Again, it's something that we're looking at from a side where we can see everything. Just imagine what it's like from Heretics' point of view, where a guy just goes blasting straight through the smoke, taking insanely aggressive fights. Again, he's the reason they win the round. Like, he is fully the reason. Like, the re-aggression to start with, Autumn goes down, it's the second prong. Like, you're not expecting someone to go running out, but it's just this shot onto Boo, which I feel like it has been Boo just on the wrong end of a lot of that. And then Ayung actually catching someone off the back of his own utility as well. 4-2. Defensive side starting to build a lead, and I like the fact that Heretics are taking a very early pause here.
The best part is when Ayung threw that reveal, there was probably the thought that if Life can just hold on a second, it'll help him get a kill. And instead, he just runs through the smoke and takes 2 blind. So you know, when you've got a player like that, I mean, you know, you got to let him off the leash, and that's certainly what they're doing on FPX. Remember, one of the main factors of success for this side so far has been Autumn, able to find those early picks. This round started out with Heretics picking him, taking him down, but the response was immediate from Life on B Long. He got aggressive, they didn't punish that, and then they lived to regret it.
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of what Heretics, similarly in the last map, like, they're going to have prepped for Abyss because they knew what was coming. They knew that it was likely to be picked by FPX. They knew that they play this aggressive game. If they prep for this, they have somehow snuck into their opponent's scrims, because I don't think there's a way you could have seen this coming. And that's why I think taking an early pause, giving Neilzinho an opportunity to sort of go, okay, they're trying to push everything. I thought for the most part they were going to try and double up, but I guess the idea is maybe for Miniboo just to try and sell some info. Yeah, and he's not looking to fight anything. He knows there's going to be aggressive plays.
Remember, we had it in the last round as well, but no chance to use it in the chaos. Miniboo's got the showstopper. Ready to work with, but Autumn picked off in the last round. He'll take 2 first bloods in this one to make up for it. That is a devastating start. And now that showstopper, that's just an afterthought. Walking through the Viper utility. Oh, the timing. The judge still comes back for 1. And well, a 5 versus 1 emerges. Good luck and condolences for the round to Benji Fishy.
Well, it's gonna have to be an insane 1v5. They know exactly where he is. Pop flashes. We talk about how aggressive this team is. They want to try and group back up with Autumn, and he's not falling back. But honestly, with what he's done in this round so far, I can't really blame him. A collapse to start off the round. The aggression that this man is pulling out. I'd say it's about 90%.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is you're seeing him just with global control. At the start of the round, you might as well roll a dice to figure out where the hell he's going to be. Peeking out, whether it's in hookah, whether it's on long. Now we're probably going to see B long. I mean, there's nowhere that you can feel safe, and they did the best thing they could. Double swing in the angle. I think at this point, Heretics have got to just, if you're going to peek, Dizzy has to go round first. Otherwise, you're dead. Prowler, something has to reveal that, or you're risking 2 players dying to 1 bullet.
That's the thing. They do have the utility to be able to clear out an operator. Like, you've got yourself a Fade and a Gecko. And you've got a Boombot. Like, I think this round they did, or the last round, sorry, they put the Boombot through to try and catch him pushing B mid. But it didn't matter. He wasn't there. And then they weren't prepared.
अभी एक ही स्मोक आएगा उसके
over on that A site. Miniboo still has his ultimate for this round, but you look at what's on offer. I don't know if they'll want to use it.
Last smoke भी करता हूँ.
Again, you talk about that operator. I think the judge is just as scary.
Especially in Berlin's hands with what we saw previously, and when you've got the Viper Util decaying you down. Here he is with a chance, but Woot's the one to shut him out. Now an opportunity for Heretics, even with the weaker weapons, if they can keep these trades up, and they're doing exactly that. 3 versus 2, and some weapons to be recovered with a plant coming in now. And Wingman online for the late round. Autumn's on the flank. The long way around with Lysor inside that smoke in spawn. It's going to be a tough split. They have to win their individual fights.
Boombot वो कर दो, cancel.
I don't think he wants. The Wingman didn't quite reach.
Boombot को 4-wheeler से 2-wheeler कर दो.
Who has gone looking?
Boom cycle कर दो मैं तो बोलता हूँ.
Back towards long. If he goes to swing this again, he's going to be
परेशान आ गया हूँ मैं.
Either a headhunter or an operator. In fact, he might not even check.
भाई ये लोग तब भी round है बे. 2 smoke
They've
जो
already
डाला
managed
है
to
ना.
clear out Lysor around, looking all but over. As him getting into some of these closer range positions is going to be impossible, and Rian's even there to close it out once again. A low purchase and a victory alongside it for Heretics, as they will get their 3rd onto the board.
2-wheeler ये Boombot तुम्हारा knowledge सुन रहा था, knowledge.
Berlin before the damage can be done. I think he would have had a relatively easy time finding the first, and then, well, you're running through a Viper or close range against a judge.
It's not
going to be a very pretty scenario, but the reveal up top was timed perfectly to at least land them that opening.
सुन सकता हूँ मैं, बेरा नहीं हूँ मैं.
Cascades with the trades. FPX though, it's little more than a bump in the road. 4 ultimates online, rifles still there with credits for the next. They have a chance to continue this fight.
They Imagine having a three-man setup, ready and waiting, immediately getting rid of the Thrash, and life just keeps going. 2 kills already. Boo tagged up a bit, but he's lost some health himself. Not going to overface this. I feel like they were so ready for them to try and use the Thrash. They literally put a firing squad to deny it, and then took 2 kills.
Well, that's it. As soon as the Thrash is used, you know they're all going to be funneling through that choke point. But life, time and time again, just surprising us with the individual skill. Berlin dropped in life low, but the trade is quick from Young. It's been so clean in these ranged fights with Heretics sent back the other direction, moving towards bathroom 2 versus 4. And again,
look at the push-up as well. Like, they don't have to worry about B just because of where Autumn is. Like, he's so far up at this stage that unless they're going to go through the spawn, and even still, if they don't step or hear them, Ion perfectly placed, but loses the battle. Still, though, it allows 2 players to be here, but you have to bear in mind how low life currently is.
Autumn spot allowed him to keep B long control now, though he's abandoned that trap to move for the flank. Lysor does well, landing that one, but Benji's got some fight left in him. 58! And the shot through the box! It wasn't a game of battleships, no. He had a radar this time. 6-3, though. FPX find the round in extraordinary fashion.
Yeah, it always seems to come down to these late round clutch scenarios, but hey, you put Autumn in those positions and he's going to win it. I think good work as well from Benji to at least make this one look competitive, because I feel like all the way through they had so much space, so much of the read on that defensive side. But yeah, from Benji's POV, it looked crazy. From his POV, maybe not so much.
Yeah,
I'd be more surprised if he missed.
I'd be surprised if he misses any of his shots from what I've seen so far.
FPX जीत रही है लग रहा है अच्छा खेल रहा है यार
very impressive. This chamber's working out. The disruptive play has put Heretics on the back foot a number of times. This time Lurk sent out by Benji towards A. Pressure applied on B. They'll claim the orb and look for some space. Weaker weapons in part. Woot on a classic. Sheriff's in play for Boo and Benji. It's the rifles on Mini Boo and Rien's that have to do the heavy lifting, and instead, okay, there's one missed shot. It's remarkable. Now, if anyone peeks him here, I'm not sure they'll be quite as lucky.
It is got to be a little bit more careful. No get out of jail free card this time. I think he was a bit lucky that the player he faced off against was the player that only had a classic. Otherwise, that could have got dangerous. Again, still no escape, and while he is going to be connected on by every single PC utility, Miniboo has managed to catch one, but there is an immediate swing and counter. It was an ult or 2 invested by the side of Heretics, but you wouldn't think it.
No, you really wouldn't. I mean, the decay that came in, though, from, I believe it was Young dropping the Nightfall, putting them in a position where everyone was low up. Miniboo.
It was both.
Yeah, but Miniboo and Co were down to like 1 HP. You saw everyone on the side of FPX just spraying at the bodies here. Nice and easy. It was 1 bullet to take him down, 1 for the player in the smoke, and then a headshot for Woot. Didn't quite matter either way. 7-3. A big lead now in the books for FPX, and the half isn't over yet.
As said, every single time we've seen them play, even going back to G2 at Masters, they won their attack. They are not winning their attack, so they've already broken what has been a running streak for the side of Heretics. Finally, they managed to shut out Autumn, but he's not alone. There are more players there, one lurking within the poison orb, but it's only going to be the 1-for-1. Berlin, he's revealed his position as well. And although there is a player looking to come in from behind, Heretics this time are going to get the afterplant with an advantage.
Style points for that one. Nice clear with the trade potential. Yeah, Heretics advantage to play with. Got it locked in. But last time that we saw Autumn, it was life to step up for a massive round. We'll see if it's going to be the same here. The flash to support the initial push through. He's gone around the long way, fighting it for control over Lamson. He's found it. At least to begin. Things are going well. No flashes left, though. Leaves the dry peaks in Berlin with a 1 versus 2 after his initial. Already starting the defuse, looking to get it half, but Molly comes in. Smoke soon to fade as well. He's peeking out on the side of it, but they know he's not defusing. When there's no need for them to swing, although Rian's obliges eventually. There's another round on the board for the attacking side. No matter what, they won't be keeping their streak of winning their attack, but there's at least a chance to make it close.
And there are definitely arguments that like running a chamber is going to be a lot easier on that defense. We'll see how it's utilized by Autumn in the next half, but I do think it's important for Heretics to get this final round. Otherwise, a pistol could put them in a pretty awkward spot going into the next half. I really like the post plants though from Heretics. Once they're able to get there, they've looked really good. Like they're able to have the really late mollies coming in from Boo, just happy to sit back while everybody else is disruptive. The problem though has been getting there. And well, they have a showstopper and then a Viper's Pit. So if they do get there, I think it could be ropes for FPX.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to get back into a site like that with a pit down, and it might be tough to keep them out with the showstopper. Boo bypass that utility, and the C's has actually caught Young. He could be in a lot of trouble here with Mini Boo going up and over. The shot doesn't land from the showstopper, nor does it from the rifle. Young still kicking on the site, moving back to clear Boo, who luckily wins the fight. Some breath still for Team Heretics, and the flash in. Life is going for another big play, but only the one to be found.
That keeps things even. Plant yet to happen, so you can see the doubt. Autumn's actually going to go back towards the B site. Still has his trap available, so he knows that they haven't made it towards Hookah just yet. Actually, just this patience from the side of Heretics has at least made the defense slightly weaker.
It's thinned out the numbers for sure, but Berlin's not looking weak. What a shot with Boo down. The spike retrieved. Rienz is going to try to get this one planted. No wingman, though. He has to do it himself. And the TP out. Beautiful from Berlin. Even as the ultimate to use just to cause that little bit of paranoia for Rienz. And in fact, the ult is used straight towards the spawn. So now Rienz has no idea where this opponent could be. And Autumn's a mystery as well. Does manage to get the plant down in the chaos, though. Not deterred, but shot in the head from up in heaven. Berlin caught him jumping over the box. That's 8 rounds locked in.
Holy fuck,
Slow it down. I want to see that shot again. That was just disgusting from Berlin. A fantastic round from him individually and a fantastic half from FPX. As said, even if like when Vitality were able to beat Heretics on this map, it came down to a poorer defense for the side of Heretics. They were not able to beat them on their attack. Well, that's exactly what FPX have done. They've managed to quell them, and well, thank you for the replay. Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Well, Tom,
okay, good.
That's our first half, 8-4 for FPX. Now, it's
ज़्यादा
time to give them a little
निकाल
break
सकते
between
हैं,
the
लेकिन
half.
मेरे
We're
हिसाब से
about to
FPX
jump
ने
off.
बहुत अच्छा
We'll be
खेला।
back with half number 2 very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wings. अपने पास है क्या? Pankada, do you have Red Bull? Skill wise, ahead, but they like composure and tactics. My opinion. भाई इतना तो है कि एम है हैवी, वो भी स्पेशली जब वैलो अभी भी आया है उनके रीजन में, हाँ, लाइक वेरी रिसेंटली कैसे ईडीजी दिख के आया है और कैसा अभी एफपीएक्स दिख के आया है, क्रेजी। अटैक में यूरो और चैम्बर को ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे। पागल हो गए कि भाई, पेड अल्टी करेगा, यूरो उसके पीछे टिपी करके देगा टपैक करके।
And we're back 8-4 when we left you. Team Heretics struggling on the attack side, which is a rare sight for us, but they're one map up. All they've got to do is recover this on the defense, Tom. But this composition from FPX, yes, we'll talk about the chamber defensively and how strong it can be. We saw it, right? Autumn's opening picks from TPing out. It will be harder to make that work here on the attack.
For sure, but I think that's where you're now going to look to players like sort of, well, I don't want to say pick up the slack like he was performing badly. He was very good at the first. But that's where you kind of looked to him. And as I said, for Heretics, this probably has been their weaker of the two sides.
Bro, back to Korea for
it's
finals, I don't think so they are this time.
Fundamentals, can they turn this back? I think with both Woo and Miniboo being a little bit quieter, looking for a bit more from Rians after
crowd किधर है? Crowd main आता है
pistol
playoffs में और
yeah, you know, it's not even that they're being quiet, it's that their opponents are
mostly
being
crowd
so
है ना
loud.
एक एक मैप देख के बीच में जाते रहते हैं
स्कोर
वोर वहाँ पे फन होता है वो सब होता है
it's tough to play against FPX from
प्लस
what I'm
प्लेयर
seeing
मीटिंग
here.
रहता है
This is
जो
just a chaotic
पहले वाला
squad
टीम जो
that
हारा
will
और
put you on
जीता
the
उनका
back foot.
मीटिंग
They're doing
रहता है
something you're
बाहर
not used to.
फैन
A lot of
मीटअप्स
those
रहता है
adjustments
वो
have to
सब
be made
रहता
on the
है
fly. Heretics, 4 rounds on the board. This pistol carries a fair bit of weight for them. If it goes to FPX, they're going to struggle to get back into this half, and we may be going all the way to Lotus.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about unorthodox playstyles, Lotus with a triple controller is something that maybe, I guess Heretics I think, have played it before, so they might be prepared for it, but that doesn't make it any easier.
लग गए THK
Couple of players ready and waiting.
खेल रहे नहीं होगा
Looks like
रीटे
an attempt from Woot to maybe try and deny the plant. He's around the edge, but unfortunately the Horn doesn't find anything.
Are they thinking about, yeah, they're TPing, they're going back. Autumn was left lurking outside B, heard the rotations. There's one player up close, Benji, but he's tagged down to 24. A flash on backside could get him out of dodge, but Berlin's already on him. The push from Rien's, it was at least covered for a moment by the Viper wall, but now he's all alone, doing the damage, and at least dropping a few, giving Woot a chance.
मार सकता था
Shuts him down, and Boo has somehow allowed life to thread the needle unbeknownst to him. Boo's right behind him. This is a pantomime with a free kill, although it came a little close. Just the 1v1 left with Lysor's position unknown.
मैं बोलता Lysor.
Oh, he's right above as well. Just looking for that fight for the fourth. A fantastic pistol round from him, and I said it would have been a welcome gift for the side of Heretics to be able to take that over the line.
Clear cut map
Again, though, you
clear
just see these
cut
rounds where they go for these late rotations. I love the thought process of FPX. Is like, you think you know what we're doing. You think after we shoot your horn deep within the site, we throw our utility in, you think that you're in our heads, and in fact, the quick switch up, Benji left in no man's land, and sure,
FPX खेलने के लिए आया है भाई.
He did what he could. It was
Benji ने बहुत मारा लेकिन आज मिनी बुका नहीं चल रहा थोड़ा.
It's not enough.
No, it wasn't. That pistol going the other way now for Heretics is tough. They're 9-4 down on this map, one that we hailed as somewhere they should be able to take it across the line. We said that FPX need to win the first map
और control लेने के लिए वो किया है बे बंदे.
Rien's dropped to start this one off, and it's only pistols for Heretics. No big investment. They're
बंदे
saving their
क्या
cash
सिर्फ
for the
और
next.
बार control लेने के लिए और
But
जैसे
a
push
10-4
के वो
lead, if
TP
that's
out
where
कर
we
दिया
end up
भाई.
with potential economic benefits there for the attackers as well.
भाई ये लोग
This will
दिमाग
be
के साथ
a
खेल
very
रहे
tough
थे.
position to climb back from. And
अभी
the
A
way
जा
they're
रहे
pushing
हैं
and pulling so far, pistol was fantastic. And look what
भाई
they've
ये
done
मैप
here.
दे दो.
Fake on A,
मेरे से देखा नहीं जा रहा.
and then
रोहित
rotate
भाई
back to the A side. It's wide open.
ये मैप दे दो भाई. मैप 3 चलो.
Looking at this map on paper, like this was a map that. Okay,
भाई
they lost
वो
the
लोग
last
ने
time,
heavy
14-12
study किया
in
लग
overtime
रहा है हाँ.
vitality, a team that needed to win to qualify for champions, whereas Heretics
गया पूरा side
were
खाली.
basically already qualified because of the points that they have. So, and we were talking about burnout and all these excuses. We had so many different things when it came to Heretics as to why they didn't win that match. Maybe, in many cases, not giving Vitality the credit they deserve. Even still, that was a 14-12 loss. Right now, FPX, you remove all of those excuses from Heretics. They got a bit of a break. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like it's a massive one, but the same break that FPX got. And right now, on Bind, they are putting themselves into a considerable lead. 10-4, guaranteed. There's nothing that can be done in this round. The only thing will be whether or not there's any orbs or any cost. And of course, for Ayung, he only has a pistol. Even going down isn't that much of a problem. He wants the extra orbs to try and get closer to his ult. Benji will take exactly the same thing, and the rest of the team, the ones
Jinx बैटरी चार्जिंग पे लगाओ, आगे काम आना है. क्यों भाई?
10-4.
चैट 80 लोग बचे हैं 7 के लाइक करने को. जिसने भी लाइक नहीं किया है लाइक करो. Didn't expect the chance to give this much competition to TH. Benji मार रहा लेकिन.
I'm casting it back to...
What script are you reading
from?
from?
When I saw Bind, Tom, remember I said to you backstage, 10-4 FPX, I can see it happening. I don't know anything that's going to happen after that. But 10-4, I'm certain. Now, for FPX, yeah, they're expected to win that last round. Is that better?
Okay, yeah.
And then they've got their economy built up as a result of these weapons being saved. Sure, there's some weaknesses. You've got a Guardian, which has not been a weakness if it's in Young's hands, and then Berlin on a Spectre. But for the most part, they're able to go blow for blow with Heretics in this round. And if Heretics don't find this, well, they're going to have to start drafting up that anti-triple controller setup.
Yeah. I hope they already had it drafted, because I think they played them on it before.
Or we'll have questions about Neil Zinho's nomination.
Yeah, that's true.
आप किसके साथ हो?
Well deserved. His coach in EMEA has been fantastic throughout the year, but it's safe to say that this matchup, even last time they played, I said they won 17.
ये map at least FPX bro. अच्छा खेला. Actually में अच्छा खेला.
Ended up making a run to the final and played the other team who beat FPX. I think they've been, as said, clinically underrated. And once again, they're showing why this is a team to fear in the group of death. For now, though, 35 seconds coming up on the clock. Pressure going to be put on to Benji, but he has support, or had support. Now it's all on him, but the flashes are just leaving him in a position to fight. Rians is doing an amazing job on the backside again.
अच्छा खेला बे. By Rians.
And after the first kill, the small snake bite went down. Berlin swings in, thinking his teammates are with him.
ठीक है. Chances देखते. Chances देखते. Let's give it a thought. अगर TH को comeback करना है, तो कितने % chances है? 0. बस thought दे दिया मैंने.
They certainly still had a lot of weapons to work with, a lot of punch to pack. But this next round, I think, will be a little bit different. I'm seeing Autumn again going for the glass cannon, and that was most certainly the turning point of the last half. He was getting so much value out of that operator.
But do you agree with it on the attack?
That's the thing. It's so much more difficult. In fact, if you look at every opening duel he had, he was reliant on him putting down his trap, him posting on an angle they couldn't be on just yet, or maybe just peeking out, and then just waiting. And they have to push you because they're the attackers. They have to attack. Now, that's not quite the same. And catching Heretics out will be a big difficulty, I think.
I think as well, when you're up against a composition that is double initiator, double smokes, like you don't really need to be pushing. You don't need to be taking mass amounts of aggressive control that hasn't already been cleared by some sort of piece of utility. So I think, yeah, sure, maybe the Heretics make this decision. Go, okay, they've taken a pause. Let's try and take some space. Let's try and battle with them a little bit. But when you have yourself all of that utility, all the finances behind you, and Thrash, if you're doing that without any utility behind it, then you deserve to get killed by
exactly. Well, they can also see the credits at this point. You know that there's a chance Autumn does that same.
After the last time.
The last time you looked and went, nah, I probably won't go for the op. He couldn't get shields. And then collateral. Well, 10-5 we go. FPX still up well above their opponents. Miniboo getting confident, getting aggressive, and getting shut down early on. FPX have found an easy opening duel. You talked about no need to push, Tom. Well, it looks like Heretics missed the memo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, the supportive utility was there, but it's definitely put them in an awkward spot. As I said, after a pause, a lot of teams will take a gamble, but when you're 10-5 down,
that gamble hasn't paid off,
and it's not getting any better.
With Rian's down as well, big clutch player for the squad. A lot of utility that's going to help you to get back into a site. There's not a lot to hope for, except Woot finding some semblance of hope with a quick pick. Clearing out the space towards Bath, finding one player. He knows that's probably an isolated duel, one he's happy to take. And even with the decay, with the vulnerability, he is still able to win that duel. We're back to a 3v3. It's winnable for Heretics, and the flank hasn't yet been spotted from Benji Fishy.
Boo, trying to get something. The steps will have been heard. The TP has been removed, but they're still wary of where life is going. In fact, he's going all the way around the back. He's in their spawn. Autumn picks off Benji. This now becomes so much more awkward because that player up above is going to leave them in disarray, but Wu is still going, still thriving, still trying to find anything that he can with Autumn, just buying as much time as possible, just baiting them as much as he can, and they're only just getting onto that defuse. He needs to try and find the shot. Is there going to be time for it? Is the question. There will be.
Wow. Heretics have done one hell of a job getting back into that one. I think Autumn going out with the classic. He thought he could buy a little bit of time, but they were swinging wide, looking for the fight. This squad started it out with confidence, getting aggressive, and it didn't work out, but the recovery is there. Now they're sat with rifles, they're sat with Thrash, and this puts FPX in a really rough spot with barely anything to work with. And Woot's the man that pulls them out of this abyss that they were in. The fact that they're not only able to find the first, but he goes back to back, takes a fight inside a snake bite against a player who knows he's there and still wins it.
ये FPS जीत जाएगा. Sid bhai मैं भी वही बोल रहा हूँ. मैं भी वही बोल रहा हूँ Sid bhai.
Like you hear a second tap and life doesn't have
Sid
to
bhai
swing.
क्या चल रहा है लाइफ में? कैसे हो यार आप?
Eventually there was a lot of time left on that clock.
क्या आपको गिफ्ट मिला?
This time though, with Heretics slowly climbing. It's only going to be pistols. Sure, you got that headhunter available, and they're going to clear control to collect up the orbs. They're putting it onto life, which is interesting because he is not even remotely close to his ultimate.
दो जिंक्स एक साथ. Excuse me.
I guess you want to farm it up early. Strange, I guess. You can see like a nightfall for next round, something like that, especially with the death. But, well, maybe they just know that Young's got a weapon that he can tap someone in the head with. He's probably going to get
10-7.
Fair play. Gotta have faith in your teammates.
There's
always a second player doubled up on it. Mini Boo and Woot as an example, but Woot's dropped right off rip. Mini Boo, though, able to get it done. This is what we're talking about, having that second man to provide that cover to trade it out. They don't want to lose too many more players. Keeping the economy healthy early on is a big factor, and Spike's gone the other direction. Pressure's on for Benji.
They haven't got as far forward as they probably would have liked. He's going to wait, almost play the bait. Just hold on while they fight his teammates. It's all too easy for Benji. Now for Lysor, if anything, he needs to make sure he dies. Not wanting to just hold on to a pistol for the next round. He's going to go swinging. Already has the ult, so it's not even going to be for the orbs in the end. Heretics
0%
brought this
chance.
back into contention.
0.
10-7.
Not possible.
Not too far away now, and this is where you
नहीं,
kind of
far
expect
away
for
है. अभी
FPX
अल्टी
to have
आएगा
more of a
जब भी
response.
पेड़ और योरू का तब देखना क्या होता है.
Ult dedication.
तब देखना एक बार.
You get a nightfall for
तुम लोगों ने
FPX right
Binks
now.
पाई? Any knowledge?
I mean, a relatively big factor, honestly, in a round like this. 10-7 economies on the line. Autumn's going in for another glass cannon. They're so willing to play without those shields. I mean, they rarely get to fire a bullet back at them, so I suppose it doesn't really matter.
आज का बात नहीं, कल से तो दो स्ट्रीम होएगा.
On the road to recovery, the defensive side, well, a little bit of aggression to go down. Minibu sends through the boom bot. It finds nothing, and on the back of it, I expected aggression. If it was life, you'd see it, but it backed off.
Be revealed, but he has support. And it's actually the spam through the orb.
Random shot mara
taking down life. That's not the man you wanted to lose early on in this round. Because as said, like, you look at the other side, what have you now got? You've lost your star duelist. You have a double controller, single initiator, and a chamber. This is not a space-taking composition.
Save. अभी से मेरा कॉल सुनो. अभी से सेव करो. मेरी बात सुनो. अभी से ही सेव करो. Next round और उसे उठा के मारो. Best call. Never seen before. 4-man save.
Benji not going for the orb. Could have been Viper's Pit online, but he knows that risk not worth it at all. Thrash sent in, and Berlin's already pushed way too far forward. Perfect timing from Rienz on the ultimate. The snake bite keeping them back, and as they attempt to fade through the orb, Rienz gets another blind through the smoke. The spike recovered by Lysor, soon to be gifted to Heretics by the looks of things, but the op comes in, the shot fired, lands nothing, and now they'll be much more cautious. In fact, the molly gets him. Oh, it's a disaster. 30 HP for Lysor. He's at least got 2, but 8 seconds left. Spike to be planted, players to be dropped, and even saving is impossible. Miniboo's got him sectioned in.
That was the combination of the two players of Rienz and Benji. Like, just whether the orb was going up to just keep everybody low as they tried to run in. They also had the snake bite, the cover that was there when the ultimate was being used to make sure that they couldn't properly close him down. Like, it was just perfect from these two. And, okay, that was the only risk, was when Berlin got through, but Rienz was just about quick enough. And you can see, just combining their utility, working as a team. And again, I said Rienz has been a little bit quieter in that first half. He is now 16-12. He is climbing up the board and putting them just 2 rounds away after what was looking commanding. Like, this was again, I think it was both pistols going the way of FPX this time. Again, a very good first half where they ended with a pretty hefty lead, getting that second pistol over the line, and now they've lost 4 rounds in a row, and I think we're starting to see the holes in where this comp is just not
That's it. They really need to find a solution there, and I'm not sure that's an easy solution to find. Like 4 rounds in a row, it's not the end of the world. We've seen so many teams recover, and a lot of the times that's going to be necessary. You lose the 4 as you're learning. What are your opponents doing? How can you adapt to it? What are the gaps in your attack for FPX? Those gaps are hard to plug with limited utility. I need to see life not going down early round. I'm not sure I can blame him for it. Like it was
actual में
वो मतलब अपना यार कैसे नॉर्मल चाय वाला चाय वहाँ पे एकदम फोम वाला कुछ तो अजीब ही था और गरम नहीं था वो
You got the golden gun, man. You go Hunter alongside Shields and then go for the orb. Well, then you get 1 kill.
Farm का मैं क्या करूँ? हट टी होनी चाहिए.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted him to do it.
I didn't, so I'm quite happy with where we've ended up here.
I'm rolling with the chaos. Chaos is where they've succeeded. Chaos is where they will win.
New Gen कब आ रहा है? Champions के end में?
Guardian. He's going to be better in this round.
I actually think this is over then for Heretics, to be honest. I don't care about Autumn's ultimate. It's iYoung's Guardian. 3 headshots is a minimum. He might get 4. We'll see.
Yeah, the only thing that will stop him is if it's through a wall.
Yes.
Then he'll only take down maybe 1 player.
If Lysor uses the Viper's Pit while iYoung has a Guardian, he's trolling. Now you need to give him the long range angles. Let him just headshot. But no, for real, at this point, Heretics feeling a bit of pressure. They're just going to fall back. They're going to concede the control. That could get Pit down for FPX and give them a real chance to fight for this round.
Team blind went कर रहे हैं.
Spamming. Woot has somehow managed to dodge every single bullet. There goes that Viper's Pit, but with an immediate response. Both Nightfalls thrown in. Everything being placed into this round by both teams, but able to buy quite a bit of time. Miniboo playing a game with Chicken. Berlin on the other side, and while Miniboo comes out on top, they now have to deal with this man. He goes for a little bit more. They've also lost the Pit. This is a bigger problem now. Life has at least been able to recover 1, but it's left onto iYoung, and there's a counter Pit in play. He has to make a play into it, and they're watching for this. They're ready for this, but he managed to bypass them. It didn't matter in the end. Benji was waiting, holding that line. And now the difference down to just 1. And as I said, Mitch, they committed quite a lot into that round.
They committed a hell of a lot. Get themselves in, counter Nightfall Pit that then got counter pitted as well. I mean, this is big investment from FPX. And then we look at this round as well. The fact that their economy was put in. The next round we'll see light shields and rifles for them as well. How many will get the second, I don't know. And a quick trade from Rienz drops the Pit. At that point, the round is lost. I think that's the defining fight. And as well as that, Miniboo was like 20 HP, pushing through lamps for the first kill he got. Just crouched waiting. A ballsy play. And certainly fair to say that, you know, we
I'm a TH fan, but FPX
I don't think that's an issue right now. He seems to have found his groove.
एक half बहुत अच्छा खेली थी.
Into it at least, and
so for those reasons,
be dangerous. A streak of rounds.
I'm going to support
this
FPX.
Will be both
this
maps
map
now, where the FPX have found themselves in pretty hefty
defense
advantages.
Spot on, spot on.
To slip in a similar way, it will be a crushing way to go into that lower bracket. And of course, have to face off against Sentinels. I don't think.
ये जीतेगा Binks by Jinx on FPX.
Will have had to.
Who's next? Actually में map 3 देखने गए थे.
Playing against Masters finalists.
Lotus देखने में मजा आता है वो लोग का.
Way to go out. Life though. Here is that ult, something they were looking for, but there are multiple players ready and waiting. The utility is so good though. It's fantastic to support him.
And iYoung with another. Yeah, Rienz had thrown his own bit of util out the Dizzy to try to get space, but he's denied it. Boo and Wu left with a tough decision. Do they go for this? They've got plenty of cash, so I see no reason why not, but it'll be hard to find it. Okay, player in the corner, but Autumn's clean on the first shot, and the flash leaves Boo in the corner. Autumn can post up, and that's where he's found most of his success in this series. 11-9 now. They found a little bit of a recovery. This could have been disastrous as well with their credits down to the last, but well, they're back on the board.
Crazy execute. Why ultis ka scene hai be?
Because when Life has that, he uses it to basically pinpoint where the paranoia needs to go, has his own
Euro ने clear किया था सर.
The players at the back of the site.
Omen आ गया यार. जैसे Euro ने ping किया.
And that's
back side blind पे था और ये आगे side TP मारा. Fade ulti की जरूरत है. Omen का blind दोनों को लग गया.
I actually think that, okay, sure, for Heretics, I understand where there's a pause. You won 5 rounds in a row, you finally lose one, you're 2 away from this map slipping away. But I actually think FPX would have been really happy to have a pause here as well. Because you're now going to sit there and go, okay, we use the ultimates that we knew would work. We were literally farming orbs when there was one orb on life, and
ये लग रहा है FPS actually good. FPS actually good. वो लोग ने first match भी बहुत अच्छा खेला.
And now, well, we don't have that. What are we going to do instead? Sure, we got Tour de Force. We got Berlin from the shadows, which I'll be honest, on Berlin I actually think could be impactful. He's a bit crazy sometimes. And well, Heretics are more looking just to get back into the swing of things as they were over the last few rounds.
New agent आएगा आप उसको main करोगे? कौन सा है? Duelist आ रहा है क्या?
Scenarios where it looked like FPX were even going to challenge them at all.
Duelist नहीं आ रहा है.
No, a streak of rounds if they can replicate it. That's what they're after. Maybe FPX have that response.
Like said, first match.
Uses ultimate. This is a game changer.
वो याद मत दिलाओ. कितना 6 round 7 round कितना round था उसका?
Now though, we look at Autumn. I believe he's activated his ult before barriers have gone up. Tour de Force, he challenges them to a game and see if they do want to play. Certainly early on, no form of aggression, and the Dizzy just reveals a player's outside the site, and with the ult in play, you do not want to go checking who it is.
Straight away. One of the TPs is had to be used just to
वो लोगों को पता है कि shower में
I think they are trying to deny
shower side.
Life farming up those orbs.
इतना info है
the singular buy round they've managed to win come off the
wall
back
up
of his
करके
ultimate.
walk in करेंगे क्या?
And again,
मजा आएगा.
3 players ready and waiting. It's allowed by the aggressive position over in hookah that's being held. And now Boo, well, he's going to be under pressure. Another double ping, and well, Woot's caught.
Well, this seems to be the place they get curious is exactly where Autumn is. Rian's able to trade, but the disadvantage remains for the side of Heretics. Although Rian finds another, we're in the same boat. Mini Boo, showstopper, not going to heaven though. Needs to pull his rifle out pretty soon because there's a peek coming in from Ayun. Getting aggressive, and it was not expected with the Tour de Force landing a shot. It's 12 for FPX. 3 chances to close this out. The same position Heretics were in on the last map.
Yeah. No, we are seeing a lot of similarities, but this time
बनता है बनता है.
And FPX now
पहला मैच भी it's not a fluke.
I like a lot of the interplay in this round.
पहला मैच भी बाप खेला.
Like when the
ये मैच भी बाप खेल रहे.
Back of it, you know that somebody's going to try and shoot that to
ये जंपिंग क्या मारा बे Autumn ने.
This was the value.
Reigns ने भी मस्त मारा था दूसरा ना.
That was what they were looking for the entire time when space is made, re-aggression coming in, being caught, and the fact that he gets the last player as well.
तीनों राउंड गन राउंड रहेगा. वो लोगों को पैसा है 3 राउंड बाय करने.
They could respond.
3 gunfight जीतना पड़ेगा FPX.
Oh, they could.
अपना RTH को.
Moves down to start this one off. It's not looking pretty. Life even finds another Lysor, trading out some of the disadvantages, but Benji's done well. His 2 picks puts it back to neck and neck. And now an opportunity with the spike dropped right under their nose.
FPX.
Look, if there was any 2 players you wanted to put in the clutch position, you probably would choose these guys. Autumn and Life have been very impressive. Having to dodge the thrash and just about managing the TP. Although he gets detained, he's at least safe around the corner. They get to reset and thrash won't be recovered.
Match के साथ पिकम का भी जीजेगा. मेरा भी 0% prediction.
He will be able to hold on. It's unfortunate because they actually cleared the B site, but just didn't realize that singular kill on Taboo was enough. Ran the spike into A. And of course for Heretics, they're not just sitting pretty.
So the second seed would be TH and SEN. The FPX out of syllabus आया है.
Now taking the TP would actually find
an
open site. The timing not working out great for the side of Heretics, and they're going to have to take the long road all the way back around. Now it might not be expected though for them to have pushed this far.
Strategy है, लेकिन time का क्या करेंगे?
Problem is, I think they're a little bit worried about full sprinting just in case someone still lurked in mid.
Well, I mean, conventionally speaking, this is where players who have already started to rotate. I think that's what FPX are playing for, that Team Heretics would be coming through the spawn. Maybe in their minds, they've already stepped onto the site. Little do they know it is the long play, but with the positions FPX are manning, they don't really have to worry about that. It's not an angle they're super exposed to, it's just Life, but now he's got the info, and the shot landed to start this one off. Big swing to get the trade, and Autumn finds him with his back turned. Beautifully played by FPX, and he managed to take bind, a map that we were counting
बोला था FPX जीतेगा. बोला था.
Scenario where a team has come into their map choice. We've put them out as favorites, and it's gone the other way. That means that we need ourselves a decider. Lotus will be coming up after the break.
है बे, है. मैं मान गया बे. मान गया. पहला मैच देख के मैं आश्चर्यचकित था कि कैसे क्योंकि मैंने रिसेंट उनका मैच देखा था 13-2 और 13-5 हारा था एडीजी से. और टीएच लास्ट टाइम वही टीम थी जिसने पूरा चाइनीज रीजन को घर पे भेज दिया था. सारे टीम्स को हराया था टीएच ने, सारे चाइनीज टीम्स को, याद है. तो A इज इक्वल टू B, B इज इक्वल टू C करने के बाद जो आउट ऑफ सिलेबस आया है FPX, क्रेजी. जो तुम लोग के छाती पे 2-0 लिखा था, I would like to edit it with regards and I want to do 2-1 FPX. FPX ने मेरा दिल जीता छाती पे एडिटिंग के बाद. 2-1 FPX. सॉरी एडिट करना पड़ा, सॉरी. हाँ, बट इट इज व्हाट इट इज. ब्रो प्लीज आई हैव टू गेट द 100% टाइटल. सबको टाइटल चाहिए हो. हमारा टाइटल तो गयो, हमको फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ये भाई ऐसा कोई हो सकता है जिसका 100% टाइटल है ही नहीं. एक भी बंदा ऐसा है ही नहीं जिसका 100% टाइटल है. मजा आएगा. सारे डूबो बैंड. बंक्स भाई गलत इन्फो हारा था. 13-13-5 था. अरे हाँ वो तो ट्रेस था. अरे यार कब से मैं कंफ्यूज हो रहा था. अरे यार पैंच क्या, मैं वही सोचा. मेरे को तो पहले से पता था FPX अच्छा खेल रहा है बे. ट्रेस गंदा खेल रहा है. मोबाइल क्या है मैं पांगड़ो.
Hello, I'm joined by Benji, Fishy and Autumn, and today we are going to be playing Agree to Disagree. It's fairly simple. They have got some, well, I guess, cards, and basically I'm going to ask them a statement and they have to tell me if they agree or disagree. Very straightforward. We're going to be starting off talking about our newest map. Abyss is the funniest map created so far.
Funniest?
Funniest. Have you had any laughs?
Yeah.
Oh, hey chat, can we have like 15,000 likes alone?
No, just go for it. Straight away.
Agree. Yeah, not as strongly, but it is good. Like, bro, the amount of time, especially when the map first came out, bro, everybody was just dying. Like, in scrims, bro, people, you just see someone die off spawn, bro, just to jump off the map. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, same with me. I think I've fallen off the map a few times, and even on ecos, like sometimes in scrims we just 5-man jump off.
Yeah.
Does not give them any ult points, stuff like this. I think it's definitely funny.
Okay, statement number 2. Aspas is the best player of all time.
Oh.
You know, if you disagree, I'm going to ask you who is.
Nah.
Okay, agree. Who is then, Benji?
Who is the best player of all time? FNS, bro.
FNS. What is it about his game that you specifically like?
He just has aura. He just has.
Oh, come on.
Just his aura, bro. Like, like
I see it.
In the you know, I haven't had the honor of playing against FNS. You know, sadly didn't qualify to champs, but you know, I would be very intimidated. I would be extremely intimidated.
He's one of the goats.
He's one of the goats for sure.
One of the goats.
So yeah, I'll go with FNS.
Okay. Well, we've had our first difference.
Yeah, I agree because I think Aspas is just probably the most consistent player I've seen in the game. Like, he's just always putting up phenomenal numbers and stuff like this, and just the amount of consistency in this game, I think it's really like incredible.
Okay, I think this one might split the decision a little bit. British cuisine is better than Australian.
Wait, British is better.
It is better, yes.
What is Australian food then?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say there's not really that.
What is
many
Australian? What's a
cuisine.
typical Australian
shepherd pie?
A shepherd's
meat
pie.
pie.
That is also
that's English as well, bro.
Do you know what a parma is?
A parma?
Yeah, like a chicken schnitzel with like.
Oh, like in a wrap or what?
Chicken schnitzel with like cheese and tomato sauce, like pizza sauce.
Oh, I think I might have had it before. I mean, that's pretty good. Okay,
That's a chicken
I mean, the thing
parmesan.
is,
Isn't that American?
maybe. I mean,
Australian cuisine's not really a thing, but
that's the thing. Neither is like. I mean, you've got some English stuff, but like, I see Australia as just like a hotter England. To be honest, that's where I see it. I'm gonna go disagree because you know I'm British. I'm not a huge fan of British food.
Disagree.
Yeah, we both disagree. Okay, respect.
Okay. Well, the final and most important question. Tom looks good in his leather jacket.
Right. Strongly agree.
Strongly agree. Okay. Right, we're going to end it there. Thank you, guys. We're going to be throwing it straight off to the desk. Just remember that one. I look fantastic. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, as FPX forces a map 3 taking Bind, which we all thought was basically all done and dusted. But that goes to show you when it's Champions time, I mean, anything is possible here. And they even did it with a composition that was fascinating, to say the least.
Inexplicable.
Yeah.
It's the way I would call that one. Because they came out and I'm gonna be real, I didn't see the vision fully with this composition. I'm still not sure if I did. But
I don't know if
I think Team Heretics in a lot of these rounds overcomplicated things a little bit.
Yeah.
They kept on trying to go for these slow rounds, and they kept on contacting into players, just holding angles. It was Life holding aggressive on short. It was the chamber and showers. In so many of these rounds, these same early opportunities were being given away, and it was giving FPX advantages constantly.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think FPX had a decent game plan coming into this where they're like, we're just going to kind of play around their utility a little bit, like some of their smokes and the Viper walls and things like that. We're just going to find ways to just hide in corners, hide in angles they're not expecting, surprise the heck out of them, and just knock them down. The rounds where Heretics found some success was like on these heavy execute rounds where they're able to really put together these successful, you know, snowballs into a site, just take over the round, and then their post plan is just way better because they have a lot more mollies and things to work with. So there were those opportunities, but like you were saying, they just kept contacting into players and dying.
But I think this is the classic FPX, where they play a comp that isn't optimal, that doesn't have like the perfect idea behind it always, but they just execute on things solidly. They play off each other really well. They have some insane individuals. I mean, the amount of just rounds won on mechanics this map was so impressive. Like, these are good players that play well as a team, and they'll really catch you off guard, as we saw here on Bind.
Yeah, they were able to pick up the dub, but of course, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. We're going to give this one to Benji Fishy for his 3K in round 4, even though, you know, the Heretics boys weren't able to walk away with the dub. I mean, still, you know, you get a couple people walking in through the teleporter, you're like, oh, hello. He just caught 1, 2, and on top of that, he was about to get gobbled up by the Fade util 2. So that was great. And just another day of Benji Fishy doing something ridiculous and just shrugging it off. I've been casting him for a while. He does that quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even with the situation that, you know, Heretics find themselves in here, you know, going down on Bind, when we thought that that could have been a given for them, now we shift our focus here, map 3 to Lotus. And what I'm excited about is we're about to get some zoom, you know, about to get some neon up on the server, you know?
This should be really interesting. I mean, a map that FPX beat Heretics on at Shanghai. Again, different, you know, players, different lineups, that kind of thing. But there is some experience here for the side of FPX as well, going up against good Neons. They beat RB, who was playing for Titan Esports over in China. They were able to best them on Lotus. Lotus is a good map for FPX, and Heretics is actually changing it up completely. No Neon.
Wow.
So this is just the default comp. They're familiar with it. Everyone has played this one before, but that is really surprising. This will be 3 maps now without Miniboo playing the Neon that defined Stage 2, and I think defined Miniboo.
Miniboo Neon!
It's a really weird one, but on their attacking side, it gives them a lot of tools to break up the map and scale into very small pieces at a time.
So
they're never going to go for the super early fight, but they'll Astra Smoke one early.
50% win rate versus 25%. Simple maths है भाई, simple maths है bro. कौन जीतेगा? 100 and 200, 500%. It's gonna be TH. Simple maths.
Hold on to it long enough.
Thank you रे, यही stats के हिसाब से ट्रॉफी दे दो.
For a better way to kick off day 1 of Champions Seoul. We're going to map 3. It's Lotus. Let's find out who walks away with the dub. We're going to send it back over to Mitch.
भू का जॉब कतरे में अभी से.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, listen, a 3-mapper between these two teams, I would have said it's likely at the start of this series, but after seeing Abyss, I wasn't so sure.
Did they sit down on the wrong computers? Why is Wu on Omen? Why is Boo on Fade? Like, they've switched, but they brought in some of the same agents and then just sat down on the other computer. Rian's is also switching to...
अभी अगर FPX जीतेगा तो चैट में सबका predictions 100% टाइटल गया ना.
I can only assume it's because Woot's going to look to be that little bit more aggressive. Although saying that, Rian's is the one that's pushing up.
LOL हो जाएगा, LOL.
My goodness. Well, let's see how this one pans out. Haven't seen Boo on the Fade in quite a while. In fact, doesn't even have that many games on it in total. Autumn has gone down right away. A few assists coming in. The Fade alongside the decay from the Viper wall. And they're looking to push right in towards Heretics' position. Boo, well, he has a tracer, a rough idea of where those players are, but he can't land the shots. Luckily, the rest of the squad is there to cover all bases. A flawless start to this one, 1-0 for Heretics.
मैंने बोला था कि नहीं.
I'm kidding, that would be a little bit of it. But the thing is, winning both pistols has been the defining point of the map so far. Like, they've been both incredibly close.
मैंने
one of them went to OP,
बोला था कि नहीं. बस इतना yes or no question है chat.
That first map went the way of FPX, and getting off to a good start here for the side of Heretics is going to be so important. I'm excited to see some of these role switches. As said, like, there's opportunities to see Woot get more aggressive. Like, a lot of the time you're going to see that lockdown of the A site with the triple push up and then leaving that Omen behind. We saw players who used to be duelists and stuff do it in the past, but Woot has sort of played every role. I can't think back to him playing Sentinel, but anything other than that, he's pretty much in the book.
भैया जी क्या चल रहा है भैया जी?
You can almost say the same for the good old Boo. Yeah. Over the years, he's done whatever needs to be done. For Heretics 1-0 to start this one out, and FPX just play the classics. Very light buy for them in this round. Heretics will be sitting back, letting them.
Prowler ने close clear नहीं किया, उसको दूसरा Prowler भी डालना पड़ेगा जब ये 8 होएगा.
Rubble, which is a big part of having to catch myself, a big part of Boo's gameplay is what I'd normally say, but he's not going to be doing that this time around. We heard from Alfier at the end of stage 2 that he's very bored of playing the same role again and again, and he wants to play everything.
But Boo got Controller of the Year in the EMEA, right?
He got just like, yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm going for Initiator now, lads. I'm going for the Initiator of Champions. Because why bother? Why bother playing the Controller anymore when you've already completed it?
Yeah, completed it, mate. Got 100%.
This round should be very little. Any extra kills would be nice for FPX, and not an awful start. Managing to get those trades. Now, we haven't really talked about it as much, but the thing I love about this attack side triple controller is it means they can actually use that Viper screen for space into the B site. For he's going to be on cleanup crew. Now, any extra cost here would be a weapon drop.
चुपचाप बैठा रहता है.
And Aya has a chance, but Woot's a little too quick. He was just the same, finding the second shot off the life. Well, with those connections, that is a 2-0 start. FPX, though, doing some damage. At the end of the day, the main are carried over to the next.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, though. I want you to keep an eye on where that Viper screen is going for the attack, because normally it's going to be used a lot of the time for A control. You're going to use it to try and sell a bit of a ruse, but most of the time, he's going to be playing it at different ways to cross into the B site. So he's going to make it so that he can sort of section off parts of the door so they can isolate in by going through the broken door, and then also it sections off heaven at the same time. So it makes things quite awkward for B site defenders, and also means that you can basically go in, and if you go from mid, you can fight a it's quite a nice Viper screen, but one that you can't normally allow.
भाई पूरी नींद उड़ गई रहेगी भाई उसकी. हेलो.
Well, you think that when you commit life to holding an angle, that'll be enough, but Mini Boo's off to a flyer. Started the first. Rifles for the most part. on the side of Team Heretics. Not that many weaknesses. Odin bought up by FPX, trying to spam down early on A, but it's converted out now for the rifle. Oh,
shot diya na be.
Again. They're juggling all the way to the spawn. That's going to be chucked away. So just the rifles carried forward. And Autumn doing work with them already.
Return shot, bro.
Bit, but there's still a defender here.
Benji's still around as well. Rotation already coming in from Rian, so they bolstered this A site defense, and with 3 players already committed to tree, this could be a problem. They haven't managed to get out of this spot, but Wook's going to give him the fight. In fact, Rian swings with him, and both players are dropped.
That was an aim duel right there.
For those shots landing in that fashion, FPX now only facing off against a weaker weapon in the form of Benji, and Miniboo, who has hit a few nice shots. We'll see if he can find a bit more. He's gone down the rope. He's on the site, round the corner. They're not expecting it. The angle's open. He finds his one. Nade thrown, but he has a player around the backside. It's Aya on his way. Not even needed, really. The kill was going to go either way. Autumn or himself. It's only about who gets the orbs. Luckily, with Young finding it, he's 1 away from a thrash, which could be valuable.
6-6.
Yeah, I think they did well with just the slow.
Stevens
really wasn't that weak in this round for Heretics, but the double swing, just being patient around the angle, and actually a little bit disjointed. That was the bigger problem. Like, Lysor is the one that gets both kills, because I think Rian's is just a little bit late on the swing, and that's enough for a double kill to come through for the Omen player. Another one who likes to switch things up away from Sentinel and plenty of other roles. And this early fight, well, fair enough, Wook. I guess you can just play a duelist initiator and everything in between.
Yeah. A man of many talents, that's for sure.
Jack
of all trades and a master of most as well. The Odin spray from Boo. It's stylish. I like it. Damage already, but Miniboo goes out to see if they're still there. Well, the info is at least found. Unfortunately, the advantage is lost in the meantime. Woot! Oh my goodness! 16 HP left on Berlin. 35, in fact, bit of decay in play. He's not going to be too healthy in any future fights. Thrash leading the way. B site to be cleared. I don't think it's going to find any connections. It will be recovered, though, for the post plant.
Yeah, and again, you can see those smokes already put into play.
4v4 retake, 2 bande low hai chat.
That's going to be the problem of getting in on this retake, is
you
almost have to disrespect some of the utility that is on the FPX side, otherwise you're just never going to get a moment. Paranoia is still available for Wook, but does he use it up top? That's the real problem.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't catch Lysor. It was used too shallow. And I believe Thrash, yeah, it's just now back online. So the chances of this round going the way of Heretics next to none, with 3 ends. Desperately trying to escape, but running straight into the waiting hands of Autumn. That is a nice equalization. And for FPX, the ball is most certainly rolling on this attack.
Yeah.
Odin वाला डर नहीं लगता है वो sound से.
A lot of the time, the team that gets off to a good start is going to eventually slow down a little bit. Those pistols have almost been a burden of the first half.
FPX अच्छा खेल रहे कि नहीं? What are your thoughts?
I like that we're seeing a lot of the early fights actually be taken by the Omens. Like, again, you're playing a double.
Are you hesitantly wearing a PRX in the Cloud9? जबकि पूरे दिन उनका मैच नहीं, ये होती है true fan.
Catch fights on elevated duels. Again,
उनको लेना देना ही नहीं है कौन सा मैच.
Maybe expecting a little bit more resistance, but it's much more passive. The weaponry's not ideal, but the delay, there is a flank coming, and you have to take into consideration there is no Sentinel online for FPX.
Half his HP through a spam through the door with the Sheriffs. And a push up from C. Lots of information. Yeah, I think FPX definitely expected a bit more aggression from Heretics. Remember, last round they took the space very quickly, sending life out into the open, but there was a player up top above their smoke, destroying their flash and taking a free kill on a player in the air. Now, they're much more cautious of that early aggression. Dizzy to be thrown through. Nobody caught by it. So in goes the wingman for the plant. Almost undeniable, but a potential reveal with the swings out. They hope they can convert a couple of kills, but they are kept in position, whether it be by bullets or utility. There's not much to be done on the side of Team Heretics. Just Woot and Benji left to try and clutch it all. 2 versus 5. The best they can hope for is damage.
Yeah, either that or to go down to the spike. A couple of ultimates getting relatively close.
भाई डर लग रहा है अभी.
Nice shot from Benji.
Benji.
We know how
Benji.
Three kills already.
उसको भी दिया उसने tag.
It's now somehow left on to just Berlin. This round was looking all but done. He's been revealed. They know where he is as well. And already sending utility, but it hasn't connected. It doesn't even matter.
Holy
After what was every single man standing for FPX, somehow Benji and Wu have pulled off a miracle.
2v5
Holy!
with Sheriffs. MasterCard Thrifty on the back of Benji Fishy walking in to Tree alone with a pistol in his hand. This is absolutely outrageous. Swinging in for the next. The first shot didn't hit. The correction was there. And I think he even headshot the other player through the wall, assisting on the kill. That is a Benji Fishy round, and immediately FPX call a timeout. That's not a round you can ever afford to lose.
That might be the hardest they've ever used the timeout button. That is going to be infuriating. And that's the thing. We talk about this. One of the funniest things was that up until very recently in EMEA, he'd never got an ace.
Yeah.
Do you remember the gun he got the ace with?
ऐसा last
It was a Sheriff on
well,
point, wasn't it?
2v5 throw मैंने एक ही टीम का देखा
It
था.
just seems to be where I don't know. Maybe he puts like 85% of his practice. I know that's not true, but somehow it's so good when it comes to the pistol.
तुम लोग ना haters.
As said, that's got to be a backbreaker for FPX. Like you're in a very powerful post plant. I don't even think it was played that badly. Like they try and re-swing off a pistol and just get domed. Sure, if you group up and stay together, he's never winning that. But to critique them trying to fight a guy using
FPX बोला यार. Same sort of language.
I'll tell you what, Tom, if you were the last guy alive in your rank game,
language,
I think you'd critique them trying to fight a Sheriff. That's for damn sure. But
maybe if it was Benji
तुम
Fishy,
सबको ban पड़ने वाला है, याद
he
रखना.
ain't in my rank games.
Unfortunately, yeah, well, I think you should be pretty grateful
याद
he's not
रखना.
around.
मैं actually wait कर रहा था. मैं देखने का था haters कौन-कौन है. It was a bait.
Likes you that much.
Pity.
I don't think.
It was a bait chat.
3-2.
तुम लोग
for Team
baited हो
Heretics.
गए हो.
I don't think they were expecting to win round number 5 when it started, and when they were in the 2v5, they certainly weren't. They're given a lifeline to keep the lead early on.
तो गया बेटे. I am sorry बाबू.
On this map, the attack side left
मैं
with
PRX बोला
rifles
लेकिन
bought up.
फिर
A
भी मैं
lot of the
टूट रहा
credits are down to their last, down to the wire. We don't. Okay. Don't want to see any crazy risks taken by FPX.
By
They're
A में
cautious
कुछ
in
भी
this
बोलो
round.
भाई.
It was Woot that got aggressive, that tried to get up in their
दुनिया
face.
गई
He's lost
तेल
his
लेने.
life now. That robo control not
Aim
quite going
है.
his way, but Rienz has done
Brains
well
के
to trade it
पास.
out.
पूरा सुनो.
I'm almost wondering.
भी तारीफ किया था
It looked like
Autumn
there
का.
was a smoke down. Did he just tap a couple of bullets through it?
I think
Because
it
he
might
was
have
still
went down
towards
just
the
after.
A side. Maybe it is possible, but even still, it must have just been a pixel shot that he connected. I'll be happy with that because the early aggression definitely didn't pay off. Still have a showstopper available and actually gambled back towards the C site. 3 players. Come on, Boo. Maybe a little bit lucky to be alive. He's going to fall back with the smoke shutting him off completely and that control going the way of FPX. The only problem is they don't have a mass amount of time to only be getting this control now. There's still a lot to do.
If they switch back to B, they could be in trouble. I think that's going to be the play. Usually when it's low time left, that's where teams decide to take it. The spike's certainly on its way, but the nade has kept them back, bought a little bit more time. We're down to 20 seconds. And Team Heretics now have rotated in to assist on the A site. They're ready for this push. Oh, they're just now pulling back from it, giving up that space. It looks like FPX, despite the clock being against them, will just about have enough time to get this planted.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that though. Having the lockdown available and the showstopper. In fact, the showstopper committed immediately. Maybe trying to force players back. Instead, Lysol goes forward. Gives them that advantage. Another comes up as well. Finally, Boo has managed to get a response, but it's whether or not they even want to commit the lockdown. I think at this stage, it would be an oversight to put that into play.
अगर एक दुनिया में कोई player कर
Pulled off
सकता
an
है.
impossible clutch moments ago. This one might even have to be better, and Lysol's not going to give him the time of day. An instant response from the side of
1v1 में
FPX.
पूरा सुनो. 1v1 में अगर कोई एक इंसान
round
clutch
by
कर सकता है.
Lysol.
1v1
That
में.
showstopper would have done damage.
तो Benji,
And
3v1
I'm
थोड़ा
pretty sure
difficult है.
Mini Boo on the fall off from it is picking up a little bit more.
स्ट्रीम कब तक चलेगा ये गेम के बाद
The
बंद?
thing is, I saw 2 players behind.
फिर देखते हैं रात को आऊंगा कि नहीं. आज थोड़ा सा impossible टाइम लग रहा है.
Is huge. The fact
क्योंकि मेरे
that
को
Wu,
वापस shoot है.
look, this is Wu playing an Omen. He's
Then
7-3. He's
back
having
to
a good
2
game
streams
so
a
far,
day.
and he decides not to go for the standard control over Rubble, where you shrouded step across, you tuck in, maybe you have a reveal come through. Instead, he's just peeking it because they don't get contact early. They don't have the wall. They're just assuming that FPX aren't going there. So in taking the space, he loses the fight to Autumn. Not an easy player to face off against on those shift peaks. Now we're neck and neck yet again, but the problem is
information.
Heretics only have, well, Sheriffs on most players, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, they couldn't possibly do anything with
They
those.
should have the read, though. They've pushed up C. They put Prowlers through B. So they basically know that this is going to be that early A control. So they can stack players up here.
Close था बे, close था.
Either side,
कान के
but
बाजू से
they
गई
have to be
bullets.
wary of a potential double back towards the B side. And with Vu already being tagged low, there is going to be a push. Well, immediately broken. And actually going to try and push into Rians. I was about to say, going through a snake bite would be an incredible risk in a round where it's not necessary at all.
Especially with things like this now. Orbin to Young and almost a double detain. But Thrash is stopped at the last second. Mini Boo up close now. Sheriff in hand, not able to land the shots. Life whizzing right by him as Lysor finds another.
Problem,
now
guys.
things are looking to be locked in for FPX. Just a few pistols left, and Benji's not getting away with it this time around.
Yeah, still a little bit of damage across players, but not anything to write home about. 4 of the last 5 rounds, and well, we know what round 5 was. I don't think we need to tell you twice.
You look dead tired. Rest play BKL. Overwalk mat kar. Health का MC भी जाएगा. I'm not dead tired, bro. Are you kidding me?
This is one that seems to be starting to get away from them a little bit. A team that has had their ups and downs on this map.
लगने वाले
No doubt about it.
THK.
A recent loss to the side of Vitality.
अच्छा time पे
I think
pause
has
लिया.
called in this mass change.
Brownie points. एक
maybe
brownie
not so much
point मैं
competition,
TH
but
को
more
देना
so for the
चाहता
roles that they're being
हूँ
played
for a
on.
good timeout.
For the other side of things. Okay,
अरे
they've
भैया
had
ये
a
क्या हो रहा
couple
है?
of losses here and
सबका
there, but
chat में
it
title
definitely
गया है
feels
बे.
like a middle
100
ground. It's
टक्का.
always close when FPX are playing. The fact that they're currently in the lead after losing the pistol and losing a round to a Sheriff shows that in the majority of the buy rounds, they have looked a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and coming into the next as well. You know, sure, there's ultimates online for both sides, but my eye is drawn to FPX, to the Viper's Pit, to the Showstopper. Cosmic Divide.
ये जीतेगा अटैक साइड में उल्टा टफ है भाई. 3 कंट्रोलर है. स्मोक अराउंड प्ले हो सकता है. स्मोक के बाजू में कितने लोग हैं उनको मालूम भी नहीं रहेगा भाई. कितना भी इन्फो ले ले. 3 कंट्रोलर.
Also, it's tough with this comp. Like you're playing a solo initiator.
Team controller
like
is
a lot
dard.
of the rounds he's going brute force in, and that's the way they need to play. Is he will be a sacrifice. He's happy to do that. That's something I
Sure
love
है भाई.
about
शर्म करो.
life
सुपर
in
चैट करो
this
ना
game
उससे चा.
is on this map in particular, especially. He
आप
is
बता
willing to
सकते हैं
sacrifice
माल
himself if it wins
प्रेसिडेंट
the round.
क्या
He's
है?
not one of those
Mods
duelists who's
बताएंगे.
looking at his stats, looking at the numbers. He will go in head first, and the trade will be there. FPX play like that.
He's the initiator.
Prediction job कैसे हुए Binks
just
भाई?
going through. He ain't gonna get the kill, but as long as you do, who
He
cares?
has a boom bot, and he is also a boom bot.
He is a boom bot with wings a lot of the time. He's been having his Red Bull. Well,
Can
for
somebody
FPX,
tell me a
4
channel
to
for
3.
Valorant improvement?
Strong position.
My
like you said,
night
having
streams,
lost the
Krishna
pistol,
bhai.
having lost a huge
Watch my night
clutch
streams. You will
to 2
improve your
Sheriffs
game like crazy. You'll be like, holy fuck, what is your sensi?
round. Now find themselves in the lead early on. Team Heretics have ultimates of their own. The lockdown for Benji Fishy leaves them with
भरोसा
a
नहीं
bunch
मेरा
of
Icebox
massive
का
holes
jet
to see.
देखो कल
Not
का.
in terms of the utility. Alarm bot just
Main.
there, revealing
Jet
there's some
main.
players. But it's not like they want to hold on to this control with their lives when you've the lockdown.
I think also just FPX hadn't gone C. They waited for that showstopper. The utility is sublime, setting up life perfectly. But the response from Boo is ridiculous.
क्या हो गया?
Opens the door in an oversight, it seems. No one aware of that flank. He might have used the
भाई
nightfall.
एक
I think
line
that
में
caught
मरे सब.
everybody, and then they just didn't hear the sound behind them. What a play from the IGL. As said, a role that we did see him play a bit last year, but as of recent, hasn't been on that initiator.
30 seconds left.
Lysor's going to get a plant, but they are close by.
Oh, they absolutely are. Lysor knows that, having already heard the Prowler go around the corner. Try to get himself a foothold inside of tree. Here's his opportunity. That door's going to open. That's a 1v1. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, Boo's playing it smart. If he opens the door, he gives him an avenue back into the game, back into the round. Instead, he's going to have to take down 3. Already 1 through the smoke, and the spams came close, but not close enough. There may be a hole in Mini Boo's earphones, but he's still rocking and rolling with most of his HP. FPX not going to keep the lead for too much longer. Now tied up again, neck and neck.
Yeah, that was a huge play as well, because the thing is, we haven't seen FPX go towards the C site at all, and the initial entry was fantastic. The combination of utility, but then Boo just uses the Nightfall, and no one is aware that he's just going to open that door and go for the fight. Maybe they thought it was for delay, maybe they thought someone would come in from behind, but the way that he just opens the door and sprays them all down before any utility is put into place was absolutely perfect. Couldn't have timed it any better. Again, though, we now look at the response because so far,
साहिब भाई के
Heretics have either
एकेडमी
won
से
their rounds
निकला
off hero
हुआ
plays,
बंदा
and actually just really off hero plays,
जीतेगा.
or it's been
Let's
the
go
pistol.
Autumn. साहिब भाई का एकेडमी नहीं और के तुक्का.
And early success for Miniboo. They tried to cross this one
साहिब
conventionally,
भाई
and
का
it's
और
not
का
even
नाम है
loose
और
rubble control that matters.
10.
The quick one shot to the head. Team Heretics, 4 players early on A main, now start to fill in the rest of the space. Again, they're
सारे
confident to
LFT
play
वाले पहले
retakes
साहिब
on
भाई
B
को
or
मेल
C
डालते.
with the
साहिब
lockdown in
भाई
play.
नेक्स्ट
No
बेस्ट और
worries,
कौन सा
really.
ज्वाइन कर दिया वैसे.
It looks like the B site retake will be necessary. Paranoia
I'm
used.
sorry,
I
अभी
expect
बोलो.
Boot to fall back. I see him stood on the edge of that wall.
डाउन टू अर्थ हम्बल स्ट्रीमर ना पहले
Maybe he's
सॉरी
going to
बोल.
go for a little nasty play. He's waiting for their aggression for sure. Viper's Pit used from the spawn. It gives them a little avenue back
Oh,
through, actually. They'll get very close with a lockdown in play. The players are sent tumbling back in the other direction. They almost have to fight forward for the most part. Boo's ready for them to start with, and Lysor manages to make it out, but denying this defuse could be difficult. They're going to have to find a couple of picks. With the players sneaking in inside the pit, they could already be defusing, and someone needs to get on that to check that they are.
I think John
Berlin put them in a good position with the wall down. Benji has the line of sight on Ayoung and lands the shot to bring it across the line. That was a chaotic round, but I have to say, I like what Team Heretics are trying there.
Yeah, I think the initial take from FPX is cool. It gets you into the after
हाँ.
part, but just the ultimates that were available made it so difficult.
नहीं
Like, you
फिर
had the
भी
lockdown
अल्टी के
to
बाद भी
force them
यार.
into an awkward position. The Viper's Pit meaning, okay, are you going to run through a Viper's Pit into a lockdown to try and destroy it? No, that makes it impossible. So the only place they could go was try and push into Boo, who was ready for it. And then it's just like, okay, even then you have that control. There is no line of sight onto the spike. There is no. You have to go running through a smoke or fight back in. And even still, Berlin made it close. Like the fact he gets 2 is impressive.
भाई बेंजी ने 2 राउंड निकाले टीएच का
regain the lead.
और उनकी वजह से एक इको भी गया. 3 राउंड पकड़ो.
You've already got Boo down to
बेंजी का 3 राउंड है 5
for the other side. A light shield or 2 just to pad the gap. They're the ones with the Viper's Pit in this round. And Boo, well, it's not long ago. I remember him using a Nightfall to win them around. He's 1 away.
You know, last round 4 players on A from Team Heretics. They used the C's alongside the nade to deny Robo control. They push up, taking the fight immediately on the players emerging from the spawn, deleting life. I think it was Miniboo that did that. This time, Miniboo's on the C side. Pushed up on Rubble a moment ago, or on Mound, to find that little bit of control, spotting out that no one's there. It's got the rotations from Heretics focused entirely on this A site. And some players are defending the site. Benji is in an absolutely disgusting position. If they come through, I doubt they clear this corner.
Oh, he's going to look for the timing. But it doesn't quite work out. At least gets a little bit of information. Now, the reason they've left this solo C site is, again, FPX have been there once. And they got killed from
Prowler ने खाली कर दिया, लग गए.
to stack up on this side of the map.
Heavy rotation.
The orb going up is going to be a problem.
Race कुछ कर सकता तूफानी सा.
Playing up close still has his nade. They haven't baited out any of this utility. And the push up from Life might try and sell the idea, but Berlin is just sat within this smoke. Rotation of the spike goes back, but he gets shot. He gets denied. Now they have to go in. They have to push in. And Rians has rotated through, dropped the spike on the ground, but he gets caught. Do they have time is the question. Running in onto the site. I think they've just about got this plant. It's going to be incredibly close and just on the nose.
That's Viper's Pit to defend the plant as well. This was down to less than a second, but now the advantage is clearly in favor of FPX. Sure, some of these players are low, but everyone's going to be low on Heretics once they get near that spike. Utility. Luckily, Life was dropped and he had a nade. That would have been a death sentence, but Berlin putting up a fight. 29 HP. That's his 3rd kill of the round, and Young easily taking down Woot, jumping up above.
Holy, क्या बसट चल
Neck
रहा
and neck
है?
yet again, and it seems to be very hard to separate these 2 teams.
Well, yeah, that round came down to what, like half a second? Riens, I think if he swings a millisecond later, and you can't really blame him for it. Berlin winning a fight, running through a smoke with Miniboo waiting on the other side, and then killing the second guy. This was his round. And, well, a little bit of luck, it seems, at the end, but that was just so to the wire. And as I said, you understand why Heretics only left the player. There hasn't been any successful C-takes, and there's only been 1 prior to that round. It's absurd, because normally you see, well, the C-site is a pretty hefty part of a lot of teams' game, a lot of executions, especially when you have a raise. but for FPX so far, it hasn't been a big part of the game.
By FPX lead पे बे.
And as I said, the economy was on the brink last round.
नहीं मेरे को लग रहा है TH
for
जीतेगा.
Heretics in this round.
TH जीतेगा लग रहा है.
I mean, a couple of sheriffs.
Not gonna lie, Berlin बाप खेलता है.
Benji Fishy. I'm not sure about that one.
मैंने बर्लिन का ऑफा देखा, ऑटम का एम देखा, ऑफा आई का देखा, लाइफ का देखा, लाइजर का क्रिस्पी एम देखा, सब एमर थे बे.
First shot doesn't land, the second does. A chance for a little bit more. He's dropped. But the Bucky isn't. It's recovered.
Hero Bucky.
Boo now has it in his hands. 2 bullets left, and he's out of here.
क्या ये अल्ट मारेगा is the question.
Wonderful. He's got the skim for
क्योंकि
it.
चांस है रेज अल्ट और फेड अल्ट के
My
साथ.
personal favorites, but
फेड अल्ट अगर यूज किया
can't say I'm expecting much
तो चांस है.
from the Bucky from this
Actual में
point.
कर
Boo
सकता
does have his ult. So does Mini Boo. I don't think they're going to want to commit them here and while with Boo already dead. The Bucky might find another player. It has. Riens has got one, but they're in fact going to invest the Thrash. Just trying to make sure that this round doesn't fall away from them. It's still a 2v2 scenario and not the cleanest from Ayung, but he'll get the job done. Lead taken from FPX. This continuous back and forth that we've seen throughout this map.
What world are we living in, dudes?
We now look at Heretics to see if they can respond and even things up. I feel like that's sort of where
Guys,
it should
मैंने
go.
Valorant वालों से मांगा 100% wrong prediction का title.
How things have gone so far.
मिलेगा क्या?
Yeah. Let's carry it out to the end of the half. Defensive side, I feel like one of the weird things about watching this from having seen Heretics play so many games here is that normally you have Boo constantly on Rubble. They always have a main control, and there's been such a different identity to this defensive side, at least in this half.
कब मिलेगा?
With the comp switches, you
What
can
a
very much
start
tell
of
that
the
there's
champs
a different
यार.
idea behind playing these agents.
ये
And I think
जीतेगा बोला
I'm
वो
curious
भी
to see
गए
how
हो.
their attack
सेन
pans
जीतेगा
out.
बोला वो भी गए हो.
Imagine more of a blob movement. And less variety to what we're seeing here.
Yeah, with the whole composition, they
Jinx का title incoming.
weren't running themselves the Viper, so maybe joining the norm a little bit more there. It does also mean they don't have that breach anymore.
बर्लिन
because
कैसा
with
अल्ट
a
मारेगा
big
देखने का.
talking point for Riens. Someone who's so fantastic with that supportive utility is going to have to do it in a different way. Again, we see this patient, passive FPX. I think if you watched the last map, you wouldn't have expected to hear those words come out of my mouth, but this has looked incredibly different. Happy to play into the late round, using those rotations. That counter Nightfall is definitely going to make things awkward.
Bro,
you maybe expected to see some spam from Boo.
Boo
tries to go through.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Boo's found himself one, and he's safe in the back of the side. Showstopper's good for 2. Mini Boo making a mess of this round because that's the spike on the ground, and it looks like it's only going from bad to worse for FPX. Slicer,
By बाप
1
अल्टिंग का
versus
बू का.
4. He'll find the first, but 10 seconds. Even planting this spike is impossible.
मैंने 6-6 बोला था. Hello?
6-6 at the halftime. It is difficult to separate these teams. We've had to go all the way to
Prediction
map
king
3. It
बुलाते
looks like
वो
we're gonna go
लोग.
a little
हाँ?
further.
तुमको
Yeah,
क्या
I
लगता
think
है?
that it
I was
probably
just
deserved
acting.
to go in neck and neck. I guess
कि
you could argue
FPX
with
जीतेगा
Heretics
करके.
winning
It
the
was
pistol,
just
maybe FPX
all
should have come
act.
out slightly in front, but we've seen
जीतेगा
the back
तो
and forth all
TH
the way through. I think this round was much more of just that passive read after what we've seen over the last few rounds of this slow rotation. They tried to sort of hold on to it in this case, and it's
Best
worked
of
out
3
for them.
है, yes.
Either way, we'll be back after the break with the second half.
क्या लगता है फाइनल प्रेडिक्शन दो. तुम लोग ने दोनों का एम देखा है, ठीक है. दोनों का स्टैट्स देखा है, ठीक है. दोनों का यूटिलिटीज देखा है, ठीक है. फाइनल प्रेडिक्शन चाहिए बा. पिंकी रैंक पुश कर रही है. बताओ. FPX, TH, FPX, FPX. मॉड जितने भी लोग FPX लिख रहे सबको हाइड दो. TH जीतेगा. TH wins, bro. Anytime. It's time for some minimum masterclass. Minimum masterclass, baby. तुम लोग ने वो देखे कभी टीवी में मास्टर शेफ जैसी एपिसोड खत्म होता था उसके बाद आता था मास्टर क्लास मिनी बुक का बहुत गंदा था बहन.
Team Heretics versus FPX, map 3 on Lotus. This is where we're going to decide who gets to go forward and who gets to go down below. And for FPX, they've put up one hell of a fight. We counted them out when it came to bind, but 13-9, they took it. They dealt Heretics one of the worst attacking halves we've seen from them, the worst, in fact. And now, as we move on to Lotus, half 2, FPX's defense, Tom. Where's your expectation? I don't know what to expect from Team Heretics. There's a couple new players to them. But do you see 6 as being enough for FPX?
देख के एंजॉय करने का
I think it depends how Heretics come in playing
बस.
this. Like, you're gonna know that this composition is coming, but because of the amount of delay utility they have, you have to disrespect some of it. You have to play through smokes, you have to take risks, and maybe that's why they've got Boo now playing that supportive role, so that Woot can maybe be a bit more aggressive around those smokes.
Smoke right away has deterred the plan of Benji Fishy to put the turret down and deny any control over the mound without at least breaking it and giving away the info. Flash sent out, destroyed immediately, and look at that. Heretics pumped the brakes with a 3-man firing squad waiting for that B main aggression, and it has come through. The advantage now concretely locked in favor of the attackers, and FPX, the remaining players, Young, Autumn, and Berlin, have it all to do.
ई का स्ट्रैटेजी हुआ था. कांटेक्ट पे ब्लाइंड वाला अच्छा था वो. But info लेने गए.
A tough position to try and get back from for sure. Rians clearly knows something that we don't because he is fighting. And wow, Autumn, maybe a bit of a nasty surprise for him. It's going to be the push through. Even still that advantage cap. Waiting to see if there's anybody lurking around the edges of these smokes. In fact, looking like they're going to plant for the link. Instead, though, they're met by Young. This round maybe overplayed a little bit and almost caught out with utility in hand. Even still, a 3 versus 5 turned 3 versus 1. Boo has to try and turn it back again. And somehow after deficit, FPX have turned this round. You end up calling the pause after a lot of individuals scattered across the map, destroyed individual fights, trades aren't there.
भाई मेरे प्रेडिक्शन के लौड़े लग गए. मेरे प्रेडिक्शंस के एकदम लौड़े लग गए.
Walking through a decayed wall.
कद्दू का वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर पैच सारे प्रेडिक्शंस गलत.
Adjusting in time, and then obviously Berlin on the Woot, another one of those individuals. They've got to be feeling good now with the lead locked in. It has been back and forth so far, but this second round will be a little tougher for Team Heretics to upset them in.
Maybe two guys.
Finally seen a split of pistols as well. After both going one team's way, and for FPX after bringing things back to even in the last half, it's going to put them in a great spot.
एक title चाहिए था prediction के लौड़े लग गए title.
The side of Heretics clearly believing in the power of the pistol, and I don't really blame them.
I believe in.
Seems like he's still going to be playing a similar game to what we see from him when he's on the smoke, lurking on that side of the map. And while for Berlin, it's a chance to potentially farm up orbs. It seems like he got a little bit lost there, though.
LOL.
Tapped. I don't know if they realize the orbs are still here, and Wu wins that fight as well.
LOL again.
Well, you'd think I would have learned my lesson by now to stop counting Heretics out when they've got pistols in play, but I'll learn one day. FPX still have a chance.
My buddies did up and away.
Easy sent far, but I don't think Wingman's going to survive too much longer. Yeah, he doesn't even get it to half. The shot from Life is nice, but they haven't dealt with the play on site. Rians is going out for more. Oh my, what is he doing?
Excuse me?
A MasterCard Thrifty in an uncouth style. I
thought
he'd wait for the defuse, play the time. Instead, he's going out with his knife when he still has ammo. Okay, 7 and 7.
I feel like, did he just emote on him?
तुमको क्या लगा बैठ ये चारेगा?
Do a little dance to almost just
इसलिए तुम लोग noobs हो.
Thirsty,
baby, classic
a few sheriffs, and he had a classic, and he had 2 bullets left. I don't know.
Classic.
It equals win. I don't know how. I don't know how they're managing this. But for
बोला था कि नहीं, I believe in Rian.
Finally, that's it. They broke it. They got a split pistol for once. And well, yeah, look at the economy. It's
4 जन भी पीक हो गए. यहाँ पे टप सब मरेंगे.
Yeah, this is better than winning the pistol. Yeah, your opponents are down in the dumps, and now you get to play around where you've been. Oh, hello. Okay, well that's not ideal. Benji's down immediately.
Cover going out.
having been dropped now. There's a, I believe it's a rifle recovered by Berlin. Opportunity for FPX at least,
post plant position ले लो एकदम deep जाओ. Deep चाहिए. Smoke डाल दो उधर जहाँ से A side enter करते हैं. या फिर tree पे किधर भी चलेगा.
Okay. The rifle's now on the ground, and they're going to want to try and retrieve that, of course. The other side don't know about this. Trying to bait him into an awkward fight, but who's having a great time? Finally, will be put down by Iron. But even still, that time has been ticking, and the rest of the players on Heretics haven't just been sitting there. They've got into advanced positions. This post was looking good, but now they're both trapped into the corner. This could be a huge problem. Auto's found another. Wood's got nowhere to go, nowhere to escape. He's going to jump and just about survive, trying to do everything all on his lonesome, but he won't quite be able to. It doesn't even matter. It will be a Red Bull clutch with the spike ending the round.
You know, I expected a crazy game after all you told me about FPX, Tom, but this, I mean, Heretics are matching them. They're on the level. What in the world have I watched in the last 2 rounds?
Champion से तो मतलब ये नहीं बसड़ करना ही है. You can play a simple Valorant game.
A Red Bull clutch by the spike.
I feel bad for Autumn because he did so much. Even just Woot jumping over. I don't even know if they had time from this point. I don't think they did. But it just the fact that he manages to jump at the right moment to survive. Well, I guess technically they didn't at least get that massive boost in economy. FPX, they probably would have hoped for a win, but they can take that as somewhat of a win. Heretics will reclaim the lead again. Speaking about FPX,
बासुंडी 4 हो गए ना. अगर FPX ये राउंड जीतता है तो वो लोग इको जाएंगे. भले उनको पास अल्टीस आ जाएगा, लेकिन उसके बाद वाले राउंड्स में ना FPX के पास बहुत अल्टीस आने वाले हैं.
I will say maybe the GOAT of all subs.
ये राउंड जीतने पड़ेगा TH.
That doesn't normally happen. Boo almost caught, but he's going to deny any further aggression. Still FPX trying to find some way in and delay. And you can see again, these double smokes, there always comes a point in the round where you have to disrespect them a little bit.
Well, Young had an angle. The timing not quite great. They were watching as he swung out of the door. Smokes go down, but I don't think the plan is to go to the A side. It looks like the focus is instead moving towards B. Prowler clears it. They won't waste their paranoia. Instead, using it much deeper. Stopping any out of heaven. Nade pushes them back there, and the plant should now come in safely in the corner. A foothold for Team Heretics, but Life trying to take advantage of the chaos. He's gone straight in with the blast. Lighting them up. It's Heretics on the back foot. Out of absolutely nowhere. FPX have got control, and they're starting to defuse already. They've got to go running at them to stop this, and there's no stopping what started here. What a round from Life. That is unbelievable.
Bro.
Don't even know. I don't even know. I think if you saw someone do that in one of your matches, you'd report them for cheating immediately. Because he is, it's like he's got a million sensitivity just spinning around. Benji's got to be almost broken watching what he just did. That's insanely clean. Wow. Just as one team seems to take an advantage, the other comes right back again. 8-8. As said, there was no economy built up because of the damage done in the last round. It means there's 3 rifles
और उसने
available.
देखा एक बंदा भी मैंने करके वो सीधा सैचल मार के गया.
You see the amount of space that's already been taken by FPX.
वो ब्लाइंड का टाइमिंग भी कितना सेक्सी था ना. आया यहाँ से.
Back and forth we go. Team Heretics still set the sights on the C side, although Grafwell slowing them slightly. Good damage by Berlin. Those spams are deadly. And even the snake bite kill for Autumn. In comes Thrash. It's called, but no one's there to convert on it. Flash used up. Young has to be careful though. I don't know. Okay, they will convert the kill. And no punish. And then the swing from Boo traded out. 2 versus 1. And they could lock this round in here and now with the showstopper if they wanted to. But just 56 HP, and that call's probably being made. Wood is low, has his ult, and Spike's right in front of him. You're right, he can take that teleport from the shadows. He'll emerge on another site, potentially. But it looks like he's going to stick the plant here and now.
Maybe realizing it's a tough win anyway, and by he should be dead to right. Did he use it just then? I feel like I thought I heard something for a second, but maybe not. I think he just got caught by Lysol. It is going to be that defusal. Well, not too much of a problem in the end. I think the only real worry was just how much
stressful game है एक साथ दो UC भाई
to actually shut him down. He's managed to sneak past
एक
pretty
साथ
much
दो
everything.
UC
Let's have a look when it
Oh, he
pops
did
up. You're
use it.
right.
He did use
yeah,
it.
I wasn't certain. I didn't think I heard something, but yeah, you're spot on, Tom. Used the ultimate and immediately got dropped.
I want to know where he was planning on going. Because he's using it right here. Yeah.
I guess we'll never know.
Maybe to try and go back into the spawn and reclaim other ground, try and find a gap, but yeah, didn't know his opponent was there. It's not the biggest ult in the world to lose. Like, it's not the end of the world. I don't mind him. I said I didn't mind him committing it to rotate straight away. Though aggression from either side. Life's got to be careful he doesn't get wrapped on. He does have some support. The flash is going to leave both players completely blind. Woo. Under serious pressure, and while that pressure is not easy up anytime soon.
मर ही नहीं रहा है bro.
Berlin.
भाई उसने वो invulnerability on किया है.
Heretics have done this before.
Hello.
Not down in a spot that's easy to defend for FPX. You don't want to take too many risks. Although now the attackers are split.
भाई 101% admins.
Back to him.
100% उसने invulnerability on किया बे.
Used up any of his, but the prowlers are gone for boot.
हवे में उछल रहे ये कर रहा है वो कर रहा है मर नहीं रहा है.
Go back to the B site, group up, take this one as a team, as a duo. Instead,
भाई इसके बाद पैसे नहीं बैंक तो
49 health. And Benji not found a lot of space, although I don't expect him to do much here. Just sit, wait, and cover that plant when it comes through.
Butterflies किसको आ रही है गेम दिखा लो.
30
the
seconds
side
left.
of Heretics, they were hoping somebody would make a mistake. It's arguable that Berlin tried his best, but
भाई मेरे को सच्ची रोने का मन कर रहा है. इसकी माँ का predictions गया मेरा 100% a dream. पहले दिन में गांड मार दी बे.
There's still plenty of utility to play with, but he is going to get the fight that he wanted, and he's going to take both. Now this becomes dangerous. The Nightfall's committed, but it's only going to connect onto one. Looking to try and find this one, but he's run out of ammo at the last second.
नाम ही नहीं लूँ क्या बैठो? नाम ही नहीं लूँ मैं.
Is as expected.
बेंची बोला बेंची मरा बू बोला मरा.
Successful round. But Young's the one to bring across the line, double digits locked in for FPX now. And again, you see what we mean with just sheriffs, they almost made the 4v2 work. And who knows if Berlin went down a little earlier.
मैं पागल हो जाऊंगा prediction मेरा.
A fantastic adjustment by Benji. And like we said, just about able to take it across the line.
Same reaction, baby.
Down, but he'll carry forward to the next.
Same reaction.
Followed by Heretics. And this is the last chance for the EMEA Coach of the Year to have a word with his team. Unless FPX call a timeout later.
Or unless we end up in OT again, which honestly, at this stage, I wouldn't be particularly surprised by. You have to remember as well, the road that FPX had when they're over in Shanghai, beating foot, losing to GENG, losing to Heretics. This was the team that ultimately sent them packing, sent them home. To say that they're not looking for revenge, I think would be foolish. Obviously, it's not quite the same in the fact that Heretics would get another chance against them.
गलती से सेक्शन पे गार्गल मत करना, समझ रहे हो, वरना टूट जाएंगे.
Or if they turn it around and they win this game, then they have to play a Masters winner. So yeah, I guess playing a Masters winner where you can't be eliminated is slightly nicer. And I wouldn't even be surprised if
classic में खेल ले, तेरे साइड पे कोई नहीं आएगा. Let's go.
Decider game. I don't think it's
मेरा आवाज आ रहा है?
Improbable.
Reigns.
Even still.
Ulti call the dip जाके.
Both will want the chance to face off against GENG, and for FPX more so, this is their chance of revenge.
A lot of ultimates very close to being online. Benji and Mini Boo, Lockdown and Showstopper. That Young on the other side after his clutch last round just went away himself. For FPX, this is a round they should have a fairly big advantage in. Benji's already tagged. Lots of weaker weapons, stingers in play, but that's where things can get chaotic, where Heretics will move quicker, more sporadically as a unit.
But they use the pin. That's the real question.
They should.
With stingers in play, it's definitely a
possibility.
On the other side of things, we've immediately seen an ult to try and hold them in position, but already. They're pushing back in before we've actually seen the plant. And now it has to be the fallback. Never mind, though. Life has been able to take one down. Instead, though, he's going to be caught. A worthwhile trade. Showstopper out. It should be a kill, and it will be. Miniboo trying to fight up close. That spike still yet to be planted, but plenty of time to play with. And Autumn just holding back. That pit still available. Still possible to be put into play. And now it goes in. Miniboo, third kill of the round already. But he is traded out. And now it's the players within the pit. And Autumn's in real trouble. He's caught by Riens. It was the low weapons. It was the problem weapons. And once again, it is something that FPX just cannot deal with.
Well, they came into that round one away from lockdown, one away from showstopper, pick up an orb for the lockdown, and an overcommitment from Life. He gets the nade in, it does damage, it takes down Benji Fishy. Fantastic, but because he's detained, that gives Miniboo this kill, which gives him the ult, which is immediately activated, which gets another kill. And from this point forward, well, there's the point of no return. At least that's how it seemed to be. 9 to 10.
That's why I loved them the plant as well. It really was a domino effect. And look at the economy on the other side now. Oh my god, he got two! He's got two off the back of just
LOL. LOL, TH is back, baby.
Mitchman's very excited.
TH is back.
I like this gun. It's a nice gun. It's a fun gun. And it's one that's given Heretics a real chance. Even up against pistols, you got to be careful. That's one thing that I've certainly learned in this series.
Be a good coach. Love you.
But they have found themselves an advantage that's almost impossible to throw away.
एक prediction right हो गया भाई.
Heretics with Sheriffs. 2 versus 5. 1 versus 5 now with 7 HP. That is
Put it in
quite
the
a difference. Yeah. Get ready. Autumn's name in lights. But I think this Supernova is going to be premature. It's going to fade to black. There you go. Boo with the triple kill. A lot of that was down to those
3 and a
wallbangs, the big
75%.
guns out to play.
10 to 10. Again, we see a scenario.
Altis क्या है? Autumn के
One of
पास
the
ulti
teams
है,
is in the lead,
ठीक
and the
है.
other
Gecko
immediately
ulti
claws
ठीक
it right
है.
back. It has been a game that whatever way you think it's going, it could immediately go back in the other direction. And I feel like this is going to be one of those matchups that is going to become a cult classic. Like if you're a real fan of Valorant, you're going to talk about Heretics versus FPX, because last time out, as said, it ended in a 17-15 overtime victory for Heretics, which eliminated.
मेरे को एक सिंपल क्वेश्चन का आंसर दो FPX. हारने के लिए टाइम आउट कौन लेता है? जब तारा बाई का प्रेडिक्शन है कि TH जीतने वाला है, there is no point in playing. क्या बोलते हो चैट? Are you with me? Are you with me, guys? Are you with me? I am with you, Binks. ये सब क्या लिख रहे हो, मैडम?
Life and Autumn after the last one, but it really is just going to come down to those late rounds once again.
We're going the distance, and I can't say I'm mad about it. Especially seeing Boo pull out that Odin gameplay. It's got a smile on my face. My favorite part about the replay was I was watching Life's camera as he got hit multiple times, and he just looked so like lost, disappointed, angry, every negative emotion stewing. We'll see if it continues. And maybe we'll see less A-main aggression from FPX, although looking at the mini-map, I don't think that's likely. A lot of players grouped up and ready to take a fight around this area. Perhaps
अभी वो लोग मूड में गरम हो चुके, सीरियस हो चुके.
Heretics have liked to do this, where their opponent pulls a pause, so they do something completely out of the ordinary. It doesn't always work, but it looks like, again, they've just completely avoided the initial control over on A, expecting that to be a counter, and just taking space elsewhere. Now they have knife.
Riens वाला कॉल जो मैंने दिया था, Riens समझ के वो ये कर रहा है.
It's just going to be the allowance of that control to be lost, and then just hit the site elsewhere, not giving a lot of information. The only thing is Lysor, but he is isolated.
FPX के पास blind है. Gecko वहाँ waterfall से blind करके info क्यों नहीं ले रहा है श्रीलंका?
There will be some control, especially if that one-way smoke gives it away.
Love you यार Gecko, love you.
Doesn't look like Heretics have
ठीक खाली है, close हो सकता करके ping के बस. लेकिन दूर तक खाली है, तो ज़्यादा बंदे हैं नहीं, रहेगा तो एक दो बंदे रहेंगे, basically. बस rotate करो. एक और blind डाला, ठीक है, अभी भी कोई नहीं.
He's faking this. He's making it look like it's a B hit to keep those rotations dragged in the other direction. And it's Lysord that will have the pressure on him. He's conscious they could be here, but he hasn't used the paranoia just yet. Now they're close. Now the pressure's on, but he's caught the back turn. Paranoia out. It's caught him on the right. Miniboo can't see a damn thing. And shooting at the Tracers, not quite close enough. With Life stepping up to delete Boo. This one's looking done. The lead will stay in FPX's hands as they push up to 11.
भाई इसका aim क्या है?
That was the thing. There was so many points in that round where you could see he was tempted to use that paranoia. Seeing the Viper screen go up and basically just watching for any hint that the side of Heretics were there. And when he did use it, it was like he's able to push back out of what was the paint shells on his feet, get a second kill, and then at that point, everybody is focused on that Omen player, and Life can take the gap. And again, you give this man even a split second where you need to react, you're already dead. You don't have the time for it. FPX, after the pause, respond once again. Well, there is a lot more early battle.
Life के पास ult है, Life के पास ult है.
They've got to be careful. In fact, they're looking to try and get out of there. Woot is under serious pressure. They've got to give it up, but they've taken the response.
Oh, they're fully in.
नहीं, वो लोग पास दो ult है.
Completely abandoned by FPX.
लड़ो पहले.
Oh no! That's a sloppy fight if ever I've seen one. And ultimate's here for FPX as well. They've got a showstopper and Thrash to get back in. They're confident in playing the retake. Nightfall is available for Team Heretics, and it may well be used, and in fact it is used right now, clearing out Heaven. There's no one there. Now they start to realize where the push is coming from. All those steps are heard, but it's because Thrash is going to lead the way. Is going to take the point of contact. The C's is good. It keeps them in position. Showstopper used, but Miniboo makes up
Redemption OP. टाइम नहीं है अभी. ये लोग ने लेट कर दिया. चटको.
Two more. He thins out the herd and leaves time so low that FPX are running for the hills. Not even a
क्यों लेकिन ये लोग ने ऐसा प्लान किया? सब लोग इतना घूम के वहां तक जाएंगे करके.
If it doesn't go to OT, I think that would be the biggest surprise of the game so far. But honestly, Miniboo's reaction there, I love it. Like, sure, the initial fight didn't go his way, but Benji actually gets detained. So his choice there is, okay, I can surprise them. They're going to be looking to hunt down these guys. They're seized up. I'm going to try and take them down before they can get anything done. And again, solid utility from Boo just to
सारे TH fans है क्या?
11-11. No one able to break the deadlock. It's
भाई गोटी touching match है बे ये.
The match. In fact, the series has gone this way. Still trying to fight for this early control of Rubble, and again, it's the same. So much utility being expended, Woot being caught by all of it. He's going to try and get out of there instead, though. They try the same play. They try the same rules, and it is not going anywhere near as well.
That's the spike down. And a flank underway, Killjoy turret down, so there's no way they even get that information. And it's double flank too. Life is here as well. There is no stopping the ball for FPX in this round. It got rolling, and it's turned to Heretics, left them flat on 11. And now one round away from locking in this series, from the upset that we said, and the desk said, and everyone knew was possible today. But nobody expected it without Abyss. If that map didn't go to FPX, the series was done in everyone's minds. But here we are with a real chance to pull it across the line. The only thing standing between them and victory for all of these rounds, big plays from Heretics, and Miniboo has a showstopper. That could be a turning point to at least get them in overtime.
Again, we're going to see this control fought for. It has gone the way of FPX in the majority of rounds. Boo is trying to find something in the aggressive push-up. We open doors, they expect it. Oh, they do. That's a big kill. Berlin going down. It was a risk taken. I don't know if it was worth it.
No, dude.
Doesn't seem so, especially with that showstopper online for Miniboo. He's the one picking the kill, but the ult was already there. And the C site now, knowing that there's Viper utility here, they're likely to use it to open the site. That's why Autumn has fallen back so far. He doesn't want to get caught by this big old rocket. But for now, there's no intention to use it. They're going to keep it reactive. I like this. Aware that FPX would probably fall back, would probably give them the space if they use it. Instead, they take the space
reveal,
for free.
Bro.
And now
fucking
there's a
reveal.
showstopper for the 5v2. It's fired in blind in case there's a snake in the grass, but it looks like an overtime is already locked in. A big play needed. Young's been fantastic in so many rounds. This man here, my goodness, it could do a lot. Lysor, he's conscious of a player up close.
Yeah, would reveal his position, not knowing that there was going to be an alarm bot there. He's trying to find a way through the smoke, and now, well, a 1v4 to Ace.
इतना इंटेंस है आगे तो हार्ट अटैक आएगा लग रहा है बे.
It seems like OT is inevitable, and maybe it was from the get-go. The way
This is a clear-cut recap of map 1.
12 to 12.
OT गया 14-12 PS फिर से जीतेगा and बड़े ही दुख के साथ FPX हारेगा दुख के साथ.
15 to 17 in the end.
FPX भी like ये तो हम 3-0 कर सकते थे.
That opening pick was fantastic for Miniboo, and like I said, just keeping that showstopper, holding their corners for the re-aggression, and knowing that this squad was likely to not sit on site, to not give them 3 kills if the rocket was popped.
Let's go.
It wasn't needed in the end.
14-12 PH. अभी मूड में है, डिफेंस में भी है, अभी अच्छा डिफेंस करेंगे, उसके बाद स्विच होएगा और जीतेंगे. Simple.
The one thing is, though, there won't be ultimates online from the get-go. Could see slower play to farm those orbs. Perhaps a more direct approach from FPX, but I'm looking at the map and certainly doesn't seem to be the case. They're much more spread out, looking to take the control bit by bit and deny any aggression from this defensive side.
A little bit more tentative.
Ada info.
There's no easy games in this group. I think that has been proven. Going up or going down is not going to give you much easier opponent. Already pressure being placed in. Woot isn't going to be the one to find the kills. In fact, it's Rian's alongside Miniboo to do it. Leaving 3 standing, but I can't count how many 3v5s we've seen so far this game, so Heretics need to make sure they don't overextend.
Jord bolte chat.
Well, many games in the past, I've been counting teams out at this point. Lesson learned. It ain't over till the pop-up comes in. 30 seconds, though. Certainly close to the conclusion one way or another. Heretics backing off the A side as well, expecting this hit to be a massive rotation. A late play to see. Perhaps a push through their own spawn from the stairs, and they're covering all their bases, ready for these fights. Berlin can't sneak his way in, but they have at least managed to find the A side. A plant to be found.
10 seconds left.
But a 5 versus 2 retake. Team Heretics, even just trading at this point, will be more than enough.
Where do you go? Where do you fight? How do you try and remove this deficit? Are you hoping for a little bit of luck? Well, there it is. Still took some damage in response. Autumn tagged a little bit lower. Has Lysor alongside him, but not for much longer. With 15 HP, I think all the miracles are gone from this round. It will be Heretics to take that advantage. As they now need one more to end this series and repeat history versus FPX.
An OT victory. Finally, it's got a sting for FPX if that's where we end up. Yeah, we end up on Abyss, 14 to 12. The same situation possible here now. FPX have called the timeout because they know just how devastating that reality will be. Well, we see the Heretics side
energy एकदम
They're standing up. Miniboo's activated, and this is what we've been waiting for as well. It's not like he's what we consider to be normal Miniboo form. He hasn't got 30 kills.
पहला दिन ही बे GENG versus SEN match ऐसा ये match ऐसा माँ का
on this stage as well.
Rounds. That's the more important thing. When it gets this late in the game, the numbers don't matter. You can have 30 kills or you can have 10. If you're the one that wins an OT round, no one gives a damn. And that's the thing. You have one of the highest impact rounds to even get them there in the first place with that push on the B site to double up. And that's all we're looking at this point. The same can be said for Life on the other side. Is it his best? They've had opportunities and this is the chance for the coaches to make their
10
money
KLX
on
NHK.
either
We are
side.
close.
Maybe
We can
calm the
reach, I
nerves.
guess, 8 KLX, guys. 250
Maybe even
लोग
calm
चाहिए.
them down after
क्या 250
standing
लोग
up
हैं
and
मैं
shouting
जो
across.
अभी
We know
join
that
किए
can
हैं.
backfire. Benji's
Like
had
the
that.
stream करो.
Munyet won't forget. But back in we go. Defensive side definitely didn't look bad for the side of FPX. Very
Cat,
good
be
at taking
retake
that
रहे हो
aim
लोग.
control, and I wonder if we're going to see Heretics look to hit elsewhere.
3 smoke versus के साथ be retake कर रहे
Heretics
chat.
around C and B, but I'm also seeing FPX pushing up on Mount. 2 players. We've seen this before from Berlin. Just in the last round they played on defense, he was alone. This time doubling up to provide that little bit of extra support. And he grabs a kill for his trouble. They were sent back and they were smoked off, but somehow he's able to land that shot for free. That's the opening that I guess is karma for the last half that they played.
It's going to be everything. Miniboo, as I said, impact is all that matters at this stage, and he's found a fight into that B side. But
वो एंगल बहुत गंदा लगता है बे. एक्चुअल में वो बहुत
see on
गंदा
the other
एंगल है.
side, Boo is waiting for a response,
पड़ती
waiting
ही
to see if
पड़ती
there's
है.
a
दूसरा
reaggress,
100 एंगल है
an
चलेगा
attempt to
लेकिन
try and
वो
take the
वाला
fight.
कोने
But
वाला
now,
एंगल ना.
much more
क्या
passive.
टाइमिंग हो
And
गया.
that's mainly because again of that A side hold. You've got the cross being held onto. Autumn's position has been revealed, and I think they're just going to have to smoke this off and maybe get him out of that corner. That would not be a safe place to stay.
Still running into a pretty heavy setup here on C. At least the orb is down for now. It's not going to last too much longer. Those sprays are good from Berlin. That's his 3rd already. Damage done that Autumn converts on. And they're not letting it go just yet. Another overtime required. 13 to 13. There is no split in the difference here.
Overtime.
Sure, it just seems like, well, again, just
एक prediction right होने दो भाई. एक prediction FPX भाई please.
Astounding from these two teams.
एक prediction right होने दो. Please FPX, please man.
A chance to play against Sentinels or both a chance to play against GENG, because it really does seem like both teams could or should deserve to go marching on.
मेरा final prediction है, उसके बाद मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा. 15-13 TH जीता, बस बात खत्म. Final उसके बाद मैं मेरा पूरा मुंह बंद रखूंगा. मेरा final एकदम final prediction है.
Continuous point. Actually, a deep alarm bot being placed by Benji will mean he can keep this passive hold without needing to go
खत्म हो गया. कोई तो बोला था.
In fact, all of his utility is used to
भाई
that
आज ही के दिन FPX को अच्छा खेलने का
see the
था.
turret.
हाँ?
Now the rest look to just try and hold on to what has been a massive point of contention in Rubble.
Big boss hurt हो रहे मुझे. और इनको 100% वाला टाइटल चाहिए. Language.
The normal hold. You don't have an easy escape.
Chat 8 के likes करो. 50 लोग चाहिए. 50 लोग चाहिए.
Out of there, he's got his blast pass.
एक का वजह. Like the stream guys. Subscribe करो जो नए हैं.
He's got no way out. The wall might help him for a moment, but okay, the spam is good. Now where does he go? He's stuck. He's naded. And hit by the snake bite too. Miniboo gets out, but the trade 1-to-1. It's not fantastic for the defensive side. Less players to defend this map now, and FPX still have the ability to take this wherever they want. The door is open. It looks like the spike is still going to the A site. They're committing. I thought this could be a fake after initial contact, but instead they're going to run heavy into 3 players from Heretics. And it's Heretics coming ahead in all the fights. Berlin left alone 1v3 with an op.
With an op and no shields. Like, he's got 20 seconds. He needs a miracle. He needs a mistake. I don't even think he could pull this off unless Heretics do something silly. And wow, holding already. Benji, he's not going to repeat that. Absolutely no reason to. They could wait for him to try and grab the spike, try and plant, but they are not giving him anything. A shutdown and another chance for Heretics.
ये होती है prediction king. ठीक है? ये होती है prediction king.
Close this out. Moving into their attack side. This was a big gamble by them. The 3-man rotate to the A side, but it couldn't have worked out any better. You can see that from FPX's perspective, you find the opening pick, you have a lurker towards the C side.
फिर से time out हारने के लिए.
Contact, and that for me is
पहली बार में समझे नहीं
move around, but they're expecting that.
Binks भाई you का pass out ऐसे तो हाँ बे heartbeat ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है.
That close by, and perhaps they even isolate a duel, but instead they were the ones isolated, taken down, and with Berlin left alone, he had no chance.
I think probably one of the most fun things about this series for me is, again, you just see the depth.
That's a close match.
Like, I think Rien's has been
ऐसा होना चाहिए. Draw होगा दोनों का half point.
every single map, playing different roles.
Every role.
Playing Sova, playing this Viper. He has been outstanding. Gecko on the last map as well.
कितना टायरिंग रहेगा ना उनके लिए भी पहला मैच भी ओटी दूसरा मैच भी क्लोज दूसरा मैच भी ओटी बैठे ही है
and you're going to talk about Lion, you're going to talk about Wu as these superstars that we have seen time and time again, but it really has been like at any moment any player in this server could be the one to make the difference.
I mean, even Autumn last map, it was really fun seeing him on the chamber. They were getting so much value out of that.
PX ने time out
for FPX
लिया है.
Played double duelist with this team in the past and has recently been
PX
moving
ने time
to
out
more
इसलिए लिया ताकि
like smoker
FPX
roles
कुछ
at
तो करे.
times and even playing some sentinels. I guess technically that
क्या
is
बोलते हैं
what
as
he was
champions?
on, but
नहीं नहीं.
According to the
not
rule
quite
book.
the same degree.
Yeah. I think you can do a little more with Chamber when it comes to fighting than a Cypher, for example, but I suppose it depends if the name's Runner. This is huge. The spam, though, has been dodged by FPX. This previously led to 2 players dying. This time, next to nothing. In fact, no damage, right? Walking straight into the site and finding the opening. That's life down with a good opportunity to convert the plant as well. FPX can't really deny this. They have to fight for the retake.
Well, yeah, this could be it. A man advantage. The hold from Boo. I don't know if they will have heard him taking that little bit of extra damage. Well, they definitely know now. He's revealed his position, but if anything, that could be worse for them. They're going to have to try and fight for this. Try and get back in. Paranoia has been used elsewhere to try and reclaim the baby door. Lysor's going to get one, but still the kill's going in favor of this attack.
Berlin,
That's exactly what they're doing. Needs to be someone on this diffuser when it just isn't happening. It's left all onto Autumn. He's fought throughout this series, but I think the job is done. Time and time again, you'll see these teams fight against each other. And unfortunately, FPX fall exactly the same way.
Separated only by the overtimes. One hell of a fight put up by
Berlin
FPX.
का एक
Heretics,
छोटा
after
सा
a little
was the
break,
difference.
a little rest, they've come
Imagine
back
कितने
looking
close
better.
है लोग bro. What the
Even
fuck?
changing it up. And that's the real head scratcher. The
बाप
Lotus
खेला बे,
composition,
बाप
switching
खेला.
roles, Woot and Boo swapping it over, bringing
बाप
in
खेला
Rienz
यार.
on the Viper. Well, it's worked out, but only barely. This is a squad that I think we're going to see a lot from this tournament. I think you can say the same for both, though. FPX, it would be devastating to see them go out down in that lower bracket, but I think they're going to have one hell of a fight there.
Yeah, no, it has been a super impressive performance. I think especially on Bind. Like, they threw a spanner into the works, came up with a crazy composition that I think definitely caught the side of Heretics off guard, and I think that their game versus Sentinels is going to be one to watch because super impressive. But again, you talk about this Heretics squad, the youngsters led by Boo, someone who has brought a team of very inexperienced players to some crazy performances all the way throughout the year, and they're able to weather the storm once again. They show exactly what they can do in
ये
these
100% सही होने के chances है.
Some of these youngsters, mini Boo,
मेरा
he
नहीं है.
saved it all for the last match.
मेरा पहला मैच में गया यार. पहले मैच में मैंने हक दिया. मेरे को लगा सेन जीतेगा बे. क्या खेला बे जेंजी. चलो guys, that is it for today. Bye 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 bye. Adios, chedime padios. Take care. Have a good night. Have a good food. Stay happy. मिलते हैं कल. ठीक है. मेरे sexy predictions के साथ आज रात को stream होएगा नहीं होएगा मेरे को कुछ आइडिया नहीं क्योंकि मेरे को अभी काम है. तो सब खत्म करके देखते हैं. अगर एनर्जी है तो करेंगे स्ट्रीम, वरना कल से कुछ नहीं है काम. एटलीस्ट फॉर 2 दिन शायद. तो डबल स्ट्रीम्स होएगी. Okay guys, bye bye, take care. Thanks for watching the stream. Make sure to like and subscribe. Bye bye, adios, chedi mein padios. Mast pakad ke chatko. Love you.